Picture this. A dead, silent convenience store. Our guy is absolutely inhaling stale burgers and chugging flat soda like he hasn't eaten in days. Because he hasn't. Outside? Total nightmare fuel. A full-blown zombie apocalypse has swallowed the city streets. Business as usual for the end of the world, right? Except for one massive glitch in the Matrix. The undead hordes are completely ignoring him. To them, he is a total ghost. Honestly, at first, he does not even care. He is just thrilled to finally feed his starving stomach. But then, the reality check hits. Why is he suddenly invisible to these flesh-eating monsters? And more importantly, why does his body feel packed with this explosive, superhuman strength? To untangle this absolute madness, we need to rewind the clock. Our twisted tale actually kicks off inside a sketchy, blood-stained operating room. Two rogue surgeons are running sick experiments on a pair of heavily battered, still-breathing patients. Without hesitation, they pump a glowing green serum straight into their veins. Seconds later, pure chaos erupts. The male test subject violently seizes, coughing up dark crimson blood from literally every orifice. The glowing poison surging through their systems is just too overwhelming. Their bodies completely shut down, and both victims flatline right there on the cold steel tables. One of the doctors finally snaps. He throws his hands up, completely disgusted by the mountain of innocent corpses they have piled up in the name of science. Nothing but dead ends and gruesome failures stare back at him. Deep down, he always knew this twisted project was doomed from day one. Ripping off his bloody gloves, he storms out, making it crystal clear he is washing his hands of this butchery forever. But Dr. Shin? This guy is totally unhinged. He refuses to accept defeat, his eyes gleaming with sheer, terrifying obsession. In his twisted mind, these lab rats were already knocking on death's door anyway. So what if the serum sped up the clock by 24 hours? To him, their gruesome deaths are just stepping stones for human evolution. With a chillingly calm voice, Shin orders his remaining assistant out of the slaughterhouse. He insists on disposing of the meat suits himself. The terrified junior assistant keeps his mouth shut and scrambles out of the room. Left alone with the corpses, Shin's manic grin grows wider. He is absolutely convinced this miracle formula will work. The missing puzzle piece? They just need the perfect biological vessel. He knows in his rotting soul that the ultimate test subject is out there waiting. And that brings us right to our main character. Meet Kang Yuan, alongside his ride-or-die buddy, Jinmin Hyung. These guys grind away at a local funeral home, literally wrestling with the dead for a paycheck. After grabbing some quick takeout and cracking jokes, they clock back in and head over to the city hospital for their next pickup. Striding up to the front desk, Yuan flashes his official business card. He slickly introduces himself to the receptionist as Kang Yuan, the designated retrieval guy from Hanul Funeral Services. They are here for a fresh dispatch. Two patients who supposedly kicked the bucket at dawn. Hyung finally strolls up right beside him, after taking a massive detour to the restroom. Minutes later, the sterile hospital doors slide open, dumping them right into the operating room. But talk about a twisted fate. The exact stiffs they need to bag up? They are the very same victims from Dr. Shin's horrific underground experiment. Hyung checks the tags, confirming it is a tragic father and daughter duo. The official hospital records claim a fatal car crash wiped them out, but Yuan immediately smells a rat. The dad is absolutely mangled, sure, yet the daughter's corpse? It is completely untouched. Besides a single mysterious slash on her arm, there is zero trauma. Hyung quickly shuts down his inner detective, reminding him they are just body baggers, not forensic experts. He tells Yuan to drop the conspiracy theories and just focus on getting these cold bodies into the van. Still paranoid, Yuan pries open the dead girl's jaw to check for clues. Suddenly, a jagged, shattered tooth slices straight through his bare finger. Wiping the blood away, they get back to the grim task at hand. But the second they lift the father's heavy corpse, Yuan freezes dead in his tracks. That deep gash on the dead girl's arm? It has completely vanished. His brain practically short-circuits. He frantically points out the impossible healing factor to Hyung. But before the words even leave his mouth, a devastating, venomous spike of pain strikes Yuan's chest. His knees buckle instantly, sending him crashing to the tiles. Hyung panics, sprinting over to catch him, but Yuan is already plunging into absolute agony. A hellish, bone-shattering fire rips through his veins, tearing a raw scream from his throat. The unknown mutation from that dead girl's tooth is hijacking his entire bloodstream. The viral payload surges straight to his heart, pounding like a ticking time bomb. His skin practically melts with a blazing, radioactive fever. It feels like he is being roasted alive from the inside out. His primal instincts scream that death is seconds away. The world violently spins, fading to pitch black. He collapses cold, leaving a terrified Hyung sobbing over his lifeless body. Meanwhile, in the shadows, the dead girl's fingers brutally twitch. Sometime later, Yuan's eyes snap wide open. His head is spinning with total amnesia, but then he spots her. The so-called dead girl is rhythmically smashing her skull against the metal door. Pure, unadulterated terror paralyzes Yuan as the corpse stands upright. And just when he thinks this nightmare cannot get any worse, his gaze drops to the floor. Hyung is lying there, completely shredded and drowning in a pool of his own blood. A suffocating panic instantly crushes Yuan's lungs. He looks down to find his own hands drenched in thick, crimson gore. Suddenly, the undead girl snaps her neck toward him, their eyes locking in dead silence. But surprisingly, she just pivots away, going right back to her sickening, rhythmic headbanging. Tearing his eyes from his slaughtered best friend, Yuan stares intensely at his soaked palms. Something is deeply wrong. The metallic stench of fresh blood hanging in the air suddenly smells oddly intoxicating. That rich, heavy aroma floods his senses, almost making his mouth water with dark hunger. The entire slaughterhouse feels like a twisted, drug-induced hallucination. But then, a grotesque gurgle echoes out. His murdered friend just groaned. Jolted back to reality, Yuan scrambles over, desperately shaking Hyung to bring him back from the dead. Dead silence, not even a twitch from his buddy. Refusing to leave his bro behind, Yi Huan makes a split-second call. He drags the lifeless body along, praying some doctor is still alive. But the hospital is an absolute war zone. Crimson paints the hallways. Total ghost town. That is, until the camera pans to a terrified old man, sobbing in the shadows. A lifeless girl rests at his feet. Cold sweat drips down the old guy's face, his mind snapping under the suffocating terror. Hope has officially left the chat. If no rescue team is here, the outside world has already fallen. He spits curses at whoever unleashed this hell. Suddenly, the nearby corpse twitches, panic takes the wheel, and the old guy bolts. Staying means a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Gripping a random golf club like a lifeline, he pushes through the dread. He is making a desperate break for the exit. Meanwhile, back in the operating room, Yi Huan finally secures his buddy on a gurney. Ready to roll out and find meds, a sudden wave of exhaustion hits him like a truck. His stomach twists in brutal agony. It is a gut-wrenching, gnawing hunger. But the math is not mathing. He literally stuffed his face before checking in. It has barely been a few hours. But let's be real, guys. This craving is not for a cheeseburger. His body is screaming for human blood. Shaking off the dark thoughts, he bites the bullet and shoves the metal cart forward. Bursting through the double doors, he bumps right into the golf club-wielding grandpa. Talk about a massive stroke of luck. Yi Huan practically begs the guy, screaming for a doctor to save his bro. But out of nowhere, swoosh, the freaky headbanger zombie blitzes past him. She launches at the old man, like a rabid beast locked onto fresh meat. The guy stumbles back, shrieking. Then, a whole horde pours out of the woodwork, tearing him apart in a vicious bloodbath. Yi Huan freezes. His entire body shakes as he watches the absolute carnage. Then, the ultimate betrayal. The friend he risked everything for slowly gets up. Dragging his feet toward the monstrous pack, he approaches the gruesome all-you-can-eat buffet. Dropping to his knees, his bro sinks his teeth straight into the old man's skull. He just joined the zombie feast. Yi Huan dives behind a concrete pillar, heart hammering. His hilarious, goofball best friend is now a mindless, flesh-eating freak. Yi Huan's brain completely short-circuits. This has to be a nightmare, right? He squeezes his eyes shut, desperately trying to wake up. Spoiler alert. The horrific crunching sounds prove it is dead real. Glancing at a calendar, reality hits him like a freight train. April 29th. Wait, it was just the 24th. Bro was knocked out cold for 5 straight days. Whipping out his smartphone, the glowing screen confirms the terrifying truth. The screen is absolutely blown up. Dozens of missed calls and frantic texts from his older sister. The messages are pure panic. She is losing her mind with worry, begging him to lock the doors, stay hidden, and just survive this apocalypse. Right on cue, the battery drops to 0. Black screen. Yi Huan is completely in the dark, but playing the waiting game is suicide. To protect his sister and Minhee, he needs to break out of this death trap. Meanwhile, across town, a terrified girl huddles in the shadows of a local mart. The streets outside are absolutely crawling with infected monsters, leaving her praying for a total miracle. Smash cut back to our boy Yi Huan. He is booking it down the bloody corridors, leaping down entire flights of stairs. For one terrifying second, he locks eyes with the psycho headbanger, but pure adrenaline kicks in, and he physically blasts his way out of the hospital doors. Freedom, finally. But that demonic hunger comes roaring back. Stopping for a snack in an apocalypse is crazy, but his body is completely running on empty. After 5 days in a coma, his stomach is staging a brutal riot. Vision blurring from starvation, survival instinct forces him to hunt for calories. Scanning the ruined streets, a neon sign catches his eye. A ransacked convenience store. He sneaks inside without hesitating. He starts inhaling stale burgers and chugging soda like a madman. Wiping his mouth, the intense craving finally dials back. But wait, a massive red flag pops up. He did not even flinch at the rotting smell or check expiration dates. Plus, he literally despised cheap junk food before this. So why did it taste like a 5-star meal? Tears blur his vision. As the brutal reality of his best friend hits him, the image of his bro tearing into flesh burns in his mind. The dude used to geek out over zombie movies, and now he is trapped in his own horror flick. Choking on his grief, Yi Huan's morning is cut short. A sharp crash echoes from the dusty storage closet. Stealth mode activated. He creeps toward the door and swings it open. Bingo! It is the frightened girl from earlier. She lets out an absolute ear-piercing scream. Convinced a flesh-eater just cornered her, she shrinks back in pure terror. Peeking through her fingers, bracing for death, she sees Yi Huan throwing up the most awkward, forced smile ever, offering a hand. But the clock is ticking. Outside, a grotesque shadow shuffles toward the glass doors, while inside, our boy starts looting the shelves for round 2. He tosses the snacks to the starving girl, and she absolutely demolishes the food like she hasn't eaten in a century. Watching her inhale the meal, Yi Huan quickly tells her to pace herself, warning that scarfing it down will totally wreck her stomach. After finally washing it all down with some water, the color returns to her face as she breathes a heavy sigh of relief and thanks him. But then she drops the million-dollar question, asking how the heck he managed to sneak inside, totally catching him off guard. Sweating bullets, he scrambles for an excuse, claiming his hunger completely took over, and he just blindly charged into the convenience store. Obviously, that sounds like pure cap, considering the streets outside are literally crawling with flesh-eating monsters. Shifting the focus, Yi Huan asks where he can juice up his dead phone, and she points out the racks of power banks nearby. He decides to grab one and bounce, but the terrified girl frantically begs him to keep the door shut against the undead horde. Yi Huan just waves off her panic, confidently stating the coast was completely clear when he slipped in. Talk about horrible timing. The second our boy swings the door open, a gnarly zombie spawns right out of nowhere. The monster locks its dead eyes on the girl and instantly goes feral, launching itself at her with terrifying speed. Not on his watch. Yi Huan steps right into the line of fire and shoves the beast back, but he completely misjudges his own strength. The impact launches the zombie into the air like a crumpled paper bag, sending it violently skidding across the linoleum. What he meant as a basic shove turned into a devastating critical hit, leaving the girl behind him absolutely speechless. Honestly, Yi Huan is just as shook, staring at his hands in disbelief at this crazy power-up, while the obliterated monster lies totally knocked out on the floor. As the dust settles, the sheer scale of his ridiculous strength becomes crystal clear. He literally sent that undead creep crashing through a solid glass window, launching it a solid 15 feet away. Sure, he put some muscle into it, but one-shotting a monster like that? Insane. And that is when another crazy realization hits him. This whole time he was running around the chaotic streets, not a single infected freak even tried to bite him. The girl snaps him out of it, begging to know the secret behind his superhuman stats. But then she drops the dreaded A word, calling him an ajusi, and his soul leaves his body. Middle-aged man? He is way too young to be catching that kind of disrespect. Shaking off the emotional damage, he remembers his main quest and heads to the electronics aisle. Once his phone finally powers up, he dials his sister Nuna, but the line just endlessly rings out. Pure, ice-cold dread washes over him. The terrifying thought that he might have failed to protect his family starts gnawing at his mind. Memories of Minhee and Nuna flash through his head, making his vision blur with tears. But he violently shakes off the despair, refusing to accept the worst-case scenario. For all he knows, her battery just died, and she is safely hiding out, praying for rescue. His eyes harden with fresh determination, and he resolves to plunge back into the apocalyptic nightmare. But before he can go full solo leveling mode, he needs to secure the safety of the girl shivering right in front of him. He asks about her phone, which turns out to be dead as a doornail. Without missing a beat, he tosses her a power bank and tells her to contact her family. Moments later, the call actually connects to her mom, and heavy tears immediately stream down her cheeks. Between broken sobs, she frantically shares her location and confirms she is safe, lifting a massive weight off her mother's shoulders. She even makes sure to give all the credit to the badass Ajusi, who stepped up to save her life. Cue Yi Huan internally screaming again. The dude is barely 28 years old, yet he is being painted as some old neighborhood uncle. Just as he is silently plotting his revenge against that title, the tone of the call turns chilling, as her mother drops a horrifying warning. She desperately tells her daughter never to return home before the line abruptly goes dead, leaving the poor girl absolutely shattered. The crushing rejection breaks her down into agonizing sobs. Seeing this kid completely abandoned and broken, Yi Huan's hero instincts kick in. He calmly tells her to stick by his side, promising to escort her through the madness. But just as they make a plan, A blood-curdling racket echoes from the storefront. A massive wave of infected monsters has officially swarmed the convenience store. Paralyzed by fear, the girl curls up, convinced this is game over. But Yi Huan just cracks his knuckles, knowing full well that running is no longer an option. He quickly raids the store's inventory, crafting a brutal makeshift weapon to clear out the trash. Standing at the storeroom exit, he drops an ironclad rule: lock the door behind him, and absolutely do not open it for anyone. Promising he will be right back, he marches toward the danger while the terrified girl begs him not to throw his life away. Ignoring her pleas, he slams the door shut and steps into the slaughterhouse. A few moments of intense monster bashing later, Yi Huan casually strolls back in, declaring the obstacle course cleared. Seeing him standing there without a single scratch completely blows the girl's mind. Still reeling from the shock, she stammers out a question, asking if he is seriously unhurt. He flashes a confident smirk. Any doubts he had before are totally gone after casually wiping out that horde. He knows his awakened stats are the real deal. The craziest part of this whole apocalypse? The undead have absolutely zero interest in making him their next meal. Yi Huan casually strolls into an abandoned boutique, hunting for some fresh drip to replace his blood-soaked gear. Stepping out onto the street looking brand new, the universe basically hands him a massive win. Parked right across the asphalt is an absolute beast of a heavy motorcycle. The chrome gleams in the ruins, practically begging our main character to hop on and tear up the roads. Fast forward to their wrecked convenience store base camp, where the girl is finally tossing on the fresh fit he scavenged for her. He rubs the back of his neck, awkwardly apologizing for his total lack of women's fashion sense. He just grabbed whatever did not smell like rotting flesh. With the monster horde surprisingly thin outside, he figures it is prime time to raid the aisles for rations before they bounce. Scanning the busted shelves, Yi Huan's eyes lock onto a solid wooden baseball bat. Instant weapon upgrade unlocked. But the girl is stressing hard. Why is he risking his own neck for a total stranger? The math just is not mathing in her head. She automatically assumes this Juicy has a wife and kids waiting for him at home. Hearing that dreaded word, Yi Huan visibly recoils with pure cringe. Called an old man twice in one day? Brutal. Shaking off the disrespect, he tells her to drop the guilt trip. Surviving means lifting each other up. Karma might just save his life down the line. Plus, let us be completely real here. These rotting freaks literally treat him like he is invisible. He is playing this survival game on God mode. Outside, the moonlight bathes the ruined city, casting a spooky glow over the wandering horde. But that eerie nighttime silence shatters when a massive roar rips through the dead air. A 700cc engine screams to life. At the helm of this mechanical beast is none other than Yi Huan. He is revving his new ride like an absolute boss. Despite the ear-piercing noise, the horde barely twitches, completely blinded by his anomaly status, which perfectly cloaks the terrified girl clinging to his back. With the asphalt wide open, he guns the throttle, desperate to track down Nuna and pull her out of this living nightmare. The camera suddenly cuts to a desolate gas station, where a terrified dude is cowering inside a ransacked mart. Clutching his very last bottle of water, he is fully accepting that it is game over. He internally screams at his garbage luck for getting trapped in a spot that has already been picked clean by looters. Out of nowhere, the heavy rumble of a motorcycle engine vibrates through the floorboards. A spark of hope ignites in his chest. Could it actually be other living, breathing humans? The mechanical growl gets deafeningly loud, screeching to a halt right at his front door. Peeking through the glass, the guy watches a rider casually kick down his kickstand, right in the dead center of the monster-infested zone. The survivor practically hyperventilates, thinking this dude has a death wish. Throwing caution to the wind, he decides to risk it all and scream a warning. But he really did not need to stress, because Yi Huan is already putting on a masterclass in zombie slaying. Bam. One swing, one kill. He is literally one-shotting the undead. The guy behind the counter watches, his jaw practically hitting the floor. Suddenly, a crawler lunges at Yi Huan's blind spot. The mart survivor screams his lungs out, but our boy simply takes 2 chill steps backward, and the monster whizzes right past him, as if his hitbox does not even exist. The spectator's brain is completely short-circuiting at this point. Meanwhile, that missed zombie redirects its hunger toward the terrified girl on the bike. Without a second thought, our guy swings his bat with such insane torque, he launches the monster into the stratosphere like a busted trash bag. Threat neutralized. He shoots the girl a reassuring nod. As for the dude locked in the mart, he is frozen like a statue, staring at Yi Huan as if he just witnessed a miracle. If his eyes are working correctly, those mutated freaks were actively refusing to take a bite out of this guy. Completely unfazed by the absolute carnage, Yi Huan strolls over to the fuel pump to top off the tank, knowing they have a brutal journey ahead. But the duo nearly jumps out of their skin when this disheveled middle-aged dude suddenly bursts out of the convenience store, radiating manic energy. He is dead set on the fact that the absolute unit standing before him is the ultimate journalism scoop, a term that flies straight over Yi Huan's completely confused head, chugging his water, like it is a divine elixir, straight from the heavens. The stranger lets out a massive sigh of relief. Raising an eyebrow, Yi Huan asks how long he has been rotting in there. Turns out, it has only been 3 miserable days. He definitely did not expect the entire store to be completely wiped clean of snacks. Despite hitting rock bottom, a massive grin spreads across his face, hyped beyond belief to meet his apocalyptic saviors. Trying to lock in some good vibes, he introduces himself as Kim Guido. He is a 32-year-old reporter who officially just quit his job because, well, society has totally collapsed. The girl shyly chimes in as Park Gina, a 20-year-old college freshman whose semester got violently canceled. And finally, our legend, Yi Huan, who looks to be pushing 28. With a heavy sigh, he awkwardly confesses that he makes his living as a mortician. Or, at least, he did before the world ended. Guido laughs, saying he looks way too badass for that, while Gina just stares at him, completely mesmerized. Guido questions this tiny detail. Honestly, it is just because our girl was low-key shell-shocked that her savior was not some crusty boomer uncle. The journalist finally pieces together their meet-cute. Truthfully, it was just a random string of chaotic events that threw them into the same orbit. Right inside that wrecked convenience store, Yi Huan rubs his neck, admitting it is crazy how they survived together this long without even dropping their names. Guido nods, totally getting the vibe. He knows these two survived absolute nightmare fuel while being locked down in this hellhole, a massive trauma dump he is completely willing to unpack later. But right now, one burning question is eating him alive. Guido cuts to the chase, demanding the truth about Yi Huan's insane cheat skill. How is he totally invisible to the infected? Outside, the undead horde gurgles, desperately sniffing the air for fresh meat. Snapping back to reality, Yi Huan spills his wild backstory. He explains how he was knocked out cold, inside a freezing morgue for 5 whole days. Our boy woke up completely clueless about the literal apocalypse melting down outside, until he finally stepped out. His last memory? Spiking a crazy fever before everything faded to black. Guido scribbles furiously in his notepad, tracking every single detail of Yi Huan's epic hospital breakout and his fateful run-in with Gina right after. The journalist also locks down Gina's backstory. She was roaming this wasteland, desperate to find her family, realizing they were both completely offline. During the initial outbreak, Guido lets out a heavy sigh. Honestly, he calls their ignorance a total blessing in disguise. Gina's eyes widen with pure dread as she asks why. Guido's face darkens. He drops the brutal truth. The entire world collapsed into a blood-soaked zombieland in a matter of hours. The reality was worse than their darkest nightmares. Those first 2 days? Absolute unhinged carnage. Everyday people instantly mutated into feral, flesh-hungry monsters. The masses were slaughtered before they could even process the apocalypse crashing down on them. But the most gut-wrenching, soul-crushing part? Survivors were ripped apart by their own families. They died, screaming, begging to know what possessed the people they loved. The sheer terror in Guido's voice shatters Gina completely, and heavy tears start streaming down her pale cheeks. Realizing he went way too dark, Guido frantically backpedals and apologizes, swearing that her family has to be safe since that phone call actually went through. He promises she will absolutely see them again. A sliver of hope Gina tries to desperately cling to, even as doubt violently shakes her core. Cutting through the heavy tension, Yi Huan flips the script, demanding to hear the journalist's origin story. Guido scoffs, bitterly admitting that his press badge means 0 in hell. He was actively hunting down the exact source of this mutant virus, but chasing that deadly scoop left him totally stranded. His tank hit empty, and he got permanently hard stuck in this death trap. Suddenly dialed in on uncovering the truth behind this apocalypse, Yi Huan presses him for answers. What did he actually find? But Guido waves it off, insisting it does not matter right now. Suddenly, his blood runs cold, as a much deadlier threat steals his focus. He snaps his head to the left, and absolute terror grips his soul. A massive swarm of walkers is violently smashing against the glass. Panic explodes through the room. They are completely boxed inside this miserable gas station, and stepping outside means becoming a 5-star buffet for those freaks. Yi Huan's eyes narrow. It is time to hit the gas and get the heck out of Dodge before that glass shatters. Since the bike is completely out of the question, he demands Guido's car coordinates. It is ditched on the shoulder, just a few desperate minutes away. But here is the massive catch. To reach that getaway ride, they have to bulldoze straight through this nightmare horde, gripping a heavy steel club. Our main character steps up to play the ultimate hero. He orders them to barricade the entrance while he carves open a bloody path. Guido thinks this is pure, unadulterated suicide. Watching this kid willingly throw himself into the meat grinder, just for their sake, it is insane. But Yi Huan smirks. He flashes his wild card. The infected literally cannot touch him. slowly turning to Gina. His fierce eyes soften into a breathtakingly gentle smile. He promises to deliver her home, no matter the cost. Exhaling a sharp breath, our absolute unit steps out for a 1 versus 50 battle royale. But wait, right before he charges, Gina finally gathers her courage. She tells him to drop the formalities and just use her first name. After all, their age gap is barely a thing. Hearing her sweet request, his grin widens. He softly murmurs her name, cementing their bond before marching into the abyss. Honestly, the absolute funniest part is Guido awkwardly standing there, third-wheeling a literal romance trope in the middle of the apocalypse. Boom. The hideous freaks outside never saw it coming. A lone human just dropped a legendary superhero landing, ready to solo the entire mob. His eyes blaze with unstoppable resolve as he vows that not a single monster will cross that threshold. The undead shriek in agony as our boy absolutely demolishes them with god-tier strength, catching a straggler creeping past his blind spot. And honestly, I do not know if Yi Huan had some kind of personal beef with this specific walker, but he brutally chokeslams the monster straight through the concrete wall. Mid-brawl, a shocking revelation hits him. It is not just that the infected refuse to bite him. It is way crazier. To these bloodthirsty beasts, he is literally a ghost. They cannot even sense his aura. While the science behind this epic cheat code remains a total mystery, Yi Huan could not care less right now. His only mission? Holding the front line like an absolute boss, while his crew safely watches his legendary rampage from behind the glass. Guido's brain goes into complete overdrive. He is literally staring in pure disbelief. He is seeing the exact same impossible reality as Yuan, but witnessing this sudden, monstrous power awakening is entirely different. The main character is literally obliterating the infected on sight, tossing them around like rag dolls. But this god-tier rampage is draining his energy fast, triggering an unnatural, clawing hunger. He just ate, but his stomach is screaming, like he has been starving for a literal eternity. It is that exact same feral feeling from before, stripping his strength and demanding fresh fuel. Tearing through the undead masses, Yuan figures his mind will clear up once he slaughters this mob and grabs some food. But then, seeing the absolute, gut-wrenching panic frozen on Gina's face, forces his legs to just give out entirely. Guido is baffled, and Gina is practically sick with worry. Why? Because our guy is just kneeling there, totally winded, while a literal sea of walkers completely ignores him. His mind is spinning. Why did his primal instincts lock right onto Gina just now? Here is the terrifying truth. A dark, twisted craving is tearing through his veins. He wants to devour human flesh. At this very second, he is barely different from the monsters. No wonder the infected are not treating him like prey. Regardless, Gina is absolutely frantic to rush over and save him. Thankfully, Guido steps in, warning her that it is basically a suicide mission. While they panic, Yuan forces himself back on his feet. He channels that dark urge into pure violence, shredding through the horde with absolute maximum prejudice. He ends his brutal combo by literally caving a monster's skull into the concrete. But when the dust finally settles on his rampage, he is left trembling and gasping for air, terrified of his own shadow. He knows he is walking a dangerous line, and even Guido senses the heavy shift in his aura. Drowning in a toxic sea of panic and confusion, our protagonist desperately tries to anchor his fractured mind, clinging to the shred of humanity he has left. He is not one of them. At least, that is the lie he is desperately trying to sell himself. With a sinister crimson glow flashing in his eyes, Yuan makes a silent vow. He would rather die than cross that cursed line. Thankfully, chugging a massive amount of water actually manages to drown out that feral bloodlust. It takes a literal gallon, but considering the insane cardio he just pulled off, clearing out a mob solo definitely demands hydration. Gina is hovering around him, checking for any hidden bite marks. But surprisingly, he came out of that death zone without a single scratch. Even so, our sharp-eyed journalist knows that surviving a bloodbath of that scale requires some seriously heavy plot armor. Though the demonic craving faded, Yuan is suddenly hit with a massive wave of agonizing, hollow cramps twisting his stomach into knots. Shaking it off to keep the group moving, he points out that their best shot at survival is rolling out in Guido's ride. It is basically their only ticket out of this hellscape. They just need to scavenge the area, secure some abandoned fuel, and get the engine roaring again. Yuan makes it clear they have to stick together like glue, since splitting up is just asking for a death screen. But right on cue, the universe decides to ruin their vibe. A random survivor bursts onto the scene, screaming his lungs out. Miraculously, this guy managed to dodge the wandering biters out there. Hearing the raw desperation in his voice, Yuan instantly clocks him as a genuine victim. The catch? His buddy is bleeding out and knocking on death's door. But let us be real. Throwing a lifeline to a total stranger in the middle of the apocalypse is the biggest red flag imaginable. While Yuan starts mentally mapping out the risks, Guido stays totally frosty, warning the squad that these newcomers might be setting a deadly trap. But Gina instantly clashes with his hardcore survival logic, refusing to throw away her humanity just because the world ended. Surprisingly, Yuan backs up her innocent mindset. Outvoted and frustrated, Guido finally caves, deciding to roll with their reckless mercy. So, Gina unbolts the door, letting these frantic dudes inside, who immediately start acting like she is a literal angel from heaven. But plot twist, these pathetic actors are absolutely pure trash, and our heroes just handed them the VIP pass to their safe house. Gina plays the ultimate medic, passing out water bottles and checking their status. Unsurprisingly, Guido goes full detective mode, keeping his guard up, to bluntly demand if the bleeding guy caught a zombie bite. The heavier dude starts sweating bullets, frantically waving his arms to show they are totally clean of bite marks. His partner chimes in, insisting that if the infection was in his veins, he would be growling and snapping jaws by now. Despite the alibi, our suspicious journalist refuses to buy their act, grilling them on their actual endgame here. Shockingly, these guys have literally zero survival game plan, and were just desperately praying for a miracle to save their bro. Guido maintains his intense, icy glare, which finally pushes Gina past her breaking point. She roasts him for being so deeply cynical, insisting they need to focus on first aid instead of interrogations, reminding everyone that they are only breathing right now because Yuan showed them mercy earlier. The nervous, sweaty newcomer bows frantically, praising her golden heart. Realizing he is killing the vibe, Guido takes a step back. Breaking the tension, Yuan shifts gears completely, asking if the parked escape vehicle is a heavy-duty truck. That would mean all 5 survivors could comfortably pile in for the getaway. But obviously, our overpowered main character is cooking up a solo side quest. He intends to secure a dirt bike for himself. Why? So he can charge into the unknown as the group's vanguard, clearing the fog of war and securing safe zones. It is a massive brain play, considering camping out here will eventually get them swarmed. The journalist gives the tactical move a solid nod of approval, agreeing that they need to lock down those wheels immediately. Gina steps up, promising to play combat medic for the wounded stranger, while the boys secure the transport. Guido leaves her with a reassuring nod, telling her to stay frosty because they will be right back. And with that, the duo steps back out into the nightmare. Little did our duo know, those absolute bottom feeders were already plotting their next move. Meanwhile, the camera pans back to Yi Huan and Guido. Reaching the abandoned vehicle, they start pumping gas, but Yi Huan cannot shake off his curiosity. Why is the journalist so aggressively paranoid about those 3 newcomers? Guido keeps it entirely real. His survival instincts are screaming at him that those strangers are walking red flags. Living through the pure, unadulterated nightmare of the past few days has completely shattered his faith in humanity. Trust is a luxury he can no longer afford. Hearing this ultra-cynical worldview, Yi Huan tilts his head. If people are so terrible, why did Guido instantly put his faith in our main character? The journalist lets out a bitter laugh. Dehydration was already melting his brain. It was a desperate gamble just to stay breathing. Yi Huan then drops another question. Why did Guido call him the ultimate scoop the second they locked eyes? Let us be totally honest here. Guido basically won the apocalypse lottery by stumbling onto a guy who is completely immune to the zombie virus. Before things can get too deep, our boy's stomach unleashes a rumble loud enough to shake the heavens. Bro is definitely about to inhale food like Goku. Once this absolute nightmare is over, Yi Huan gets totally flustered. But hey, wiping out hordes of undead monsters burns some serious calories. Guido suggests a food run right after they secure the ride. But then, the atmosphere drops to sub-zero. A chilling sensation crawls up our protagonist's spine. He whips around, suddenly paralyzed in his tracks. His superhuman hearing caught a sound. And trust me, it is not the undead this time. Yi Huan is dead certain. That was Gina crying out. Cutting back to the gas station, the situation has escalated into a total nightmare. Those filthy scumbags have violently grabbed Gina, sadistically threatening that her panicked screams will only summon a horde of zombies. The terrifying cold steel of a gun barrel presses against her temple, freezing the blood in her veins. That rat who faked being deathly ill, he finally drops the innocent act. A wicked grin spreads across his face, thrilled that they fell directly into his pathetic little trap. He is completely done playing the helpless victim. His absolute garbage crew is already plotting an ambush, ready to unload their clips into Yi Huan and Guido the second they walk through the door. And Gina? She is the ultimate meat shield to guarantee their victory. But Gina refuses to be a victim. She viciously sinks her teeth into his finger, making this clown squeal like a total coward. Furious, he backhands her across the face and mercilessly starts pistol whipping her. Even after she slumps to the ground unconscious, the absolute psycho is still fuming over his bleeding hand. His own buddy bursts out laughing, roasting him for surviving the zombie apocalypse, only to get chomped on by a regular girl. Regardless, the fake sick loser is done messing around. He orders his heavier buddy to lock down the perimeter and keep watch outside. The absolute creep intends to take full advantage of her unconscious state. He is planning to drag her along as their personal toy, after they handle the boys. But suddenly, bam! Out of absolute nowhere, Yi Huan materializes like an angry ghost, delivering a devastating blow that sends the guard flying across the room. His eyes lock onto Gina's battered and unconscious body. Pure, unadulterated fury erupts within him. Guido rushes in right behind him, his heart dropping at the gruesome sight. The journalist scrambles to help her, kicking himself for not acting on his gut instinct earlier. Yi Huan coldly orders Guido to get her to the safety of the car immediately. As for our main character, his eyes are dead, and he is in the mood to catch some bodies. He is staying right here to settle the score. Sweating bullets, the journalist hauls Gina to the vehicle. Thanking his lucky stars they avoided attracting a horde. He glances down at her bruised face. She is seriously banged up. Guido grits his teeth. This tragic outcome is exactly what he feared, the second he laid eyes on those snakes. In this twisted apocalyptic world, this brutal moment serves as a dark wake-up call for both Gina and Yi Huan. Blind trust will only get you killed, but for now, she is secure. Because Guido knows exactly what kind of absolute monster is standing guard behind those doors. Speaking of our overpowered protagonist, let us warp back to the combat zone. Yi Huan is piercing those clowns with a death glare that could freeze hell itself. They dared to lay hands on his girl? Oh, somebody is definitely meeting their maker today. Backing up, the two surviving scumbags brandish their weapons. Gripping a steel baton and a heavy crowbar, they start running their mouths, mocking our boy for walking into a 2-on-1 death trap. Yi Huan remains dead silent. Then, in the ultimate flex, he casually drops his metal bat to the floor. Clang! The thugs are completely baffled. For a split second, they smirk, thinking he just surrendered. But the heavier dude's smile instantly vanishes. He screams at Ji Hun to back off. Something is deeply, horribly wrong with this high schooler. Thick, dark veins violently bulge across Yi Huan's face. His righteous fury twists into a spine-chilling, sinister grin. His human reasoning shatters into a million pieces. And the most terrifying part? He is starving. A demonic craving for fresh human flesh takes the wheel, pushing his sanity right off a cliff. Ladies and gentlemen, absolute carnage is unleashed. In a flash of brutal violence, Gi Hun is put down. Our boy descends upon the fresh corpse, terrifyingly savoring every single bite as he rips into the meat. Dripping with crimson, he slowly turns his head. Step by agonizing step, he stalks toward the mastermind, who dared to hurt Gina and mock their mercy. The fake sick loser is shaking like a leaf, completely paralyzed by the walking nightmare approaching him. The cinematic panel we get of Yi Huan here is pure, nightmare fuel brilliance. He is staring down this thug like a fresh piece of fried chicken. Desperate, the trembling coward wildly points his pathetic little firearm at the monster, but it is utterly useless. Yi Huan absolutely obliterates him, feeding the demonic hunger within. After casually wiping the gruesome evidence from his chin, the scene shifts. Outside, Guido hears a deafening gunshot and leaps from the car in pure panic, only to be hit with a jaw-dropping sight. Out of the blood-soaked gas station, only one man emerged breathing. It was Yi Huan. The journalist, Guido, immediately checks on our exhausted hero, but Yi Huan completely brushes off his own well-being. His only concern? Gina. Hearing that she is sleeping peacefully in the back finally lets him breathe a sigh of relief. Guido's sharp eyes catch the sudden outfit change, his mind racing with questions. Instead of answering, Yi Huan tosses him a heavy piece of metal, the revolver he ripped from those psycho clowns. In this hellish apocalypse, a firearm is practically a golden ticket. Guido's eyes light up with grim satisfaction. After everything that just went down, Yi Huan silently agrees to rely on Guido's sharp instincts moving forward. Our boy is actually learning from his deadly mistakes. No naive, overly optimistic main character energy here. Still, catching that haunted look in his eyes, Guido presses him again. Are you absolutely sure you are unharmed? What really went down in the shadows of that station? Slapping on a painfully fake smile, Yi Huan buries his trauma deep down. He silently inspects their ride, carrying a weight too heavy to share. Time to ditch this nightmare fuel of a location. The journalist remains completely in the dark about the absolute bloodbath that just occurred indoors. But honestly, ignorance is bliss right now. The trio hits the gas, peeling away from the cursed gas station. As the desolate road stretches ahead of them, Gina's eyelids flutter open. Panic instantly spikes as she realizes she is strapped into a moving vehicle with Guido. Her memory is a blurry, terrifying mess. Reading her sheer terror, the journalist immediately steps in. He promises her that those backstabbing scumbags, they have been dealt with permanently. He adds that Yi Huan has sworn to become her ultimate shield. He isn't going anywhere. Hearing those words of absolute loyalty shatters the last of Gina's emotional walls. She buries her face in her trembling hands, violently sobbing. Guido's heart drops, terrified that she is hiding a fatal physical wound. But the pain goes much deeper than flesh. It is the agonizing sting of betrayal. How could the very humans they tried to save turn into such monsters? They offered nothing but kindness in this rotting world. Instead of banding together, those trash-tier humans shattered her faith in humanity. A cold, heavy despair has permanently locked itself around her heart. Trusting another soul feels utterly impossible now. It is a totally suffocating reality. Guido completely gets it, but he knows exactly how to pull her back from the psychological abyss. He hits her with the raw truth. She doesn't have to trust the world. She just needs to trust Yi Huan. That guy will literally burn the world down to keep her safe, no matter what nightmarish twists await them. Now, let's hit the pause button real quick. Remember that intense moment when Yi Huan handed over the loaded revolver? That wasn't just him sharing loot. Our main character is deeply terrified of his own awakening powers. He gave Guido the gun as a failsafe, just in case he turns into a monster himself. Alright, diving back into the chaotic timeline. Our trio breaches an abandoned building, systematically wiping out every single infected threat lurking in the shadows. Yi Huan moves to guide his squad toward a secured room, but then he freezes. His gaze locks onto a dusty, cracked picture frame resting on a shelf, a smiling family. The brutal reality hits him like a freight train. These bloodthirsty monsters used to be someone's entire world. A heavy apology leaves his lips for ending the father's life. Shaking off the guilt, he secures 2 rooms for the night. The immediate danger is completely neutralized. Yet, our boy is seriously scratching his head. Why the heck did Guido insist on camping here? They literally just scored a working set of wheels. But the journalist is thinking 10 steps ahead. He knows their stamina gauges are blinking red from the constant adrenaline spikes. Pushing through the darkness is a total death wish. Plus, Gina's mental state is hanging by a single, fragile thread. She desperately needs a hard reset. A shadow of worry crosses Yi Huan's face as he asks about her recovery. Honestly, the forecast is grim. The sheer psychological trauma she just tanked has left a massive, bleeding scar on her psyche. Her ability to rely on others has been completely nuked. It is an incredibly suffocating, isolated flavor of despair. It is absolutely heart-wrenching. One vile encounter with the worst of humanity can permanently rewrite how a person views the entire world. But Guido hits him with a heavy dose of reality. This is exactly why Yi Huan needs to step up and be her anchor. With her faith in humanity sitting at absolute zero, she will only cling to the one guy who proved his worth through blood and sweat. The unwavering protector who snatched her from the jaws of death time and time again. The heavy burden of responsibility makes Yi Huan physically flinch. He frantically argues that they literally just met 24 hours ago. Guido smirks, firing back that they have survived a whole lifetime of trauma in just one day. And honestly, he is not wrong. Moving on to the main event. The journalist's ultimate reason for setting up camp? It is all about Yi Huan's mysterious anomalies. Guido's reporter instincts are screaming at maximum volume. He has been hoarding a massive list of burning questions. Right off the bat, he drops the biggest bomb. Why the heck do the infected completely ignore his existence? Our protagonist is just as clueless as we are, but he is dead certain about one terrifying fact. To the Horde, he is practically a ghost. Guido rubs his chin, slipping into a deep, analytical trance. What kind of insane, sci-fi logic could possibly explain this glitch in the apocalypse? The puzzle pieces are scattered, and with it only being day 1, their intel is criminally low. Still, Guido makes him promise one thing. If our boy uncovers even a tiny clue about his mutating biology, he needs to spill the details instantly. The interrogation continues. Did our hero secretly train in elite martial arts or competitive sports? The bizarre question makes Yi Huan tilt his head in pure confusion. He instantly shoots down the theory. No special training at all. This revelation absolutely floors the journalist, because his raw, explosive power, it was straight out of an action manhwa. He was casually tossing infected mutants around, shattering them against concrete walls like they were made of cheap plastic. Staring right into his soul, Guido whispers the unspeakable. You fight like you are not even human anymore. Those exact words send an icy shiver straight down Yi Huan's spine. Catching that flash of pure terror, Guido immediately backs off. He realizes our boy is just as terrified of his own shadow right now. Time to diffuse the crushing tension. The journalist drops an apologetic sigh, feeling guilty for grilling the exact dude who literally just pulled them from the Reaper's grasp. Plus, the main quest is still blinking on their map. Yi Huan is absolutely desperate to reach his little sister. He needs to breach their old home and confirm her survival. But the odds are brutally stacked against them. She is locked down in Yangyang, miles away through zombie-infested territory. Surviving that hellish road trip? It is going to take a literal miracle. Against all terrifying odds, Yi Huan refuses to back down. He is dead set on doing whatever it takes to save his sister. The journalist immediately shuts the idea down. He argues that the location is way too deep into the danger zone, and running in blind is basically a massive suicide mission. Honestly, Yihan cannot fully explain his own drive, but his gut screams that it is his absolute duty, and he will face any hell to get it done. Overhearing his fierce resolve, Gina stirs awake. Tears blur her vision, deeply moved by his raw sincerity. Guido notes that our main character might just be a little too selfless. It perfectly explains why Gina trusts him with her life. Scribbling his chaotic thoughts into his notebook, the reporter steers the conversation toward survival. He desperately needs to know if Yihan caught any hidden patterns behind the infected, fishing for literally any tactical advantage that could keep them breathing in this endless nightmare. Scratching the back of his neck, Yihan admits he is drawing a total blank. He suspects their basic human senses are still fully active, but even that theory has massive holes. How do these mindless freaks tell the difference between fresh meat and their own rotting kind? Suddenly stepping into the light, Gina drops an absolute bombshell of a clue. The infected are practically magnetized to exposed human skin. Her late manager discovered this terrifying fact right before the horde tore him apart. Guido frets over her staying up, but Gina slumps into a chair, completely unable to quiet her racing mind. She offers our boy a soft apology for being such a massive burden, promising him that she is finally regaining her strength. Guido practically begs for more details on this insane discovery. Gina confirms the terrifying flesh magnet theory, revealing that is exactly why she demanded to wear long pants earlier. The revelation hits the reporter like a literal truck. Their entire survival strategy just shifted gears completely. Right now, their absolute priority is hunting down thick gloves to hide every inch of flesh. While searching, Gina stumbles upon something totally unexpected, a working radio. A static-filled voice cuts through the silence, announcing day 6 of the apocalyptic outbreak. It serves as a grim reminder that human life is still actively crumbling into an infected wasteland. Gina stares wide-eyed, completely stunned that this dusty analog device is catching a signal during the literal end of the world. The live broadcast echoes through the room. Both guys are absolutely floored to hear. Another surviving voice. It implies the broadcast station is a fortified safe zone, but Yihan instantly smells a trap, guessing the announcers are actually barricaded inside. This is not a heroic news report, it is a desperate SOS. Knowing the station is just a few blocks away, Guido tosses the heavy burden of leadership right onto Yihan. He is the one who has to make the final call, because honestly, our boy is the only powerhouse capable of clearing out that absolute death trap. However, Yihan firmly plants his foot down. Rescuing Gina's parents is their absolute #1 priority. He refuses to sidetrack until her family is safe. Watching him fiercely defend her yet again, a massive wave of comfort washes over Gina. The journalist respects his intense loyalty and orders everyone to catch some sleep. The scene violently shifts to a chaotic nightmare. Our boy is sprinting for his life, pure terror gripping his heart. The bloodthirsty horde is closing the gap, and as the deadly shadows overwhelm him, he braces for the agonizing pain of being eaten alive. Suddenly, the nightmare twists, and his deceased friend Jinmin materializes right in front of him. The shock freezes Yihan to his core. His bro is supposed to be dead. For a split second, Yihan hopes this entire apocalypse was just a twisted fever dream. But reality crumbles into absolute hell when a massive mob of infected starts tearing into a fresh human corpse. It is pure psychological torture. Sporting a demonic, blood-soaked grin, Jinmin casually invites Yihan to join the feast. He insists human meat is delicious now, looking like an absolute sleep paralysis demon. Just picture your absolute best bro dripping in gore, begging you to take a bite out of a person. Literal nightmare fuel, right? Yihan violently snaps awake, gasping for air as cold sweat drips down his face. Soft morning sunlight creeps across his makeshift bed, grounding him back into reality. He stares at his violently shaking hands, trying to suppress the lingering horror. He clenches his fists, swearing to the heavens that he will never turn into a brainless monster. Meanwhile, miles away, the camera pans to an exhausted couple huddled in a dark room. Their food supply just hit absolute zero. Yet, instead of panicking over starvation, their minds are entirely locked on their missing daughter, Gina. They pray to God some legendary survivor swooped in to save her. The heartbroken mother just wants one final glimpse of her baby girl. Trapped and completely helpless, they quietly prepare to accept their tragic fate. But suddenly, a low, aggressive engine roar shatters the silence. The father jolts upright. A roaring motorcycle means a living, breathing survivor. To his absolute horror, the rider parks directly inside a massive cluster of the infected. The parents watch in disbelief at this totally suicidal move. Of course, they have zero clue about our main character's insane, monstrous abilities. Yihan smoothly pulls up to the exact coordinates, scanning the dead zone for survivors. Deciding to clear out the trash before looking closer, our boy tightens his grip on his trusty, blood-stained metal bat. In one fluid, devastating swing, he crushes a zombie skull into absolute dust. Gina's parents are totally paralyzed with shock. They are watching a lone teenager obliterate monsters, like it is a walk in the freaking park. They can hardly process what kind of absolute unit just arrived. With the bloody path paved, Yihan surveys the wrecked street. The massive debris proves exactly why Guido's vehicle never stood a chance reaching this deep. So, our main character needs intel. Slipping into the shadows, Johann scales the perimeter wall, landing silently right in their target's backyard. Inside, paranoia grips the survivors. Trusting a random stranger? Absolute death wish. That is, until Johann shatters the dead silence. He drops Gina's name. Instantly, the barricades fly open. The desperate parents practically launch themselves outside, completely consumed by wild hope. Their raw desperation actually makes our stoic hero flinch for a split second. Cut to the ultimate tearjerker moment. Gina violently crashes into her parents' arms. Sobs echo through the grim air as the shattered family finally glues their pieces back together. Watching this wholesome scene, a rare, genuine smile cracks across Johann's face. Mission accomplished. He kept his absolute word. But reality hits hard. Guido plays the buzzkill, frantically shoving everyone indoors. The streets are literally crawling with death. Once safe, the dad aggressively grabs Johann's hand. Tears streaming, he treats the duo like absolute divine saviors, but our journalist immediately waves off the heavy praise. He refuses to steal the spotlight. Pointing squarely at our boy, Guido drops the truth. Johann did all the heavy lifting. Settling into the living room, the parents reveal their hardcore survival strategy. They had rigged up a fortress of barricades, holding back the undead swarms by pure, dumb luck. But here is the brutal catch. Playing Turtle completely drained their stash. They burned through everything, just trying to track down their little girl. Now that the squad is whole again, they shower the duo with endless gratitude. Guido, however, keeps the facts completely straight. This entire miracle? Pure Johann energy. The guy has been carrying the whole team. The mood shifts heavily when Johann uncovers a terrifying detail. They have been trapped indoors for 6 whole days. The grid completely died. By some absolute miracle, the plumbing kept flowing, keeping them just barely clinging to life. But their pantry? Total ghost town. They were literally running on empty, starving to the bone. Johann's survival instincts kick into maximum overdrive. He cannot just let them wither away. His mental map pings. He recalls a local grocery store hidden behind locked steel shutters down the block. Locked doors mean untouched loot. That place is practically a gold mine waiting to be cracked open. It is the ultimate spot to hoard some major calories. Without missing a single beat, our protagonist volunteers to brave the infected streets. But the dad instantly hits the brakes. He refuses to let their savior walk into a literal death trap. Johann, coldly logical, shoots back. Love does not fill empty stomachs. The family has been fasting for 48 hours straight. He refuses to let them starve on his watch. Stepping up to the plate, Guido backs him up. In this hellscape, stacking calories is rule number 1. Feeling the hype, the dad tries to flex his courage and join the raid. Nice try, Pops. Johann brutally shuts that idea down. No way is he babysitting a fragile civilian out in the chaos. He orders the man to stay put and protect his daughter's mental state. Cue the waterworks. The dad absolutely crumbles. A beautiful portrait of raw, fatherly devotion. Time to move. Johann gears up. Surprisingly, the journalist tags along, stepping up for inventory duty. Taking a page out of Gina's survival playbook, Guido wraps himself in thick, makeshift armor. He is desperate to prove his worth on the battlefield. No dead weight allowed here. Honestly, our main character is just incredibly relieved to have a sidekick who actually pulls his own weight. Engines roar as the duo vanishes into the bleak streets. The parents are terrified, but Gina, she is absolutely vibing, knowing Johann's plot armor is thick. She bets her actual life that he will bounce back. Arriving at the target zone, they smash the heavy chains and heave the metal gates open. Bingo! Aisles packed with pristine, glorious supplies greet them. Finding an unlooted treasure chest like this? Absolute god-tier luck. In a world eaten by the undead, this is paradise. Surveying the mountain of calories, the boys know they just secured the family's future. They could practically hibernate for years with this massive haul. As they frantically stuff their duffel bags, the camera violently cuts to the MBS broadcasting station. Tension suffocates the room as a stressed employee furiously whispers into a phone. He is trapped, forced to air corporate propaganda under lethal threat. Out of nowhere, a chilling voice on the line drops massive intel. The dial tone buzzes. Paranoia sets in as he realizes his broadcast might be a deadly trap. Skimming his chaotic, scribbled notes, one detail screams at him. Whispers of a legendary rogue biker roaming the ruined streets. a total phantom menace in the apocalypse. Meanwhile, our dynamic duo has completely cleared the priority food aisles, but they do not stop at snacks. They raid the pharmacy counter, sweeping life-saving meds into their stash. Out of nowhere, moral panic strikes. Gi-do suddenly feels awful about committing grand theft. Bro, really? We are literally dodging zombies out here. Ethics completely went out the window when society collapsed. Capitalism is dead and buried. With bagging taking forever, Johan morphs into a human radar, scanning for creeping threats. He stays incredibly dialed in. Scavenging meds requires absolute precision, so they take their precious time. Gazing through the shattered storefront windows, the colossal MBS tower looms in the distance. Johan's eyes narrow into dangerous slits. The pieces click together. That eerie radio signal came from right there. Gina's crazy theory was 100% spot on. Gi-do senses the distraction and aggressively snaps him back to reality. Chasing ghost signals is a suicide mission right now. The family comes first. Not to mention, the ultimate quest is tracking down Johan's missing sister. The journalist urges him to drop the wild conspiracy theories. Keep the eyes glued on the real prize. Gritting his teeth, Johan forcefully swallows his curiosity. His bloodline is the only thing that truly matters. The terrifying radio silence from her phone is driving him absolutely insane. Smashing cut back to the cozy safe house. The starving family violently devours a royal feast. Warm food hits their empty stomachs, erasing 48 hours of pure agony and sparking hope in their exhausted souls. Gina's family is absolutely speechless at the mountain of supplies Johan just dropped. This massive loot stash is enough to keep the four of them fed for a solid 6 months straight. But here is the kicker. Our boy cannot stay to enjoy it. His little sister is still out there somewhere. Tension fills the room as Gina's mom softly asks where she is trapped. Forget any pop culture jokes right now. This is serious survival business. His sister is miles away in dead territory, making this a borderline suicide mission. Johan knows the deadly odds, but he refuses to abandon the last shred of blood family he has left. The heavy truth hits Gina hard. She just sits there in quiet solidarity, feeling his heartbreak. But then, our main character drops one final, massive request. Once he rescues his sister, he wants to bring her right back to this exact apartment. Gina immediately blushes, completely caught off guard. Johan stares dead ahead, convinced that this fortress is their ultimate safe haven. Besides, it is not like his sister has a squad waiting for her, in the middle of a literal apocalypse. And let us be real, having a guy who is practically invisible to zombies makes him the ultimate cheat code for their survival. His eyes lock onto Gina. He just wants her safe, and he will tear through hell to make that happen. Swearing on his life, he promises to return victorious and become their permanent shield. Faced with that raw determination, her family cannot possibly say no to the guy who just saved them. Well, mostly. Gina's dad suddenly enters full protective mode, absolutely losing his mind because he is convinced this overpowered kid is trying to steal his precious daughter. The mom instantly connects the dots too, but her eyes are sparkling with absolute approval. Seriously? They are literally daydreaming about future grandkids, while flesh-eating monsters roam right outside. Fast forward to nightfall. The grim reality sets in as flickering candles cast long shadows across the powerless room. With the exhausted parents finally knocked out, the midnight strategy session begins. Guido sits in the dim light, his journalist brain working in overdrive. He starts calculating the exact rations needed for 2 guys to survive the brutal trek to Yang Yang. Johan shoots him, a deeply confused look. Wait, 2 people? The crazy journalist casually drops the bomb that he is joining the rescue party. To Johan, this sounds like pure madness. Why would a normal human abandon a perfectly stocked fortress? But Guido just smirks. Chasing death-defying stories is literally woven into his DNA. He is absolutely obsessed with unlocking the mystery of Johan's immunity, clinging to our main character like a shadow that refuses to detach. Bro straight up admits he wants to use this god-tier scoop to become a legend. Honestly, you have to respect the hustle, even if it is completely unhinged. Who the heck cares about a Pulitzer Prize when society has crumbled to dust? But Guido flips the script, throwing Johan's own bold promise right back at him. Did our boy not swear to trust the journalist from here on out? Flashing a confident grin, Guido promises he will not be dead weight on this blood-soaked road trip. Besides, his years of navigating dangerous war zones mean he is basically a human GPS for survival. Johan finally sighs and accepts the chaotic team-up. Before they face the horde, Gina steps up with one final, crucial piece of gear. She hands over a battered old radio she managed to scavenge from the ruined complex. In a dead world without internet, this clunky box is their only lifeline to whatever humanity is left out there. Guido side-eyes the ancient tech, totally doubting it works. But suddenly, Johan physically jumps, as static pierces the silence, locking onto a hidden frequency. A desperate voice cuts through the darkness. broadcasting frantic reports from scattered survivors. The chatter is all focused on one impossible urban legend. A lone rider, completely ignored by the infected. A phantom they are calling the motorcycle man. The air in the room turns freezing cold. Guido's jaw hits the floor as he connects the dots. They are literally broadcasting about the guy sitting right next to him. The radio host's voice trembles with excitement, tracking this mythical survivor's bloody trail. First spotted tearing through the ruined streets of Incheon, then slicing through Bucheon, Gangseo, and Hwagok. The pattern is undeniable. This untouchable god of survival is making a beeline straight for the heart of Seoul. He walks among the dead without a single scratch. To a broken world drowning in despair, this mysterious rider has become their messiah, their absolute last beacon of hope. The broadcast identifies itself as the MBS midday signal. Back on the dimly lit couch, Johan sits frozen next to the blonde journalist, his eyes wide with absolute shock. He never meant to become a national myth. The DJ's voice echoes through the shadows, praising the man who completely defies the virus. The host admits he thought the rumors were pure fiction at first. Who in their right mind would broadcast such a ridiculous, fairy tale lie during an apocalypse? He even confesses that angry survivors begged him to stop spreading toxic false hope. Yet, barricaded inside his lonely, crumbling studio, he refuses to pull the plug. He keeps screaming into the void, desperate to ignite just one tiny spark of fire in the dark. He is broadcasting for the broken souls rotting away in their barricaded rooms. He needs every single survivor to hear this message loud and clear. Surrender is simply not an option. He screams with burning conviction that humanity will rise from the ashes, and salvation is finally riding their way. Signing off with heavy emotion, the voice reveals himself as MBS radio producer, Sun Jin-chul. Around the candle, our trio is completely paralyzed by the sheer weight of his words. On the other side of the frequency, Jin-chul flips a switch, cutting the tension with a hauntingly beautiful melody. A temporary lullaby for a bleeding world. The gentle chords wash over cities consumed by nightmares. The DJ leans back, letting the music wrap around the shattered minds listening in the dark. But as soon as the mic clicks off, the illusion shatters. Jin-chul slumps into his chair like a corpse, his eyes hollow and devoid of the very light he just preached. The tragic irony hits hard. The man carrying the hope of a nation is internally completely broken, drowning in his own suffocating despair. His supplies are failing, and the shadow of death is creeping closer to his studio doors. Back at the safe house, the silence is deafening. Nobody dares to breathe for what feels like hours. Suddenly, Guido shatters the quiet, his eyes gleaming as he whispers that legendary name, Sun Jin-chul. The broadcast director from MBS? Johan's eyes locked onto Guido. You actually know this guy? Digging deep into his pockets, Guido muttered something about keeping Jin-chul's digits stashed away. Pulling out the contact, the memories flooded back. They had definitely crossed paths back in the radio newsrooms. But here was the craziest part. It sounded like this madman Jin-chul was keeping the entire broadcast station alive all by himself. Shifting gears, Johan needed to know one thing. Are they still taking live tips? Guido gave a firm nod. The lines were definitely still open. Taking a heavy breath, Johan made his choice. It was time to step out of the shadows. He was ready to expose himself as the legendary motorcycle rider. This absolute bombshell left everyone speechless. He casually dropped the ultimate cheat code. The infected straight up ignored him, even if he had zero idea why he was the chosen one. But a heavy shadow crossed Johan's face. He wasn't some messiah, and feeding desperate survivors false hope was the last thing he wanted. The guilt was eating him alive. Guido totally got where the kid was coming from, but he still urged Johan to play it safe. One wrong move could lead straight to the grave, especially in this hellscape, because right now, blind trust was basically a death sentence. Guido knew the dark truth. If Johan revealed his face, he would become a massive target. But to our main character, the risks did not even faze him anymore. A fearless smirk crept across his face. Who cares if they know who I am? In a world already burnt to ashes, keeping secrets felt completely pointless. Seeing the tension in the room, he told them to relax. He swore on his life he wouldn't do anything reckless. They had absolutely nothing to sweat over. Letting out a massive sigh, Guido finally caved. He gave the green light, letting our boy take the wheel. Without wasting another second, Guido set up the connection. Since he had bad blood history and personal ties with the director, he was the perfect bridge. Plus, a crazy story like this needed a solid co-signer. Johan felt a deep rush of gratitude. Guido had been his absolute rock through this entire nightmare. Punching in the digits for MBS director Sun Jin-chul, Guido dropped his own name. It is Kim Guido. Am I interrupting your live feed? On the other end, Jin-chul absolutely froze. Hearing the voice of the legendary journalist Kim Guido felt like a ghost coming back to life. A massive wave of relief washed over the DJ. He immediately scrambled to ask if his old friend was locked down somewhere safe. Confirming his survival, Guido cut straight through the small talk. It was time to drop the payload. He had top-tier intel that the world desperately needed to hear. Zero hesitation. Guido casually dropped the ultimate spoiler. That mysterious biker you keep talking about? He is standing right next to me. As the two survivors exchanged a knowing glance, absolute chaos erupted in the studio. Jinchul literally launched out of his chair, his brain short-circuited trying to process the bombshell. Was this a sick joke? He desperately begged for confirmation. The sheer weight of reality hit him like a truck. His hands violently shook as he grasped the mic, his mind spinning completely out of control. Forcing himself to focus, Jinchul slammed the studio controls. Voice trembling, he cut into the broadcast, telling his listeners a massive breaking tip had just dropped. With the stakes this high, he instantly pulled the plug on the main show, throwing on a final track to buy them some precious time. Jumping back to the line, Jinchul prayed this wasn't a hoax. The airwaves had been flooded with wild rumors about the biker. Separating fact from fiction had been impossible. But Guido? His voice was made of pure steel. He was fully ready to bet his entire journalistic reputation on this single claim. The absolute certainty in Guido's voice left Jinchul totally floored. His eyes widened in pure, unadulterated shock. A quick flashback hit. Back in the day, Guido had ruthlessly fought through mobs of reporters, fearlessly calling out a corrupt, fat cat chairman. He had mercilessly demanded answers for the man's dirty rise to power. That was the kind of hardcore reporter Guido used to be. He had frozen in the bitter cold, just waiting for the truth. Remembering that unbending resolve, Jinchul knew he wasn't lying. He frantically asked to speak to the legend himself. Giving a quick nod, Guido handed over the device. Stepping up to the mic, Johan's voice cut through the static. Yeah, I am the writer. Just hearing that calm, collected voice gave Jinchul full-body goosebumps. Swallowing his nerves, the director quickly pulled up his rapid-fire interview questions. At the exact same time, surviving souls across the dead city clung to their radios. The DJ's broadcast echoed through the ruins, declaring that this mysterious biker was the key to everything. He knew humanity was drowning in absolute despair. To the broken survivors out there, just hearing that a man existed who couldn't be turned, it was their single, shining beacon of hope in the darkness. Cutting the tension with a knife, Jinchul asked the million-dollar question. Is it real? Are the rumors actually true? Without skipping a beat, Johan confirmed his absolute immunity. The zombie virus couldn't touch him, even if the reason behind his god-tier plot armor remained a total mystery. He explained how he was basically a ghost to the Horde. No aggression, zero reactions to his voice. It was like he didn't even exist in their world. Jinchul feverishly scribbled down every single detail. But then, the atmosphere shifted. Johan brutally crushed the savior narrative. Sure, he had saved some disabled survivors, but he was just one man with absolute limits. The cold, hard truth hit the studio. Even with Guido's ironclad backing, Jinchul couldn't just broadcast wild claims without solid proof. The director pushed back hard. If Johan was truly immune, he needed to see cold, hard evidence with his own two eyes. A dangerous smirk crossed Johan's face. Is the broadcast station surrounded by the Horde right now? Those words alone sent icy shivers straight down Jinchul's spine. Then came the ultimate flex. Johan promised to ride straight into the station tonight. Jinchul's jaw hit the floor, unable to process this suicidal level of confidence. Eyes practically bulging out of his head, Jinchul demanded to know the truth. Are you seriously insane enough to breach this place completely alone? The ultimate test of survival had just begun. He lays it all on the line. Proving his insane story to Jinchul demands absolute proof, and our boy is completely ready to gamble his life. A chill runs straight down the broadcaster's spine. Still, Jinchul's strict radio protocols refuse to let him blindly broadcast this massive intel, without solid proof. He challenges Yuan to waltz right into MBS, figuring a stroll through hell wouldn't bother a guy who claims the undead completely ignore him. Dropping his exact coordinates, he reveals his hideout inside the MBS broadcasting station, trapped on the 8th floor, second studio from the end of the right hallway. Jinchul desperately warns this supposed superhero that the entire building is crawling with a massive horde of the infected. But Yuan, he doesn't even flinch. He casually locks in a meeting for tomorrow, treating a zombie death trap like a walk in the park. Shifting focus, Jinchul addresses the veteran journalist Guido, admitting he never expected to hear his voice during the actual apocalypse. He practically begs his old friend to stay alive out there. Trying to calm the frantic producer, Guido confidently promises they are coming for his rescue. With that heavy promise, the line goes dead. The terrifying reality hits. To the undead, Yuan is basically a ghost. He carries absolute immunity in his veins, meaning those monsters won't take a bite out of him no matter what. Jinchul's brain practically short-circuits, trying to process this game-changing lore. Staring into the abyss, his mind starts racing. What if this crazy bastard is actually telling the truth? As the sheer magnitude of it all sinks in, Jinchul realizes Yihwan isn't just a tiny spark of hope, but he might be humanity's ultimate salvation. Fast forward to the next dawn. Yihwan finishes gearing up, informing Guido that the coast is totally clear, with zero rotting freaks anywhere near their getaway ride. Strapping in, Guido locks and loads for this suicide mission. Suddenly, Gina's mother steps into the frame, offering our main character a precious stack of homemade rice balls. Knowing the absolute bloodbath waiting for them, she insists he needs real fuel for the nightmare ahead. Yihwan's eyes literally sparkle. He practically vibrates with hype, seeing a massive bento box packed just for him. Bowing with massive gratitude, he swears to devour every single bite to honor her kindness. The sweet mother begs our hero to stay on absolute guard, pleading with him to bring his sister back without a single scratch, promising they will be anxiously waiting. Just as our guy heads for the door, Gina sprints out to stop him in his tracks. Completely tongue-tied, she nervously shifts her gaze to the floor. Flashing a confident smirk, he tells Blondie to chill out, reminding her that the undead wouldn't dare cross his path. But her heart is practically racing out of her chest, and before she knows it, she throws her arms around Yihwan in a desperate embrace that completely shocks him. Still, this total cutie pours her heart out, thanking him for absolutely everything, begging him to survive, no matter what it takes. Blushing harder than a ripe tomato, Yihwan gently promises her he will make it back alive. Suddenly, Guido completely crashes the romantic vibe, cringing hard at their little moment. The boomer starts yapping that young love is cute, but rushing into marriage is a totally different beast. Cringing out of their minds at this clueless old-timer, the duo shoots him the deadliest glares possible. Shaking off the awkwardness, Yihwan finally steps into the danger zone, leaving his found family praying for their survival. Fast forward a few hours, and our duo crashes straight into absolute zombie ground zero. While Guido stays locked down in the vehicle, the untouchable Yihwan tightens his grip on his trusty bat, brutally smashing the skulls of those brain-dead monsters. A sickening crack echoes through the street, instantly snapping the attention of the entire rotting horde. Analyzing the absolute mess ahead, Yihwan realizes that if he doesn't slaughter this massive swarm right now, navigating this block is going to be a total nightmare. Worse still, securing a safe haven in this chaotic bloodbath would become basically impossible. Reading the room, Guido nods in agreement, trusting the overpowered main character to clean up the streets. Letting out a heavy sigh, Yihwan accepts that this solo raid is going to be a massive grind, but backing down simply isn't an option. Clenching his weapon, our absolute unit glares down the undead legion, silently swearing he will carve a bloody path right through them. Meanwhile, trapped inside the MBS building, Jinchul is dangerously close to blacking out. Starvation has completely drained his life force. Slumped helplessly against the cold wall, he can literally feel his final drops of stamina fading into nothingness. The absolute limit has been breached. One more hour in this hell, and it is game over for good. With zero food and completely parched, his survival stash dried up ages ago, leaving him hopelessly waiting for the Grim Reaper. Judging by his terrifyingly pale face, going live today is completely off the table. Yet, the heaviest weight crushing his dying soul is the bitter regret of not broadcasting a final goodbye during yesterday's stream, totally blind to how fast the world would crumble around him. But the deepest wound of all, Jinchul kinda knew the end was near, but one massive cliffhanger still tortures his mind. He desperately needs to uncover the absolute truth about that legendary motorcycle guy. With his vision blurring and the Grim Reaper practically knocking on his door, he curses his fate, hating to bite the dust, without solving this epic mystery. But right as darkness creeps in, a sudden flash from his phone shatters the deadly silence. The caller ID pops up, and it is his old buddy Kim Guido. Running on pure adrenaline, he snatches the device with trembling hands. A frantic voice immediately blasts through the speaker, with Guido desperately demanding to know if his friend is still breathing. Beating the odds, Guido gets his miracle. Jinchul weakly confirms he is somehow still kicking. Breathing a massive sigh of relief, Guido commands him to hold the line, declaring that their rescue squad is officially pulling up. This insane cliffhanger instantly electrocutes Jinchul's dying brain, sending the wildest shivers straight down his spine. Drenched in cold sweat, Jinchul practically screams through the receiver, demanding to know exactly where Guido is hiding. Cool as ice, Guido drops the ultimate bombshell. He casually announces that they actually made it to the front steps of the MBS building. Jinchul's soul practically leaves his body. His brain short-circuits, completely refusing to believe these absolute madmen survived the impossible trek. Panic clawing at his throat, he desperately warns them to stay back. The main entrance is a literal sea of the undead, and slipping past them is a guaranteed death sentence. Instead of arguing, Guido simply flips his camera around, hitting the video call button to show him the brutal reality. The moment the feed connects, Jinchul's jaw hits the floor. Right there on screen, the motorcycle guy is casually ragdolling the infected like they weigh absolutely nothing. Blood sprays across the lens as zombies get brutally sent flying. Every swing of that heavy bat crushes skulls, carving a blood-soaked path straight to the front doors. The dude is an absolute menace, single-handedly turning the horde into mincemeat. Guido flat out admits that if he tried this alone, he'd be ripped to shreds in a heartbeat. But Yi Huan? The guy is just built entirely different. Glued to his screen, Jinchul watches the motorcycle man back up every single flex with pure, unadulterated violence. For the first time ever, he is looking at a survivor the infected actively avoid, untouched by the mindless rot. This beast of a man is literally the walking definition of hope. Standing amidst the slaughter, Yi Huan's bat drips with gore as a heavy silence falls over him. A massive storm of dark thoughts completely clouds his mind. The sheer trauma of butchering his way through the flesh-eating crowd gnaws at his sanity. Taking a deep breath to ground himself, he finally gives Guido the all-clear signal. The coast is officially clear. Stepping out of cover, Guido's eyes widen as he takes in the absolute carnage, finally realizing this is not some crazy fever dream. Staring at the wreckage, he speaks pure facts. This massive broadcasting station would still be an inescapable hellhole right now if a monster like Yi Huan had not stepped up to perform an extreme deep clean. Thanks to his raw power alone, the impossible gates of the MBS building are finally wide open. Scanning the bloody pavement, Yi Huan's sharp eyes lock onto an abandoned police riot shield. Snatching up the heavy gear, he forcefully tosses it right into Guido's chest. He tells him to grip it tight, because things are about to get real ugly. Feeling the heavy weight of the shield, Guido nods, knowing his life literally depends on it. Peering into the pitch-black lobby, Yi Huan knows damn well this place is crawling with more brainless freaks. Without looking back, he drops a cold, hard rule. If Guido wants to keep breathing, he needs to stick to him like glue, stray even an inch away, and he is guaranteed to become zombie chow before the sun goes down. Swallowing his fear, Guido mentally maps out the massive building. To any normal survivor, the MBS interior is an absolute death maze, with 0 exits. But this is his turf. Having walked these halls a million times, he is the ultimate cheat code to navigating the complex layout of the radio station. Stepping up to the plate, he confidently takes the lead as their human GPS. Side by side, this insane duo crosses the threshold, plunging straight into the belly of the beast. Their heavy footsteps echo through the massive lobby, but shockingly, the entire place is completely dead silent, looking like a total ghost town. Gripping his blood-stained bat, Yi Huan kicks open door after door, fully ready to swing. Yet, room after room reveals absolutely nothing. No hiding survivors, and no lurking monsters. The sheer emptiness throws Guido totally off balance. As they creep up the dark stairwell, a sickening, heavy dread starts twisting in the pit of his stomach. The suffocating tension drives his paranoia off the charts. His head snaps back and forth, expecting a nightmare to leap out of the shadows at any given second. Sweating bullets, he whispers that this dead silence is way too sketchy. He anxiously asks Yi Huan if the entire staff just miraculously sprinted out when all hell broke loose. Yi Huan narrows his eyes, his sharp mind racing through a dozen dark scenarios, but instead of throwing out wild guesses, he flips the script entirely. Cutting through the tension, he looks back and hits Guido with a heavy question. Why exactly is Jinchul so insanely obsessed with keeping that radio broadcast alive? He totally gets that the guy is trapped in a nightmare, and the isolation must be driving him half crazy. But risking his neck just to talk into a microphone? It makes 0 sense. Guido goes quiet for a beat, chalking it all up to the man's unbreakable core of responsibility. Being the ultimate inside man, Jinchul had spent his entire career feeding the public critical truth right from this exact station. Even with the world burning down around him, Guido firmly believes his buddy is fighting the apocalypse the only way he knows how, driven by a pure, unyielding duty to humanity. Hearing this, Yi Huan cracks a faint smirk, genuinely praising their hardcore dedication as true journalists. The rare compliment leaves Guido completely stunned. While most people completely lost their humanity to panic, these two reporters stood their ground, hoarding massive amounts of survival intel right from ground zero. Desperately connecting the bloody dots, they are not just trying to survive, they are actively trying to crack the code and somehow find a way to fix this entire night. The heavy burden of reality was crushing Yi Huan. Being a simple mortician in this apocalyptic nightmare, it felt absolutely useless. Self-doubt was slowly eating him alive. Bam! Out of nowhere, Guido violently smashes his shield straight into him. Yi Huan's eyes practically bulge out of his skull from the impact. Stumbling back, he demands to know why his buddy just assaulted him. But Guido stands his ground. He proudly declares that strike was delivered in Gina's name. If she were here to witness Yi Huan throwing this pathetic pity party, she would have smacked him twice as hard. Dropping the tough act, Guido stares him dead in the eyes. He drops a massive reality check, asking Yi Huan who actually gets to live a comfortable, stress-free life in this hellscape. The answer is absolutely no one. Not holding back an ounce of truth, Guido lays it all out. He reminds Yiwan that he had countless opportunities to just walk away, to secure his own survival, and completely disappear into the shadows. With his skills, he could have easily saved himself, but instead, he actively chose the hardest path by diving headfirst into danger to rescue Gina and protect their entire family. Now, Guido passionately points out the absolute insanity of their current mission. Yihuan is risking his own neck to save producer Jinchul. Sure, Yihuan might be the only guy crazy enough to pull this off, but the driving force behind his actions? It has absolutely nothing to do with showing off his power. Guido firmly insists that Yihuan stepped up simply because his moral compass demanded it. Let us be real. This ruined world is absolutely overflowing with toxic, malicious scum, villains who only care about their own selfish survival. Just look at those absolute creeps who harassed Gina back at the gas station. They are the perfect example of humanity rotting away. Yet, amidst all this suffocating darkness, Yuan continues to risk everything out of pure, unadulterated kindness. Guido furiously asks how being a literal hero could ever be considered pathetic. With absolute conviction, Guido swears on his life that nobody else is built like him. No one else would dare to carry the heavy burdens Yuan has shouldered. Those powerful words finally shatter the mental blockade. A faint smile returns to Yuan's face as he sincerely thanks his bro for the ultimate pep talk. Having reached the dreaded 8th floor, our dynamic duo is totally locked in for battle. Slipping through the shadows like phantoms, they navigate the eerie, dead silent hallway. Miraculously, the path ahead is completely empty. Creeping toward the far left corner, they spot their ultimate target, the second door. They have finally arrived at the heavily guarded entrance of Studio 6. Hoping to make contact, Guido pulls out his device to call Jinchul, but they are entirely clueless about the nightmare lurking in their blind spot. Swoosh! A bloodthirsty, infected monstrosity violently launches itself straight toward Guido. Whipping his head around, Guido's eyes widen in pure, unadulterated terror, as his soul practically leaves his physical body. In a split-second flash of heroic instincts, Yuan ruthlessly shoves his friend aside. Guido goes flying across the floor like a launched missile. But fate deals a devastating hand. The rotting jaws clamp down viciously on Yuan instead. Absolute panic instantly suffocates the air as Guido lets out a blood-curdling scream, watching his best friend take a lethal bite. Without hesitating, Yuan unleashes a savage, bone-crushing strike, sending the grotesque creature skidding across the hallway. His mind spirals into total chaos. He simply cannot process the grim reality that he has been fatally infected. Witnessing this tragedy, Guido is absolutely losing his grip on sanity. A chilling wave of doom washes over Yuan. Anticipating his horrifying transformation into a mindless monster, he looks at his trembling companion and asks if he still has the loaded gun tucked away. All the color violently drains from Guido's face. Cold sweat instantly drenches his shaking body. Staring death straight in the face, Yuan desperately prays his friend is armed. Meanwhile, Guido plummets straight into absolute existential dread. His brain practically short-circuits as he struggles to decode Yuan's tragic request. Shaking like a leaf, he frantically demands to know what insane suicidal plan his friend is cooking up. But Yuan has zero time left to explain. Kicking the doors wide open, he violently storms into Studio 6, only to find the exact same monster he just blasted away, violently trembling on the ground. Glaring at this pathetic creature, his pride roars. He absolutely refuses to succumb and become a mindless beast. Clenching his fists, he vows to fight tooth and nail until his sanity completely evaporates. But suddenly, an unbelievable plot twist unfolds. The monster, violently shivering on the floor, miraculously snaps out of her feral state. She frantically begs Yuan to spare her life. Hold up, nobody saw this insane glitch coming. Yuan's jaw practically drops to the floor. He watches in pure disbelief as the ravenous zombie fully shifts back into a rational human. He stands frozen before this impossible anomaly, while Guido awkwardly peeks through the doorway, totally flabbergasted. Tears stream down her face like waterfalls as she desperately pleads for salvation. Sobbing uncontrollably, she begs for a tiny window to prove her innocence. She violently swears up and down that she is completely harmless. Guido's brain is spinning in circles. Is this chick infected, or just deeply traumatized? But Yuan's survival instincts remain razor sharp. He cannot just ignore the blatant fact that she literally tried to eat him alive. If she is so innocent, then why the heck did her teeth sink into his flesh? A heavy, suffocating silence blankets the room, broken only by an agonizing symphony of her desperate weeping. Trusting his gut, Yuan makes a massive gamble. He decides to drag this mysterious anomaly out of the danger zone and lock her inside the studio. Witnessing this sheer insanity, a brutal jolt of panic strikes Guido. The poor guy is practically paralyzed by the terrifying risk they are taking. Dragging the biter along, Yuan firmly tries to calm his terrified companion. He argues that she is clearly showing human traits, meaning abandoning her in this hellhole is not an option. He locks in his decision. They will interrogate her properly once they reach a secure location. But while Guido is busy freaking out over this seemingly reckless plan, his eyes accidentally lock onto Yiwan's bleeding hand. Wait, something is insanely wrong here. The gruesome bite wound is literally stitching itself back together in a matter of seconds. This god-tier revelation hits Guido like a massive freight train. Meanwhile, deep inside the shadows of the studio, producer Jin-chul is clinging to the final, fading threads of his life force. Slumped in the darkest corner, he desperately waits for a miracle. Suddenly, faint footsteps echo outside the barricade, sending a jolt of anxious curiosity through his exhausted mind. Out of nowhere, his phone screen lights up with Guido's name. Startled, he instantly accepts the call, his voice trembling as he frantically asks if the boys are safe. Without skipping a beat, Guido quickly verifies their exact coordinates outside Studio 6. Wasting absolutely zero time, he urgently orders Jin-chul to unlock the barricade. Standing literally inches away from rescue, the exhausted producer is still swimming in paranoia. He hesitates, demanding absolute confirmation that the hallway is completely clear of monsters. Guido confidently gives him the green light. He swears the perimeter is completely secure from the infected horde. Hearing those magical words, Jin-chul finally reaches for the lock. Guido glances over his shoulder. His eyes lock onto Yi-hwan, who is gently comforting the newly cured survivor. Nearby, Jin-chul and the former monster are absolutely demolishing the homemade rice balls from Gina. You would think they had been starving for 3 whole days. Guido gives Jin-chul a nod of pure respect. Surviving alone and keeping that broadcast alive for 7 straight days? Absolute mad lad behavior. Watching them devour the food like ravenous beasts, Yi-hwan chuckles. He gently tells the crew to pace themselves, promising there is plenty of food to go around. Jin-chul waves him off, claiming he got incredibly lucky scavenging earlier. He glances at the trembling woman. Compared to her week-long starvation nightmare, his hunger is practically a joke. The woman inhales the meal with desperate ferocity, chugging down water until she finally gasps for air. The color slowly returns to her pale face. Tears stream down her cheeks as she bows deeply to her saviors. Her voice shakes with immense gratitude, completely lost on how to ever repay this massive debt. Yi-hwan flashes a warm, reassuring smile, waving off the heavy thanks. Guido steps in, confirming her identity as Choi Soo-jin, a regular employee from the local department store. Fate really played a cruel joke on her. Soo-jin was just heading up to the broadcasting department for a sponsorship deal when absolute hell broke loose in the corridors. Without a single warning, blood-curdling shrieks echoed through the station. The terrifying sounds of slaughter surrounded her from every possible angle. Panic spiked through her veins. She sprinted for her life, but her luck had completely run dry. She stumbled straight into a massive, groaning horde of the undead. The monsters swarmed her instantly, dragging her screaming into the pitch-black abyss. Just reliving that horrific memory sends a fresh wave of tears cascading down her face. The guys give her 2 full minutes of heavy silence to collect her shattered nerves. Jin-chul softly shatters the quiet, asking about her very first memory after the darkness took over. Her brow furrows in deep thought. She whispers that she heard 2 distinct voices echoing in the void. Boom! That revelation hits Yi-hwan and Guido like a literal truck. The whispers started faint, slowly building into a deafening roar. Then came the overwhelming, metallic taste of fresh blood. She shudders, recalling how insanely potent that sensation felt. The chilling memory is practically branded into her brain. She unconsciously touches her lips, feeling as though the terrifying awakening happened mere seconds ago. Realizing his exhausted companions are running on absolute fumes, Yi-hwan calls a timeout. They need a much safer vibe before diving deeper into this mind-bending mystery. They tuck the traumatized survivor in for some desperately needed sleep. Off to the side, Jin-chul is losing his absolute mind over the fact that a literal zombie just turned back into a human. Guido drops the heavy details. The beast had lunged straight for his throat, but sank its teeth into Yi-hwan instead. And then, boom, instant human restoration. Plus, the craziest part? Yi-hwan took a massive bite to the arm and did not mutate at all. Instead, his flesh literally stitched itself back together, like some kind of divine miracle. Jin-chul does not even hesitate to believe it. He needs 0 proof from Guido. After witnessing the insane, god-tier immunity Yi-hwan has against the horde, nothing sounds impossible anymore. The guy is officially immune to jump scares at this point. But this jaw-dropping revelation sparks a wild new hypothesis inside his brilliant brain. Since the true origin of this apocalyptic nightmare remains a total black box, even the top-tier government forces got completely wiped off the map. Military martial law crumbled into dust instantly. Connecting the dots, Jin-chul drops a chilling theory. What if the zombie virus is actually airborne? Guido immediately raises an eyebrow, firing back with the million-dollar question. If it is floating in the air, why are they still breathing fine without turning into flesh-eating monsters? Jinchul counters with a massive brain play. He theorizes that the three of them hit the genetic lottery. They are natural-born immune carriers, completely unfazed by the toxic atmosphere. The sheer magnitude of this deduction absolutely fries their brain cells. They are basically walking miracles in a ruined world. But there is a deadly catch. Even with their airborne cheat code, a direct dose of infected blood or a nasty bite should have easily transformed them into the walking dead. That is where Yi-Hwan breaks all the rules. Jinchul officially crowns him with total, full-body immunity. Our main boy is literally the most untouchable human on planet Earth right now. So, the math is simple but mind-blowing. When Sujin sank her teeth into his flesh and tasted his blood, that divine serum purged the virus from her system. All the epic signs point directly to our hero. Eyes wide with absolute awe, Jinchul delivers the ultimate revelation. Yi-Hwan is not just immune to the apocalypse. He is a literal, living, breathing vaccine. Yi-Hwan freezes like a statue, his brain scrambling to process this insane bomb drop. Being humanity's ultimate cure sounds like pure fiction, but the undeniable proof is staring him right in the face. His mind races like a whirlwind. He frantically rewinds every chaotic battle and near-death encounter, desperate to find a logical anchor for this god-tier power. Sensing the heavy atmosphere, the ever-observant Jinchul quickly steps in to ground them. He reminds everyone that this is still just a massive brain blast of a theory. Still, looking at the stone-cold facts, it is the only puzzle piece that perfectly fits. Guido cuts through the tension, urging the crew to pump the brakes and analyze everything logically. The survival game board just got incredibly complex. Jumping the gun with wild assumptions could easily spell an instant game over for all of them. They need to dissect every single variable. The trio mentally rewinds the tape, flashing back to the exact second the monstrous Sujin clamped her jaws onto the arm of Yi-Hwan. According to the brutal laws of this apocalypse, he should have mutated into a screeching ghoul right then and there. Instead, he just stood there, completely unfazed and glowing with main character energy. The golden blood flowing through his veins might literally be the holy grail of this disaster. It sounds like a pure fantasy trope, but they absolutely cannot ignore this world-saving glitch. During that fatal strike, the infected beast got a direct taste of his vital life force. His blood rushed past her monstrous fangs and straight into her cursed system. But instead of a deadly chain reaction, it purged the demon inside her in a flash. A pathogen that aggressive should be invincible, but the living proof is sleeping peacefully right next door. If this wild hypothesis holds water, it finally answers the ultimate mystery. It explains why the mindless hordes actively avoid him like the plague. This goes way beyond simple immunity. His very existence is biological warfare against the virus. Just a single, microscopic drop of his blood packs enough divine power to completely shatter the terrifying mutation. This changes the entire survival game. Yi-Hwan is no longer just a lucky survivor hiding from the apocalypse. He is the one and only cheat code capable of wiping this nightmare off the map. He is carrying the ultimate salvation of humanity right inside his veins. And then, a massive realization strikes his heart like lightning. If the monsters can be cured, then his infected parents might still be saved. The horrifying truth hits him like a massive shockwave. These bloodthirsty monsters were actually still human. A cure was entirely possible all along. Yuan's mind instantly spirals, violently replaying every brutal moment since he first woke up. He had slaughtered countless infected on his journey here, without ever second-guessing his blade. But now, a soul-crushing realization sinks its claws into him. This wasn't just a simple fight for survival anymore. He had been executing people who could have eventually been cured. Seeing his guilt, Guido steps in to anchor him, reminding Yuan that his bloody hands kept innocent people safe, and there was simply no other choice. In this brutal hellscape, survival demands making ruthless, agonizing decisions. Ever since the apocalypse dropped, they had crossed paths with every type of survivor imaginable, and honestly, some were way more twisted than the actual zombies. The true monsters didn't always crave flesh. Sometimes they were just humans, who fully abandoned their humanity, proving that the ultimate threat was never just the mutated virus, but the absolute darkness lurking inside people. Because of that brutal reality, absolutely no one has the right to judge Yuan. He never preyed on the weak. If anything, he became their ultimate shield. Instead of just debating his morality, the crew decides it is finally time to uncover the truth. They desperately need to test exactly what kind of anomaly Yuan has evolved into, and the most explosive way to do that, broadcasting his mysterious identity to the entire world. The master plan is to put him live on the nightly radio broadcast. This massive gamble will expose if he is the legendary key to the cure or if a much darker secret is hiding inside his bloodline. Naturally, Yuan is sweating bullets over the terrifying idea of a live, public interview. The sheer, crushing pressure of speaking to countless desperate survivors makes him seriously hesitate. Seeking some comfort later on, he hops on a video call with Gina. He spills everything about the radio station's crazy, high-stakes request. Imposter syndrome hits him hard, confessing that he isn't some overpowered savior, and he is absolutely terrified of feeding desperate people empty hope. But Gina shuts that negativity down immediately. She firmly swears that in this ruined world, no one is more of a living miracle than him. She then drops a massive emotional motivator. What if his missing sister is secretly tuning into that exact frequency? That possibility alone fuels his determination to give it everything he has. Her words wrap around him like a warm shield, and he deeply thanks her. Noticing his device battery flashing dangerously low, he promises to survive and call her back soon. But right before the screen cuts to black, he awkwardly asks Gina to send his best regards to her parents. The exact second the call ends, Sujin pounces with a completely smug grin, playfully interrogating him, asking if he was just chatting up his secret girlfriend. Yuhwan's face flushes as he aggressively denies the claim, but Sujin is not buying his terrible poker face for a single second. She smirks, eagerly pointing out how Gina clearly treats him like absolute royalty. Suddenly, Guido slides right into the conversation, dialing Yuan's sheer embarrassment up to maximum level. The older man mercilessly roasts the poor guy, joking that Gina's parents probably already view him as their official future son-in-law. So fighting the romantic allegations is completely useless at this point. Just then, Sun Junchul steps into the room, checking if our hero managed to catch his breath. The broadcasting equipment is fully primed and ready, and it is officially showtime. But Yuan completely freezes up again, terrified of choking on his words during the live, high-stakes transmission. Sun just gives a warm chuckle, lightly patting his shoulder. He reminds Yuan that it is the literal end of the world, so a little on-air stage fright really doesn't matter anymore. The glowing red on-air sign finally lights up. Sun Jinchul smoothly takes the mic, his professional voice carrying through the wasteland. He kicks things off by giving a massive shout-out to the desperate survivors sending in messages. Even with electricity and data being incredibly rare resources, humanity is still fighting to stay connected. His voice is thick with pure gratitude for their unbreakable spirit. To reward their fierce loyalty, he drops a massive bombshell. Tonight, they are featuring their first ever live studio guest. He flawlessly builds the hype, introducing the absolute legend everyone has been whispering about. The literal beacon of hope slicing through this pitch-black nightmare. The enigmatic lone rider, widely known as the Motorcycle Man, Kang Yuan has officially taken the mic. Sun gestures for Yuan to break the heavy silence and greet the wasteland. Yuan's heart is hammering wildly against his ribs, but his eyes burn with absolute resolve. He forcefully swallows the heavy lump in his throat. Leaning into the mic, he drops his name, his age, and the ultimate plot twist. He makes his living as a simple funeral mortician. Sun doesn't waste a single second. He immediately brings up the insane urban legends surrounding Yuan's bloody journey. While some wild stories desperately need fact-checking, there is one burning question the entire world desperately needs answered. Looking Yuan dead in the eyes, he asks the million-dollar question. Is it true the infected completely refused to attack him? The entire studio drops into dead silence. Yuan takes a deep breath and drops the ultimate truth bomb. Yes, the impossible rumors are 100% real. The bloodthirsty infected absolutely refused to bite or attack him. To the monsters, his presence is practically like a ghost. Sun lets out a heavy sigh, admitting the concept sounds like straight-up fantasy fiction. He openly confesses he struggled to believe the crazy myth at first too, but after witnessing the absolute miracle with his own two eyes, all his denial was instantly shattered. Pivoting the intense interview, Sun brings up the tracker reports, showing Yuan's relentless push toward the east. He firmly asks what our main character's ultimate endgame is. Yuan doesn't hesitate for a microsecond. His brutal cross-country survival run has one specific target, Yangyang in Gangwon province. That is exactly where his precious family's last coordinates are located. He is willing to carve through an entire ocean of monsters just for a slim chance to reunite with them. Sun visibly frowns, seriously pointing out that Yangyang is a brutally massive distance away. He urgently sends a desperate call-out to any hidden survivors tuned in from that specific sector. Out of absolute nowhere, the communication system violently pings. A wild transmission cuts through from Sokcho, a neighboring territory. The entire crew holds their breath at this massive, unexpected plot twist. The host intensely reads the decoded message aloud. The survivor had barely escaped Yangyang and frantically fled to Sokcho, but their intel is absolutely chilling. Heavily armed military forces already swept through Yangyang, and they left absolutely nothing but a terrifying void in their wake. The brutal words hit Yuan like a physical blow to the chest. His entire hellish journey might have just been a completely pointless endeavor. His family's status just shifted from missing to critical danger. Yuan's brain completely short-circuits, violently trying to grasp the nightmare that his beloved hometown might be entirely wiped off the map. Guido instantly jumps to his feet, pure panic flashing in his veteran eyes. He aggressively demands to know if the army seriously just eradicated an entire civilian zone. Sun quickly raises his hands to diffuse the rapidly rising tension. He intensely pulls up the tactical reports, confirming that the military definitely launched a massive operation in Yangyang. But the terrifying phrase "nothing left" is a total double-edged sword. It could tragically mean 0 human survivors made it out alive, or it could actually mean the military forces completely exterminated every single infected monster in the entire city. That heavy silence gnaws at Yi Huan. Is his family even breathing, or is he just chasing ghosts in the apocalypse? Breaking the tension, the DJ chimes in. They need hard facts before jumping to any doomsday conclusions. Every single scrap of intel about Yangyang is absolute gold right now. They need the truth. The producer drops some heavy lore. When the outbreak first hit, the military clamped down hard with instant martial law. But that massive flex didn't last. Intel shows the army is actually ghosting the major cities, pulling back fast. This sudden retreat is causing absolute gridlock and pure chaos everywhere. But Yangyang, that sector hits different. Something crazy went down there that doesn't match the rest of the map. The DJ drops a massive theory. What if the troops actually evacuated the Yangyang survivors to a safe zone? He tells our boy not to give up hope just yet. A wave of nostalgia hits Yi Huan. He remembers his sister being absolutely obsessed with radio shows back in the day. They used to vibe to the broadcasts together. For her, that static hum chased away the crushing loneliness of their empty house. If she's still breathing, she's definitely tuning into this exact frequency right now, just like the old days. Fire ignites in Yi Huan's eyes. Hell or high water, whatever nightmare swallowed Yangyang, his mission remains locked. He is marching straight into that red zone to get her back. Speaking into the mic, he begs her to just survive a little longer. He makes a blood vow to find her, no matter the cost. Feeling that raw main character energy, the DJ nods in total respect. The chat is literally blowing up. The DJ reveals that survivors everywhere are spamming the station with massive support. Our boy is out here giving a broken world hope. Guido nudges him, totally teasing how nervous Yi Huan looked a minute ago. But he adapted like a pro. Guido jokes that podcasting might just be his hidden talent, though Yi Huan totally shuts that down. Guido smirks, telling him to get used to the spotlight. Once the apocalypse blows over, the press will be absolutely swarming him. He is basically looking at global superstar status. Suddenly, the lady in the room shifts awkwardly, and the DJ gives her the green light to speak. She drops a heavy question. Why keep the cure a total secret? Dropping that lore could have sparked massive hope for humanity. The DJ gets completely serious. He censored that detail to keep Yi Huan alive. If the masses knew his blood was the ultimate cheat code, they'd worship him as a messiah. But in this dark fantasy world, things are never that simple. That kind of hype brings a deadly target right onto his back. It is a massive burden our guy isn't ready to carry. Plus, if the absolute truth about his superhuman immune system leaks out, he wouldn't just be a hero. He'd become prime loot. The powers that be would lock him in a lab as a permanent human guinea pig. The tension in the room spikes as everyone totally agrees. They urge Yi Huan to keep this overpowered trait strictly under wraps. Trusting the feds or the army right now is pure suicide. His only quest objective should be rescuing his sister. Yi Huan locks in, deciding to sweep the broadcast station one last time. Without a word, Guido tosses him a freshly wiped blade. Yi Huan pauses, thinking a quick scout mission doesn't need lethal force. But Guido totally shuts that rookie mindset down. He forces the weapon into his hands. He gets that Yi Huan is a good dude, but dropping his guard out here is a fatal mistake. Empathy just gets you killed in the wasteland. Until he gets his sister back, he has total permission to be brutally selfish. That harsh truth hits home. Giving a quick nod of thanks, Yi Huan steps into the shadows, his resolve sharper than his blade. Guido watches him go, sighing. He knows Yi Huan has a heart of gold, but he severely lacks that ruthless survival instinct. At 28, the guy is still way too soft. That kindness might be a massive flex in peacetime, but right now, it's a critical debuff. A soft heart shatters way faster than bone. That is exactly why having a cynical veteran like Guido around is absolute tier 1 strategy. Whenever our hero's mental health drops, Guido is right there to buff him back up. The DJ totally agrees, seeing the epic dynamic between them. Yi Huan is only leveling up because of his squad. Soloing the raid to Yangyang would literally be an impossible game over. Guido fiercely claims his spot as the ultimate sidekick, not just because Yi Huan is a viral story, but to repay a life-saving debt. Suddenly, Sujin breaks her silence. Seeing Guido's absolute loyalty, she drops a bombshell. She wants to join their chaotic party. Guido totally blue screens at the request. He did not see this crazy plot twist coming and takes a hard pause. Adding a new player to a hardcore survival run isn't a joke. He narrows his eyes, trying to read her true motives. Does she have some hidden lore tied to Yang Yang? Sujin takes a shaky breath, admitting the radio broadcast absolutely shattered her. That specific military squad locking down the sector? They aren't just random bystanders in her story. Her own father is the big boss, commanding the 4th Armored Brigade, right there. But before we dive deeper into this epic questline, let's trigger a quick flashback to our boy's origin story. Enter an elderly woman, currently going by the mysterious alias, L. She is drowning in guilt over taking cash from Yi Huan's sister, but the sister just flashes an angelic smile, softly promising that it was never a burden, just a spark of pure, unfiltered kindness. She desperately wanted this sweet woman to enjoy a warm meal with her grandkids, because going hungry in this harsh world simply was not an option. Elle bowed her head, pouring out endless gratitude. A few heartbeats later, knowing they were barely scraping by themselves, Yi Huan questioned his sister about giving away their hard-earned cash, but she just smiled it off, claiming her pockets were deep enough to treat an elder. She pointed out how Elle trekked up that brutal hill every single week, scraping together abandoned trash and discarded papers. It seemed entirely pointless to the rest of the world, but she pushed through anyway. To her, that was the ultimate display of unseen goodwill, the fragile, invisible threads that actually hold humanity together. Looking into his eyes, she dreamed out loud that Yi Huan would one day carry that same blazing torch forward, making him promise. Snapping back to a brutal reality, he sat completely alone on a cold bench. Drowning in the ghosts of his past, he stared at those final text messages to his big sister, Li Che, as sorrow crushed his chest. Shifting gears back at the hideout, Guido dropped a massive question. Was Sujin actually the daughter of the deputy commander of the 4th Armored Brigade? Sujin confirmed the heavy rumors. Her father was Colonel Choi Yun-chul, a military heavyweight previously stationed in Cherwon before locking down Yangyang just last year. Her entire family had relocated to Yangyang, leaving her stranded in Seoul for her career. Guido let that sink in, realizing her entire universe had violently shattered, in a matter of days without a single warning sign. Furthermore, he could clearly see that she clung to Yi Huan as her only anchor of safety, desperately hoping to join their lethal cross-country trek. Suddenly, a massive realization hit Guido like a freight train. Colonel Choi Yun-chul. That name echoed in his memory, serving up in Cherwon until last year. The puzzle pieces violently snapped together. Meanwhile, Jin Chul was already calculating the insane odds of bringing Sujin along, realizing she might actually be their golden ticket, especially with the military locking down Yangyang. He painted the grim picture out loud, knowing the 4th Armored Brigade was absolutely gatekeeping that entire sector, a strict zero civilian policy. But having Miss Sujin in their squad, this specific civilian held direct blood ties to the deputy commander himself. That single fact changed the entire game. Beyond that massive advantage, Jin Chul boldly stated that military sanctuaries were the last remaining safe havens on Earth, but they all knew the blood-soaked highway to Yangyang would be an absolute nightmare. Slicing through endless swarms of the infected demanded flawless execution, and it was going to be a grueling, unpredictable marathon. Yet, diving into the jaws of hell sounded vastly superior to rotting away in the shadows. Sujin finally shattered the heavy silence, pleading her desperate case to reunite with her flesh and blood. They agreed to table the heavy debate until Yi Huan walked back through those doors. Soon enough, Yi Huan absorbed the tearful plea of Sujin, facing the ultimate question of bringing her into the danger zone. Without missing a beat, he greenlit her addition to the squad, completely understanding the burning drive to find family in Yangyang. But Guido immediately slammed Yi Huan with a brutal reality check, reminding his brother that this road trip was not some breezy vacation ride. Shoving down a quick bite of rice, Yi Huan acknowledged the deadly stakes, but his core philosophy never wavered. Family always comes first, no questions asked. He then calmly dropped the truth bomb that his sole reason for blazing a trail to Yangyang was to save his own sister. That shared desperation instantly resonated with the soul of Sujin, though she prayed she would not become dead weight on the battlefield. Turning their focus, they asked Jin Chul for his master plan. Fueled by a fresh spark of hope, he declared his vow to keep the radio waves alive, right from this very spot. Leaning in, he laid out a crucial favor, begging them to feed him any tactical intel they managed to scavenge on their hellish road to Yangyang. Jin Chul laid out the grim reality, explaining that while distress signals flooded in from across the ruined nation, concrete data on military outposts was basically a ghost story. Furthermore, absolutely nobody was insane enough to attempt a massive cross-country run, like this suicide squad. Jin Chul highlighted that major hubs, like Seoul and the surrounding metro zones, were completely wiped off the map. His strategic mind guessed that if the military or shadow government were still breathing, they had definitely relocated their command centers. deep into the isolated provinces. That was exactly why tracking their bloody crusade to Yangyang over the radio, as a live survival documentary, would serve as a massive beacon of hope for his terrified listeners. Staring Yi Huan dead in the eyes, he prayed for his absolute success in rescuing his sister and bringing their family back together. In return, he promised to hold down the fort and keep the signal burning bright. A quiet, knowing smile crept across the face of Yi Huan, swearing an oath to come back for him when the dust settled. Before rolling out, Guido generously stacked Jin Chul with enough survival rations to last a solid month. Panicked by their generosity, Jin Chul warned that draining their own supplies before a death march was reckless, but Guido flashed a confident grin, promising they would simply raid a supermarket on the way out. To top it off, Yi Huan delivered the ultimate relief, confirming the entire 8th floor was wiped clean of infected monsters, meaning the invisible cage had finally been shattered. Overwhelmed with emotion, Jin Chul thanked Yi Huan for pulling him back from the brink of total despair. He dreamed aloud of the legendary day they would co-host the broadcast again, and this time, with his sister safely by their side. Throwing their hands into a tight brotherly huddle, they locked in their promises of survival before officially parting ways. Standing in the silent hallway, Jin Chul watched the trio fade into the shadows, his heart suddenly overflowing with hope. Bursting out into the apocalyptic wasteland, our main guy furiously kickstarted his battle-worn motorbike, taking point while Guido and Sujin strapped into their armored escort vehicle. Engines screaming like beasts, they tore down the ruined streets at maximum velocity. Guido shadowed his tail perfectly, fueled by the absolute vow to drag Li Che back from hell. Cutting away to a dark, suffocating room barricaded by mountains of scrap metal, the precious daughter of Li Che slept through the nightmare. Stroking her hair, Li Che whispered for her to just hold on a little longer, promising that her unstoppable Uncle Yi Huan was already carving a path to save them. But out on the open asphalt, the epic momentum of our trio violently crashed to a halt when they found the highway utterly choked by an endless graveyard of abandoned cars, forming an impenetrable wall of despair. A massive wall of rusted wreckage completely chokes the street, leaving zero room to squeeze the bike through. Guido already knew this brutal trek to Yangyang wouldn't be a total breeze, but this apocalyptic metal graveyard was definitely not on his bingo card. Right now, they're staring down a brutally massive detour. Sujin whips out the battered map, scanning the tangled routes, and points straight to Route 86. She bets her life that path won't be choked with this insane level of junk. Guido totally backs the play, quickly pitching the new highway detour to Yi Huan. But our boy's mind is completely elsewhere, drowning in a heavy sea of dark thoughts. Staring at the lifeless bodies of a ruined family absolutely crushes his soul, but he forcibly buries the trauma and nods back at his bro. Fast forward, they roll up to Namyangju Station. A pack of infected tries to jump them, but our trio completely vaporizes the brain eaters without breaking a sweat. Riding that survival high, they secure the perimeter and cook up some hardcore survival grub. Just like that, darkness swallows the wasteland, and they bunker down in their ride. Yi Huan glares at his glowing screen, having spammed his sister with endless panicked texts, only to be met with total ghosting. The sun kicks off a brand new day of hell, revealing their chosen road is just a brutal dead end. Sure, the map is crawling with random streets, but locking down the actual path to Yangyang is an entirely different beast to conquer. Finding a path that isn't swarming with instant death is basically impossible. They finally hit pause to catch their breath. This hidden spot radiates some low-key peaceful vibes, dropping their threat levels to 0. Honestly, they've been completely draining their HP, hacking through this apocalyptic maze. A quick pit stop to restore their stamina is totally mandatory. Sujin grabs this rare window to slip into the dense forest for a quick nature break. As the thick canopy swallows her, Guido gets this chilling gut feeling, totally stressing over her solo side quest. But it's not like the boys can shadow her every move. All they can do is pray to the survival gods, since she just marched straight into a completely deserted mountain. Honestly, keeping pace with 2 hyped-up guys in the apocalypse has to be an absolute nightmare, especially with them speed-running the map with 0 breaks. Her energy bar must be flashing red, pushing way past her limits just to avoid dragging the party down. Surviving as the only girl in this hardcore squad is completely draining her soul. But honestly, she can't exactly rage quit, since she literally demanded to join their insane raid in the first place. Guido wishes Yi Huan could run perimeter security, but that's way too awkward. Suddenly, her ultimate nightmare spawns in some unknown dude, dripping in full tactical gear, ghosts right behind her, locking a cold steel barrel straight at her skull. A blood-curdling shriek completely shatters the silence, instantly triggering Guido and Yi Huan's combat mode. Yi Huan skips the thinking phase, launching himself like a ballistic missile toward the danger zone, screaming her name into the void and praying for a sign of life. He crashes straight into the tactical stranger who's got Sujin absolutely paralyzed with fear. The armored guy instantly barks at Yi-Hwan to drop his weapon. With zero room to gamble her life, our boy chucks his bat to the dirt in a heartbeat. The masked soldier immediately interrogates Yi-Hwan, demanding his identity, and why they're trespassing in his zone. Meanwhile, Yi-Hwan's brain is running pure forensics, trying to scan this mysterious guy's true vibe. Bro is definitely surviving the apocalypse, but the math isn't mathing. Where the hell did he loot a heavy firearm? He totally gives off fake military energy. Refusing to roll the dice on Sujin's life, Yi-Hwan throws his hands to the sky, desperately explaining they are co-op partners. He swears on everything that he just chased her distress signal. The fully armored fake soldier completely ignores the plea, demanding the real lore behind their random mountain hike. Considering this place is a literal ghost town, Yi-Hwan decides to drop the bluff and spills their entire main quest, pushing through absolute hell to reach Yang and rescue his bloodline. He admits their navigation completely glitched out, leaving them wandering the wild all day until they hit this spot to literally touch grass and heal. Plus, the zone looked like a perfectly safe spawn point, so they obviously parked here to regenerate their crushed stamina. Hearing the raw truth, the tactical guy finally drops his barrel, totally taking the L for sparking a massive panic. He openly admits going full aggro was way out of line. His radar had picked up random rustling in the dead zone, completely mistaking them for brain-dead monsters. Switching to friendly mode, he gently pulls the shaking Sujin back onto her feet. The dude finally unclips his heavy helmet, revealing his true face and dropping his name as Young Tae-hyun. Trying to patch things up, he bows out another heavy apology for the insane jump scare. Catching the good vibes, Yi-Hwan mirrors the respect and drops his own name tag. Right on cue, Guido's frantic voice tears through the trees as he crashes into the scene. Detecting another player entering the chat, Taehyun goes on instant alert, asking for their total party size. Yi-Hwan smoothly flashes 3 fingers to keep things perfectly transparent. Scanning their completely wrecked energy bars, Taehyun hits them with a massive plot twist and invites the whole squad to his hidden base. He admits his current hideout isn't exactly a 5-star hotel, but it heavily beats freezing to death under the apocalyptic night sky. Plus, the spot is loaded with empty rooms to easily stash the entire crew. Turns out, there's a forgotten motel tucked nearby that Taehyun literally unlocked by pure blind luck. It totally gives off rural vacation vibes, but in this hellscape, a solid safe house is an absolute godsend. Not to mention it serves as the ultimate sanctuary in this hellscape. The sheer mass of desperate survivors flocking there proves it. But packing that many breathing souls into one secluded spot, starvation becomes a ticking time bomb. Sujin instantly leans in, fishing for the exact head count. Taehyun doesn't sugarcoat it. He drops the heavy truth. 30 lives are hanging by a thread, including fragile kids and women. Hearing that number sends a cold chill down Guido's spine. A hidden mountain retreat sounds incredibly safe, until you realize there isn't a single grocery store for miles. They are practically trapped in a starvation cage. Taehyun heavily sighs, admitting that securing rations has been a waking nightmare. It's the exact reason he risked his neck out here in the open. Desperation pushed him into the concrete jungle. He had been gambling his life, trying to scavenge crumbs from the city's abandoned commercial sector. But that death trap was already swarming with a flesh-eating tsunami. His supply run completely crashed and burned. However, fate tossed him a tiny lifeline. He managed to spot a massive, untouched warehouse lurking nearby, so he plotted a treacherous detour through the mountain trails to hit the jackpot. Guido's gears start turning. If a pristine warehouse is actually hiding in these hills, hauling that loot could keep 30 starving mouths fed for months. But Yi-Hwan cuts through the excitement, dropping a harsh reality check. Playing lone wolf in an apocalypse is practically begging the Grim Reaper for a high five. Taehyun flashes a grim, knowing smile. He already calculated those brutal odds before stepping out the gate. That is exactly why he walked into hell completely solo. If the mission went south, and he ended up as Zombie Chow, only one life would be wiped off the board. Yet, our overpowered MC isn't buying that martyr logic. The math of one guy hauling enough grub for an entire settlement just doesn't compute. Suddenly, the chilling crunch of dead footsteps echoes through the silence. Taehyun's survival instincts violently kick in. Safety off, Beryl raised his eyes, lock onto the shadows. A nightmare horde of the undead is lunging straight for their throats. Screaming over the chaos, Taehyun begs our boy to fall back. Standing in the absolute center of a kill zone is pure, unadulterated suicide. But of course, Yuan's vibe remains ice cold. He doesn't even flinch. Taehyun's brain straight up lags as he witnesses this dude's zero-chill demeanor. Instead of sprinting for cover, the absolute madman starts casually strolling toward the flesh-eating wave, completely treating Taehyun's frantic warnings like background noise. Why? Because wasting precious ammo on these low-level mobs is a rookie mistake. Bullets are liquid gold, meant only for true boss-level threats. Sweating bullets. Taehyun tries to process this suicidal strategy, But reality shatters when our guy casually grips his trusty metal bat, radiating an aura that says he's about to turn these monsters into batting practice. As the grotesque tide surges forward, Taehyun screams his vocal cords out. He practically begs Yuan to wake up from this death wish. Charging a massive swarm of bloodthirsty freaks with blunt force is basically ordering a one-way ticket to the afterlife. But Guido calmly pats the panicked captain on the shoulder. He knows damn well that letting the boss cook is the only cheat code they need right now, and he guarantees Taehyun is about to scrape his jaw off the floor once he sees the magic happen. Meanwhile, the grotesque monsters close the distance. Yuan stands completely frozen like a legendary statue. And then, the ultimate glitch in the Matrix occurs. The undead walk right past him. They totally ignore him, like he's made of invisible air. Taehyun's sanity is flatlining, but the real cinematic flex hasn't even started, because our MC is about to unleash absolute carnage, smashing these brain-dead freaks like cheap bowling pins. The slaughter officially initiates. Yuan violently snatches a rotting freak by the collar, launching it over the horde with ungodly force. The entire mob violently topples over like bloody dominoes. Crack. One swing, one shattered skull. He morphs into a relentless tornado of destruction, raining down devastating blows. Mountains of mangled corpses stack up in mere seconds. Watching from the sidelines, Taehyun's eyes are practically exploding out of their sockets. He is witnessing a literal god of war tearing through reality. The sheer, overwhelming power Yuan radiates is downright illegal. Taehyun's mind is totally short-circuiting. But the craziest detail? Not a single infected freak is even trying to bite back. Catching that completely paralyzed look plastered on Taehyun's face, Guido smirks, realizing this guy has been living under a massive rock, completely ignoring the apocalyptic radio broadcasts. Guido chuckles, admitting it looks like a literal cheat code, but this overwhelming domination is pure reality. The undead wouldn't dare touch a single hair on Yuan's head. Dusting off his bat with the threat erased, Yuan casually strolls back, picking up their logistics chat like he didn't just massacre a small army. He drops a heavy reality check on the captain's solo plan, hauling a month's worth of heavy rations on foot. Pure, delusional fantasy. Without a set of wheels, that suicide mission is mathematically impossible. One random ambush on the mountain trail, and it is instantly game over. But the overpowered MC flashes a confident smirk, tossing Taehyun a golden ticket of teamwork. He guarantees that tonight, all 30 souls in that hidden sanctuary will feast like kings. Scene transition to the imposing gates of the mountain retreat. A squad of armed sentries nervously grips their rifles, eyes scanning the terrifying shadows. Suddenly, the deafening roar of heavy engines shatters the silence. Two unknown vehicles come tearing up the dirt path. Absolute panic instantly erupts. This broke settlement doesn't own a single set of keys. Bandits, raiders, dead men, walking sure as hell can't parallel park. Safeties click off as the guards level their barrels, ready to turn these rides into Swiss cheese. They are moments away from unleashing a storm of lead. Screeching tires kick up a massive dust cloud as Taehyun desperately leaps from the passenger door, frantically waving his arms to stop the friendly fire. The trigger-happy sentries blink, the familiar face finally cutting through their soaring adrenaline. Lowering their smoking barrels, they immediately swarm their commanding officer, but their suspicious eyes dart toward the heavily armed legend stepping out behind him. Swallowing his pride, Taehyun lays the raw truth on the table. He doesn't hesitate to crown his new companions as the absolute saviors of the day. Their backup was an absolute game-changer. But the captain drops even crazier news. They scored an untouched supply warehouse, meaning starvation is officially off the table. The vehicle's backseat is practically overflowing with instant ramen and canned survival prep. Plus, the trunk is completely loaded down with heavy sacks of rice. A massive wave of relief washes over the exhausted soldiers. Tonight, not a single kid in this camp will have to sleep with an empty stomach. But despite scoring a jackpot of loot, Yuan's sharp gaze scans the massive shelter. He highly doubts this single haul can sustain this many survivors forever. Taehyun catches that grim look in his eyes and totally gets it. Still, having a secured stash means they can always launch another raid when rations run low. Without a second of hesitation, the proud leader drops his head in a deep, respectful bow. He pours out his absolute gratitude for the squad's life-saving carry. Yuan just waves it off. He is not the type to milk a thank you, especially when the captain has already shown enough genuine appreciation. Shifting the vibe, Taehyun suddenly admits he actually needs one more favor. Plus, there is a certain very important person in the camp he desperately wants our main character to meet. That definitely sparks Yuan's interest. Who could be so important in this apocalyptic wasteland? Right on cue, a sharp female voice cuts through the tension, yelling the captain's name. Our boy freezes in his tracks. His eyes go wide as he takes in the newcomer. This was the absolute last person he expected to find out here. Enter the camp's resident medic. She is practically buzzing with intense curiosity. demanding to know why their leader rushed back way ahead of schedule. Considering he wasn't supposed to return until tomorrow at the earliest, her suspicion makes total sense. Flashing a grateful smile, Taehyun points straight at his new, overpowered allies. He breaks down how their insane combat skills literally cut the mission time in half. Thanks to their heavy lifting, they raided a massive warehouse and secured the bag. Because of this clutch team-up, the entire shelter can finally breathe. Starving to death is officially postponed for the foreseeable future. The captain formally introduces the stunning woman to the squad. Meet Dr. Han Seo-yoon. She is an absolute pillar of this community, keeping the survivors breathing day after day. A faint blush creeps across her cheeks. She awkwardly waves off the high praise, clearly feeling like that massive title is way too heavy for her shoulders. She completely flips the script, pointing out that Taehyun is the real most valuable player. He is the iron shield, standing between their fragile camp and the nightmare outside. Plus, she drops a reality check. She is barely a second-year resident. Being hailed as some legendary doctor feels a bit like imposter syndrome right now. But Yuan's sharp instincts pick up on a deeper detail. The absolute, blind loyalty radiating from every single person toward Taehyun is undeniable. Even the hardcore sentries guarding the gates address him as captain with zero hesitation. That kind of profound respect isn't just handed out. It is earned in blood. Shifting focus, the curious doctor leans in. She is dying to uncover how this ragtag squad of badasses somehow wandered into their hidden sanctuary. Talk about a loaded question. Explaining their chaotic survival journey isn't exactly a quick elevator pitch. It is a full-blown, epic saga. But our guy keeps it brief, tossing out the core details. He casually drops the bomb that they are nowhere near their hometown. They are literally trekking all the way from Seoul to Yangyang, though the exact mission remains highly classified. Hearing this, Dr. Soyun's jaw practically hits the floor. That destination is ridiculously far away. Factor in the mutant-infested highways, crushed cars, and absolute bloodbaths choking every single route. Pulling off a road trip like that is basically a death sentence. Yihwan totally backs her up on that. They have already faced down endless barricades of rotting corpses. They were forced to navigate sketchy backroads just to survive. At this point, it is practically a miracle they even stumbled across this safe zone. Right on cue, a shady-looking guy named Myung-ho slides into the scene. He taps the captain's shoulder, throwing out a reminder about offloading the massive food haul. Giving a quick nod, Taehyun delegates the heavy lifting to him. Then, he and the doctor finally escort their vital guests deep into the inner sanctuary. Honestly though, that Myung-ho dude is radiating massive red flags. Fast forward a bit, and the first rays of morning light slowly wash over the fortified motel. Deep inside the cafeteria walls, a massive crowd gathers. The survivors finally get to devour a real, hot meal after weeks of absolute misery. The whole room practically hums with pure, unfiltered joy. Tasting actual savory broth is a luxury these broken souls haven't experienced since the world ended. Yuan scans the packed room, his eyes widening at the sheer number of kids running around. He totally underestimated the scale of this rescue operation. The captain leans in with the heavy stats. They are shielding 9 minors in total, with a few literal infants thrown into the mix. This rundown building might have been a basic roadside motel once, but its hostel-style layout actually gifted them this massive communal dining hall. Sure, the scouting teams scraped together whatever scraps they could find, but honestly, those pathetic rations barely kept starvation at bay for 48 hours. If our main character's squad hadn't flexed their insane combat stats, this camp would be facing a dark reality right now. Taehyun's respect for them is absolute. Playing the humble hero as always, Yuan simply brushes off the massive compliment. But there is one burning question that has been scratching at the back of his mind. He points out the obvious elephant in the room. Every single survivor treats Taehyun like a seasoned military commander. What is the lore behind that heavy title? Flashing a modest, self-deprecating smile, Taehyun confesses that the heavy crown totally gave him anxiety at first. Being the leader wasn't exactly in his apocalypse survival plan, but the weight of survival forced him to adapt to the role. Suddenly, before they can dive into his tragic backstory, a panicked guard rushes in looking for the boss. Word on the floor is that Dr. Seo-yoon demands his presence immediately. Sensing a shift in the vibe, Taehyun instantly moves out to handle the crisis. The scene snaps to the doctor's mind-blown reaction. She is practically glitching out after discovering Yihwan's most broken cheat skill. The infected completely ignore his existence. No bloodlust, no savage attacks, zero aggression whatsoever. It is like his threat level is completely turned off. He is basically a ghost, walking right through a monster horde. And looking her dead in the eye, Taehyun officially confirms this impossible phenomenon is 100% real. The image is burned into his brain. He watched with his own 2 eyes as the bloodthirsty monsters completely ignored Yuan, treating the defenseless guy like an absolute ghost. Honestly, His mind is still struggling to process the impossible scene. That is exactly why he is desperately praying that Dr. Soyun can drop some scientific logic to explain Yuan's god-tier plot armor. The medic sighs, admitting there has to be a biological trigger, but without running a massive battery of tests, she is flying totally blind. She does toss out a wild theory, however, suggesting this apocalyptic nightmare stems from a mutating pathogen. But without cold, hard data, she is basically just guessing in the dark. Yuan lets that heavy truth settle before dropping a massive question of his own. If a virus is pulling the strings here, is crafting a cure actually on the table? Dr. Soyun bites her lip, her eyes darkening with doubt. On paper, sure, it is a possibility. But with the world in ashes, zero labs functioning, and scientists wiped off the map, hitting the jackpot on a vaccine is absolute zero. Even if Yuan happens to be the ultimate immune anomaly, distilling a miracle drug from his veins is a total pipe dream. But hold up. Yuan is still sitting on the ultimate cheat code, the insane reality that his literal blood can reboot these mindless beasts back into normal humans. Taking a deep breath, he drops the bombshell. One sip of his blood, and the infected are instantly purged of the virus. Staring her down, he asks if this game-changing fact flips the odds of brewing a cure. Guido and Sujin, who were chilling in the background, nearly snapped their necks from the shock. They never expected him to casually leak his most dangerous secret. Taehyun leans in, his eyes sparking with intense curiosity as he demands the full story. Yuan does not hold back, instantly shattering the tension. He casually mentions taking a nasty bite to the arm from a monster, but instead of joining the flesh-eating horde, he shrugged it off like a mosquito bite. The real twist? The attacker who bit him actually snapped out of the monstrous trance. Once the haze cleared, the former zombie only complained of a mild fever and some severe thirst, completely dodging the Reaper. Guido and Sujin exchange a knowing glance, catching on to the fact that Yuan is totally leaving out how Sujin was the actual biter. Playing it cool, the duo locks down their expressions, pretending they have zero clue about his wild survival tale. Yuan presses on with his pitch. If his veins are pumping a literal liquid cure, maybe they could save humanity, without needing some massive science fiction laboratory. Dr. Soyun goes dead silent, processing the magnitude of his words. She is not calling him a liar, especially since he has been their absolute savior so far. But as a woman of science, blind faith just does not cut it. She needs a live trial, a real-time battle against the virus. She has to witness this biological miracle with her own two eyes. The word experiment instantly sets off alarm bells, making it sound like Yuan is about to become a caged guinea pig. Catching the heavy shift in the room, Dr. Soyun desperately backpedals. She ditches the clinical terms, begging them to treat this as a desperate favor instead. Taehyun, sharp as ever, connects the dots in a heartbeat. The doctor already has a secret patient stashed away, just waiting for salvation. And boom, the hidden truth is finally dragged into the light. Dr. Soyun confesses the terrifying reality. They are sharing the building with a monster. She swears on her life that the creature has been locked tight in the pitch-black basement for 3 agonizing days. Initially, the crew wrote it off as a bad winter flu, but then the gruesome signs of the apocalypse began to surface. Within hours, the fever flipped into sheer feral rage, forcing Taehyun to play a deadly game of bait and switch, to trap the thrashing beast underground. Now, the stage is set for the ultimate showdown, Yuan's miraculous blood versus the lethal virus. Guido instantly grills her, demanding to know if the victim survived a previous bite. The doctor shoots that theory down with a rock-solid no. They had scoured every inch of the patient's skin, finding 0 bite marks or suspicious scratches. Sujin whips around, throwing a sharp glance at Guido, asking if the monster virus can really lay dormant for that long. Guido looks totally rattled. This is completely off the charts. He has never witnessed a delayed timer like this. Tossing out a wild guess that genetics might be mutating the outbreak's speed, Yuan immediately grasps the terrifying assignment. He needs to play the sacrificial lamb, offering his crimson drops to the beast and waiting for a miracle. Dr. Soyun nods frantically, her eyes blazing with desperate hope. If a single dose of his life force can exorcise the demonic virus, it rewrites the entire apocalypse. It would prove Yuan is not just untouchable, he is the walking, talking holy grail of human survival. But the second those cursed words leave her mouth, panic strikes Yuan and Guido like a bolt of lightning. They know exactly how this dark path ends. Wearing the crown of the ultimate cure paints a massive target on your back. Yuan is one bad day away from being chained to an operating table, drained dry by power-hungry scientists. Guido erupts, refusing to let things slide. Tossing their golden boy into the jaws of a rabid monster is pure, unfiltered suicide. One wrong move, and the entire squad goes down. Dr. Soyun waves her hands, desperately swearing she is not asking him to feed himself to the zombie. Turning to her medical kit, she yanks out a gleaming, empty syringe, making the play crystal clear. All they need is a quick blood draw to inject the cure. However, since the infected completely ignore Yuan, he is the only one who can walk right up to the beast and deliver the shot safely. The heavy burden of administering the injection falls squarely on Yi Huan's shoulders. After a tense beat of silence, he accepts the grim task, sending Guido into an absolute tailspin of panic. But Yi Huan's resolve is made of iron. Even if the odds are basically zero, he is fully prepared to bet everything on this one shot. Fast forward a bit. Shadows stretch across the compound as nightfall swallows the sky. Out by the main gates, a sentry practically glows with admiration for their captain. The man actually pulled off the impossible and hauled back real rations. Thanks to that massive loot drop, the haunting fear of starvation is off the table for now. Lurking just a few steps away is Myung-ho, that sketchy guy giving off major red flags from earlier. The dude is completely spaced out in his own dark world, forcing his partner to literally yell his name to shatter the trance. Fed up with talking to a brick wall, the chatterbox guard just rolls his eyes and storms off in pure annoyance. Left alone, Myung-ho's dead gaze locks onto the rides Yi Huan's crew rolled up in. Like I said before, this guy's vibe is wildly sus. If he pulls some backstabbing stunt, literally no one would be shocked. Cutting back to the interior, Taehyun heavily grills Johan about offering himself up as a human lab rat. He makes it crystal clear that nobody is forcing his hand here. But true to his nature, Johan's eyes burn with unwavering determination. He shuts down the doubts instantly, swearing he is built for this. Plus, he pitched the crazy idea himself, so backing out now would be a massive coward move. Shifting the heavy atmosphere, Taehyun subtly points toward a tiny girl huddled across the room. The brutal truth drops like a bomb. The raging monster locked in the basement is actually her mom. Ice runs straight down Johan's spine at those words. And the kid's origin story? Utterly soul-crushing. The universe had basically handed her the absolute worst cards imaginable. She literally watched her own dad mutate into a bloodthirsty fiend. And the ultimate nightmare? He instantly turned around to hunt them down. Her mom went full survival mode, dragging her daughter through hell to reach this sanctuary. But fate was merciless. The deadly infection claimed the mother just 3 days ago. When the horrific symptoms first flared up, the group barely dodged getting infected themselves. To protect his camp, Taehyun had his finger on the trigger, ready to execute her. But the sound of that little girl's gut-wrenching screams completely broke him. His humanity won out, and he simply couldn't take the shot. Instead, it took a squad of them to drag the thrashing woman down into the basement alive. It was the ultimate desperate compromise to keep everyone from getting slaughtered. To protect the kid's fragile sanity, they fed her a lie that mommy would get better soon. The sheer tragedy of it all leaves the trio entirely speechless. A suffocating wave of sorrow hits them for this child whose world was entirely shattered. Staring at her frail figure, Johan is painfully reminded of his own precious niece back home. That memory is like tossing gasoline on a fire. His hesitation vanishes entirely, replaced by an ironclad will to face the danger head-on. Meeting Taehyun's gaze, he vows to spark a miracle in this kid's nightmare of a life. And the ultimate catalyst for that miracle? The very blood coursing through his own veins. The heavy moment is interrupted when a guard marches up, signaling that the night watch is about to swap out. Taehyun gives a curt nod, promising he will head to his post in a second. Before dipping out, he drops the best news of the day. 2 safe rooms are prepped and waiting for them. He gently urges the exhausted crew to finally catch some well-deserved sleep. Guido's face instantly lights up like he just won the lottery. In this hellscape, a solid night of rest is literally the ultimate flex. Throwing them a final nod of respect, Taehyun vanishes up the staircase. Yi Huan watches him go, genuinely touched by the captain's raw hospitality. Sujin chimes in, completely blown away by the guy's solid aura. He is basically the textbook definition of an alpha leader, who actually bleeds for his squad. But while those two are busy wearing rose-colored glasses about this haven, Guido's alarm bells are ringing out of control. The vibes here are way too incredibly cursed to ignore. Exhibit A. Literally every random survivor is packing military-grade assault rifles, which makes zero sense for a civilian shelter. They have turned a random motel into an absolute fortress with strict tactical rotations. It is way too professional for a bunch of average folks just trying not to get eaten. Out of absolutely nowhere, the shady Myung-ho materializes right behind Guido's shoulder. He drops a bombshell. Their beloved captain used to be active duty. The ultimate jump scare hits Guido so hard, his soul practically leaves his body. Forcing his racing heart to calm down, he aggressively grills Myung-ho on what he just spilled. Myung-ho casually spills the tea. Taehyun was a high-ranking platoon leader in the 13th Division, and those heavy-duty rifles? Completely swiped from his own base. Suddenly, the whole captain title clicks perfectly in Guido's brain. Before sliding back into the shadows, Myung-ho admits Guido isn't crazy for being paranoid, but he drops a massive warning. Keep that mouth totally shut. This entire camp practically worships the ground Taehyun walks on. If anyone catches them plotting against their hero, things will get bloody. Just as the sketchy dude tries to bounce, Johan cuts him off with a burning question. If the guy was a legit military officer, why the hell did he ditch his squad to play house in a rundown motel? A heavy silence fills the air before Myung-ho drops the final plot twist. Taehyun didn't just leave, he went completely rogue. He is a wanted military deserter. That massive red flag sends Guido's anxiety through the absolute roof. Myung-ho casually shrugs, admitting he has no clue why the captain actually ran away, but he swears on his life it is a straight fact, because the renegade captain admitted it straight to his face. The puzzle pieces finally click into place for Guido. Now he knows exactly where this camp scored their heavy-duty firepower. But Sujin hits them with the real burning question. Is the captain actually planning to return to the military? Myung-ho dodges the bullet, casually suggesting she interrogate the boss man herself. Fact is, nobody in this survival camp has the guts to bring it up, and honestly, they could not care less about his dark history. Dropping that absolute bomb, Myung-ho dips back into the shadows. The trio is left reeling. Red flags start popping up everywhere for Sujin. Guido's gut is screaming that something is deeply off. The math just is not mathing here. He locks eyes with Yuan, desperately needing a reality check. Sure, these survivors might not be a direct threat to our overpowered main character, but trusting them blindly? That is a massive gamble. Yuan's intense gaze softens as it lands on the orphaned little girl. He knows every single soul in this hellhole carries devastating trauma, but he completely brushes the camp politics aside. His moral compass is locked in. He is going to step up and do the right thing, period. Retreating is simply not in his vocabulary. Fast forward to the dead of night. The camera pans over to Taehyun, holding the front line entirely solo. A tight cinematic close-up hits his worn-out wristband, flashing his military dog tags for the world to see. The absolute agony in his eyes screams volumes. Cue the trauma flashback. We witness his entire squad twisted into bloodthirsty monsters, tearing each other apart in a literal bloodbath. The camera zeroes in on Jungcheol, his absolute best bro, now just another mind-rotted ghoul. The sheer heartbreak ripped a raw, agonizing scream from Taehyun's throat. That nightmare still claws at his sanity today, fueling a simmering, bitter rage. Every single time he closes his eyes, Dr. Soyeon suddenly shatters the tension, questioning his solo night watch. Shaking off the ghosts of his past, Taehyun slaps on a fake smile, burying his psychological damage deep down. But Soyeon sees right through the tough guy act, begging him to catch some actual sleep. He instantly rejects the idea. In this apocalyptic wasteland, everyone is fighting their own demons. If he can shoulder the heavy burden, he is going all in. But the doc is not buying his excuses. She knows insomnia has him in a chokehold. Her voice drops as she asks about the night terrors. Taehyun just flashes that hollow grin, claiming his mental armor is thick enough to easily tank the psychological damage. To him, this endless suffering is pure karma. Honestly, he thinks he is getting off way too easy, considering the massive sins weighing heavily on his soul. Trying to anchor him back to reality, Soyeon gently rests a hand on his knee, pleading with him to drop the guilt trip. He is the ultimate beacon of hope for this entire camp. That raw truth finally pulls a genuine, tired smile from the captain. He quietly swears to protect his found family at all costs. But while they share this emotionally heavy scene, the spotlight shifts right back to Myung-ho. Big surprise, the dude is creeping in the pitch-black shadows again, glaring daggers at the captain. His stalker energy is absolutely off the charts. Cut to the next morning, where a massive thunderstorm is wreaking havoc. Over some bleak survival rations, Guido points out that the sky is literally falling. Thank God they scored this safe zone, because braving that apocalyptic monsoon would equal an instant game over. Sujin violently nods in agreement, kicking herself for totally underestimating Mother Nature's wrath in this ruined world. But here is the massive catch. Squatting here for another 24 hours completely trashes their timeline for hitting Yangyang City. Stressed out, Guido looks to their overpowered carry for the final call. But Yuan is totally zoned out. His eyes are glued to his cracked screen, obsessing over the ghosted text from his little sister, sent days ago. He finally snaps out of it, dropping the ultimate verdict. They roll out at exactly 12 p.m. Out of nowhere, the camp leaders crash their breakfast meeting, checking in on their VIP guests. Our survival squad gives a massive thumbs up, praising the god-tier sleep they finally scored. But Taehyun instantly waves off all the hype. In his eyes, Yuan is the absolute MVP of this base, and mere words cannot even touch the level of carrying he just did. Shifting gears, Taehyun pushes hard for them to stay. Stepping out into that brutal storm is pure suicide. But Yuan's resolve is made of pure titanium. Comfort zones are for the weak when a critical main quest is active. However, he vows to clear his massive side quest right here, right now. The atmosphere goes ice cold as Yuan demands access to the basement. the exact spot where the rabid-infected woman is chained up. Taehyun hesitates, sweat dropping, before finally giving the green light. The squad rolls up to the ominous steel door. Taehyun passes the heavy-duty flashlight, while the doc hands over the ultimate key item, the syringe loaded with our hero's miracle blood. The objective is simple: force-feed the monster a few drops of this liquid gold. Gripping the handle, Yuhwan barks a harsh order. He tells the squishy side characters to fall back immediately. Zero margin for error here. He steps right into the abyss, slamming the heavy door shut to trap the nightmare inside with him. Taehyun's jaw practically hits the floor at this insane display of main character energy. But Guido just smirks. He already knows his bro will literally walk through hellfire to save a life. Down in the pitch black, Yuan locks eyes with the target. The blinding flashlight beam hits her, triggering a blood-curdling, demonic snarl from the depths of her mutated lungs. Unfazed, Yuan casually says what is up, acting like he is visiting an old buddy. He prepares to drop the ultimate cure. The emotional reunion between mother and daughter had to wait. Right now, Kang Yuan was locked inside a dead silent room, trapped with nothing but a newly turned infected mother. Outside those heavy doors, the crew practically suffocated on the tension. Dr. Han Soyun felt a cold dread creeping up her spine. Minutes dragged like hours. The silence from the room was absolutely deafening. But Captain Jang Taehyun saw this eerie quiet as a massive win. Zero noise meant zero bloodshed. They just had to pray that Yuan's absolute immunity was real, keeping him practically invisible to the monster inside. Scanning the hallway, Taehyun caught reporter Kim's pale, sweat-drenched face and asked if he was holding up. The reporter waved off the concern, admitting his anxiety was entirely focused on Yuan. Sure, their motorcycle hero looked totally unshakable on the surface, but underneath that badass exterior, he possessed a dangerously soft heart. Spending these chaotic days together gave Kim Guido a front-row seat to Yuan's true nature. When someone needs saving, the guy throws himself straight into the fire without a second thought. He constantly pushed his body past the breaking point for total strangers. And when those desperate gambles failed, the crushing weight of failure shattered his soul harder than anyone else. If this miracle blood syringe could not reverse the infection inside that pitch-black room, the guilt would absolutely destroy him. Hearing this brutal truth, a wave of heavy guilt crashed over Dr. Han. The agonizing realization hit her hard. Had she recklessly pushed the kid into a literal suicide mission? Reporter Kim quickly stepped in to crush those doubts. He made it crystal clear that Yi-hwan owned this choice completely. Knowing the hero, he would have charged into that room regardless. The moment he knew a life was on the line, he was all in. Suddenly, the heavy steel doors groaned open. Yuan stepped out of the shadows. He casually asked Dr. Han for some medical backup. Her panic-stricken brain instantly flashed to a total bloodbath scenario. Did the monster bite him? Was he bleeding out? But the young man stood there perfectly unscathed. The actual plot twist? The once vicious infected mother could barely twitch, let alone stand. The transformation reversal had left her dangerously dehydrated and terribly weak. Breathing a massive sigh of relief, the crew carefully moved the cured woman from the gloomy prison straight to the makeshift infirmary for emergency IV fluids. Dr. Han and Captain Jang locked down her bedside, watching her vitals like hawks. The best part? They finally let the sobbing little girl reunite with her mother. The former monster struggled to process her miraculous humanity. A harsh fever burned through her veins, but it easily beat rotting alive. Her only thought was the immense guilt of burdening the group. With a trembling, terrified voice, she begged to know the truth. Did she tear anyone apart while the virus controlled her brain? Dr. Han flashed a warm smile, promising that Taehyun had locked the situation down flawlessly. Not a single scratch on anyone. The cured mother read the sheer exhaustion etched into their faces. These complete strangers had walked through hell purely for her sake. She poured out her deepest, tearful apologies. But those raw, gentle words acted like a devastating gut punch to the doctor. The captain instantly sensed the shifting vibe. Dr. Han tightly gripped her fists, bitterly confessing she had done absolutely nothing. Her medical degree felt entirely useless against the virus. She could not stop the turning process. Ever since barricading inside this dingy motel, she felt like dead weight holding the survivors back. The massive emotional dam she had built since the apocalypse began finally shattered. Hot, agonizing tears streamed down her face. Imposter syndrome hit her hard. She felt like a pathetic leech draining their resources. A literal rotting corpse had just returned to life. And here she was, crying and stealing the spotlight. Sensing her downward spiral, the captain firmly planted a reassuring hand on her shaking shoulder. His grip radiated absolute solid support. He reminded her of the brutal, sleepless shifts she pulled for this community. Her contributions were beyond legendary. She was the only reason they were not dropping dead from basic injuries. If she broke, the entire survival camp would lose its foundational pillar. He laid out the hard facts. Without her genius medical guidance, Yuan's miraculous cure would have been entirely impossible to pull off. She might feel utterly inadequate right now, but she was the absolute MVP of this squad. The reassuring words of the captain finally pulled her out of the dark headspace. Elite surgeon Han So-yoon fiercely wiped her eyes. A new, burning determination ignited in her gaze. She was going to level up. The recovering mother quietly asked Taehyun about her mysterious savior. The captain chuckled, revealing that Mr. Savior was just chilling right outside. The kid claimed he needed some breathing room, though catching fresh air was pretty ironic considering the apocalyptic monsoon flooding the streets outside. Slumped against the grimy motel entrance, Yiwan stared blankly into the raging storm. His mind drifted into the void, until Choi Sujin stealthily rolled up behind him. She playfully demanded to know why he was brooding like a tragic main character in the rain. Noticeably, she had finally ditched her blood-soaked Day 1 survivor outfit. Huge shout-out to the abandoned luggage stash in the motel. She managed to score some fresh, clean drip that actually fit her perfectly. Yuan let out a heavy sigh, confessing a brutal truth. Now that the adrenaline had crashed and the mission was clear, a suffocating tension had hijacked his chest. He literally brought a monster back to humanity, but the victory triggered weeks of built-up exhaustion, crushing him like a freight train. During that entire lockdown, standing face-to-face with the beast in pitch darkness, his mind spun out of control. The terrifying what-ifs had haunted every single second. What if his miracle blood suddenly failed? Sujin instantly shut down his toxic, doom-scrolling thoughts. As living proof of his overpowered ability, she knew the facts better than anyone. 1 cure is a fluke, but 2, that is stone-cold proof. He was not just a lucky survivor anymore. He was the literal chosen one for this dying world. But humbly flexing god-tier status just was not in his DNA. He simply stared into the rain, silently carrying the weight of humanity on his shoulders. Sujin finally dropped the bombshell on why she tracked Yihan down. She absolutely needed to corner him, before the rest of the camp figured out who actually reversed her zombie infection. For now, the clueless motel survivors genuinely believe she just scored some miraculous, spontaneous recovery. But the clock is ticking before the whispers start, the conspiracy theories drop, and the dangerous questions begin. Before that absolute disaster ignites, Sujin steps up with a massive reality check, a tactical move, designed to keep both the fragile motel community and our overpowered main character alive. Cut to the parking lot, where reporter Kim's ride and Yihan's jacked motorcycle are finally getting a heavy rainwash to scrub off the apocalypse grit. Fast forward to the war room. After locking in the details with our hero, Sujin pitches her master plan to the doc and the captain. Her ultimatum? Bury the truth about the cure. Deep. They need a rock-solid cover story for how the zombie rot actually vanished. Sujin had been playing advanced mind games, calculating the terrifying fallout. If Yihan's walking miracle status leaked, and going ghost is their only viable play, enter Captain Jong Tae-hun. This absolute meathead actually argues they should parade Yihan around as their ultimate savior. He wants to prop the kid up as a literal beacon of hope, a commodity completely sold out in this hellscape. Reporter Kim and our reluctant messiah exchange a heavy look, totally torn, but Sujin snaps back. Hope is the exact poison she is terrified of. If the desperate masses discover that Yihan carries the ultimate antidote in his veins, it is game over. A brutal, all-out bloodbath would instantly explode as factions rip each other apart just to own him. Human greed makes it a guaranteed catastrophe. The squad was so blinded by this epic victory, they totally forgot how toxic this apocalyptic world really is. Every single survivor out there has watched someone they love get devoured by the outbreak. Flash them a tiny glimmer of a cure, and they will cross every moral line to snatch it. Dropping the massive secret of Yihan to the general public, that is a massive death flag. Can anyone here actually protect him? Thank heaven, Sujin is packing the only functioning brain cells in the room, and she was literally craving brains just a few days ago. The harsh reality suddenly clicks for reporter Kim. Yihan, holding the miracle blood, is not a blessing. It is the ultimate trigger for absolute anarchy. Once that intel hits the streets, every unhinged warlord, rogue faction, and desperate survivor will hunt him down to drain him dry. Yeah, our boy boasts insane, system-breaking stats that can easily obliterate basic monsters. But plot twist, what happens when some psycho rolls up with a squad of assault rifles? That instantly shifts the genre from action fantasy to a gruesome tragedy. The bitter irony? The undead hordes are basically just target practice for him, but his fellow humans? They could totally be his final boss. Reporter Kim breathes a heavy sigh of relief, thanking the heavens that Sujin has the tactical foresight to shield their powerhouse friend. She absolutely loathes playing the ultimate buzzkill by burying their biggest win in the shadows. But this massive threat cannot be swept under the rug. Until they can build a literal fortress and guarantee god-tier security, leaking this meta-shifting lore is completely off the table. Staring the captain down, Sujin demands a straight answer. Can he actually shield Yihan from the incoming storm? Her chilling question instantly paralyzes the doctor and the captain. She's not throwing shade or doubting their grit. She is just surviving on pure, unfiltered caution. In this apocalypse, a single drop of uncertainty means you lock the vault and throw away the key. After all, Yihan is literally carrying the survival of the human race on his back. The tension triggers a flashback for reporter Kim, remembering PD Sun dropping the exact same heavy truth just a few suns ago. That guy took the paranoia to the next level, predicting that exposing the golden blood would summon corrupted elites ready to chain Yihan up as their personal, immortal lab rat. Look, on the battlefield, our main character is an untouchable demon in hand-to-hand combat. No mortal is catching his hands and living. But drop a firing squad into the arena, his godlike stats get instantly neutralized. Massive respect to Sujin for forcing this squad to actually use their brains. Seriously, do you not absolutely despise it when survival casts act like brainless side characters? The heavy silence breaks when Dr. Han finally nods, agreeing to lock the miraculous truth in the dark. At least until they level up. She trusts this inner circle with her life. But if the firewall breaks and the secret drops, it will spark a catastrophic meltdown. Every shattered soul breathing in this nightmare world carries agonizing trauma, and that raw grief could easily warp into pure, unadulterated violence. Swearing to absolute secrecy is their only shield. With the oath sealed and the golden cure classified, Yihan instantly shifts his focus to the next quest. He locks eyes with Dr. Han, demanding a status check on their medical inventory. Spoiler alert, the reality is brutally grim. Their pathetic stash of meds has the entire camp staring down the barrel of a game over. They are running on fumes, and if a single fever breaks out, they are totally defenseless. Captain Taehun did manage to grind out a minor loot run from a local clinic, but those scraps will not even make a dent for an entire survival faction. Our hero only asked because he is ready to flex his overpowered stats for the clan. Gearing up for the main raid, he demands a hardcore shopping list of every pill and bandage needed to keep Motel Moonlight breathing. Outside, the relentless storm rages on, painting the apocalypse in gray. Inside, Dr. Han starts writing down the ultimate survival wish list. She mapped out every crucial detail, sliding the intel over to reporter Kim. Sure, she was beyond grateful for their backup, but sending them straight into a zombie-infested death trap gnawed at her conscience. Catching her hesitation, the veteran journalist just flashed a fearless grin. He knew exactly what kind of hell awaited them. But to secure the survival of their camp, diving into the nightmare was the only option, especially with their stubborn powerhouse leading the charge. Plus, they were packing serious heat and possessed the ultimate trump card against the infected horde. But in a surprising twist, that freckled wild card, Ham Young-ho, geared up in a raincoat and locked and loaded his own weapons. The captain tried to wave him off, insisting he had done his part and absolutely shouldn't risk his neck in the red zone. But Young-ho wasn't taking no for an answer. Despite the lethal odds, the quirky survivor threw caution to the wind. Staring death in the face, he declared his absolute resolve to back them up, proving that every trigger finger counted. Those raw words struck a chord with the captain, filling him with fierce pride as they prepared to plunge into the monster-infested concrete jungle. With their gear double-checked and weapons primed, Kim signaled for the captain and his loyal subordinate to load up. Standing by the gates, Sujin and the doctor watched them go, praying for their safe return through the rain-soaked apocalyptic wasteland. In that fleeting moment, time stopped as the doctor and the captain locked eyes, sharing a profound, unspoken promise that shattered the silence. Breaking the trance, Kim slammed the gas pedal, tearing down the flooded street. Sujin immediately pivoted to Dr. Han, desperately trying to soothe the panicked physician by hyping up Yuan's unstoppable protection. However, cold dread continued to twist Dr. Han's stomach into knots. Catching that lovesick worry, a mischievous smirk crept onto Sujin's face. Ready to shatter the gloomy vibe, Sujin totally called out the beautiful medic, demanding the spicy details of her undeniable chemistry with Captain Taehyun. Instant panic. The doctor's face exploded into a massive blush as she stammered out a frantic denial. Smelling blood in the water, Sujin mercilessly doubled down, exposing how their sickeningly sweet eye contact was giving everyone major heart eyes. But while the girls spilled the tea at camp, the exact same interrogation was going down on the road. Tearing through the ruins, reporter Kim ruthlessly roasted the captain over his obvious soft spot for Dr. Han, and he was having the time of his life doing it. You just can't hide romantic tension from a razor-sharp investigative journalist like Kim Giddo. Desperate to kill the joke, Captain Taehyun played it cool, swearing up and down that Han So-yoon was strictly a trusted ally, just comrades in arms, period. Kim hit him with the most sarcastic nod in history, his smug, overly dramatic smirk, screaming his total disbelief. In his veteran opinion, When a guy and a girl share that much trauma, sparks are 100% guaranteed to fly. But while the front seat was totally vibing, the back seat was suffocating under a heavy, menacing aura. Eyes locked in a dead stare, Young-ho radiated pure intensity as they navigated the treacherous asphalt, finally breaching the dead heart of the city. Hitting the brakes, Kim scoped out the exact coordinates the doctor had marked on their map. Raiding a massive medical center was basically suicide, making this low-key clinic their absolute best bet. The streets were terrifyingly silent, but dropping their guard meant instant death. They needed to move like ghosts. Moments later, Yuan breached the pharmacy entrance, his senses flaring as he confirmed the shadows were clear of flesh-eating monsters. Shockingly, this supply run is going way too smooth. Zero roadblocks, zero undead. The hospital is literally a ghost town. No monsters in sight, just bloodstains and shattered glass whispering tales of absolute chaos. Countless poor souls definitely met their end right here. Brushing off the creepy vibes, the squad sweeps every single inch of the facility. They are not just sticking to the grocery list. If it looks like it can keep them alive, it goes straight into the bag. Let the doctor figure out the medical stuff later. Meanwhile, Ham Young-ho sneaks open a random desk drawer, and his eyes lock onto a total game changer, a heavy-duty padlock, the key still chilling in the keyhole. Why the heck is he grinning like a total psycho over a piece of metal? Just wait and see. The plot is about to thicken. Suddenly, the captain calls out, asking for a status update. The creep flinches like he just took a taser to the chest. Panic flashes across Myung-ho's face. He slams the drawer shut in a heartbeat, but not before snatching that padlock. He shoves the metal deep into his pocket, completely hiding it from Taehyun. With this one item, this absolute menace is ready to unleash his toxic master plan. Outside, the rain pours down like a bad omen. Inside, the crew is looting like there is no tomorrow. They finally hit the 8th floor. Shadows stretch across the hallway. The captain clears every blind corner with god-tier military precision. Reporter Kim is straight up exhausted. His stamina is totally wiped. But hey, this is the final stretch. Plus, their backpacks are literally bursting with loot. This raid is an absolute massive win. The top floor splits into 2 huge wings. To speed things up, they decide to divide and conquer. Kim sticks to the captain like glue, meaning poor Yi Hwan is trapped with the ultimate creep, Myung-ho. The power is completely dead. Pitch black darkness swallows the hallways. A jump scare could literally happen at any second. Before going their separate ways, they establish one golden rule. Hear a scream, run toward it immediately. And just like that, the party splits. Myung-ho slithers into the shadows, his mind brewing a ridiculously evil scheme. Meanwhile, over with the captain and the reporter, their loot drops are absolute trash. The top floor is completely picked clean. The only thing Taehyun manages to score? Some dusty snack boxes sitting in a break room. Hey, beggars cannot be choosers. Just 24 hours ago, the motel was practically starving. They did not even have a single crumb for the kids. These random sweets are going to be a huge morale boost. Feeling the quiet vibe, reporter Kim shoots his shot. He finally drops the heavy question about the mysterious past of the captain. The only lore he has is that Taehyun rocked a military uniform. The second those words leave Kim's mouth, the unshakable captain physically shudders. Dead silence fills the room. Slowly, he turns his hardened gaze toward Kim. He drops his head, apologizing for keeping them in the dark. It was never about lying. He just prayed his newfound allies would never dig up his buried skeletons. Because his origin story? It is pure, unfiltered nightmare fuel. Curiosity spiking, Kim gently pushes for the full truth, only if Taehyun is ready. The captain shuts his eyes. Flashbacks hit him like a freight train. The literal hellscape that dragged him to Motel Moonlight plays out in his mind. The memories are crystal clear, but the guilt? It is suffocating. He feels like a monster who lost the right to speak. He crossed the ultimate line. He slaughtered his own squad. That horrific sin is permanently branded onto his soul, a curse he has to carry until his dying breath. He believes he is totally beyond redemption. The tragedy struck with zero warning. It was a gruesome, blood-soaked massacre. His unit was blind, dropped into a classified zone. No intel, no clear mission. Halfway to the drop zone, absolute chaos erupted. His soldiers started seizing violently. Then, their eyes rolled back. They morphed into something ungodly. Feral groans echoed as they lunged at their own brothers. The transport vehicle turned into a claustrophobic slaughterhouse. Taehyun was completely paralyzed by the horror. His mind went blank, until pure survival instinct took over. He raised his rifle, watching his loyal men tear chunks of flesh from their friends. Dripping with crimson blood, the infected snapped their heads toward the captain. Their lifeless eyes locked onto their next meal. Taehyun gripped his weapon, his knuckles turning totally white. One raw, primal thought consumed his brain. Survive at all costs. He squeezed the trigger and unleashed a storm of lead. Muzzle flashes lit up the dark as he painted the walls with his own squad, not stopping until the screaming died. The trauma is absolutely gut-wrenching. Standing in an ocean of blood, Taehyun stripped the armory clean. He vanished into the dead of night like a ghost. Fate eventually dragged him to Motel Moonlight. Now, he drowns in an ocean of regret. A fallen commander stripped of his honor. Once this apocalypse ends, he fully intends to march into a court-martial and face his execution. That was the endgame anyway. But right now, he cannot surrender to death, not when he still has a mission to finish. A whole community clinging to his every word for survival. Reporter Kim realized the captain's heavy burden sounded straight up insane, especially in this apocalyptic hellscape. But looking at the man's tired eyes, Kim saw right through the tough exterior. This was a leader drowning in survivor's guilt, chained down by a suffocating sense of duty. No wonder he and Johan clicked so instantly. Both guys were forged from the exact same heroic mold. Kim quickly apologized for reopening old wounds, but his journalistic instincts took over. Old habits die hard for a veteran reporter. To survive that kind of soul-crushing trauma and still shield a fragile community from the abyss? That takes an unbreakable level of mental fortitude. Calling him the captain was never just about a military rank. It was a massive badge of absolute trust from his people. But a dark thought nagged at Kim's brain. Why did that shady squad member call Taehyun a cowardly deserter earlier? The accusation made zero sense in this reality. Why would someone on his own strike team spit such a toxic label at their leader? Meanwhile, across the desolate building, Johan scoured the dusty shadows for any scrap of usable loot to bring home. Total dead end. A faded closure notice hung on the wall. This entire floor had packed up right before the apocalypse hit. No wonder the shelves were completely stripped bare. This entire sweep was a massive flop. Pivoting on his heel, Johan faced his silent partner. He warned Myung-ho about the empty rooms and suggested regrouping with the squad. But the atmosphere instantly shifted. Breaking his eerie silence, Myung-ho finally spoke up, dropping a dangerously heavy question. He aggressively brought up Ji-eun, the infected girl who miraculously bounced back from the brink of death. The guy fiercely suspected her cure was tied directly to Johan and his mysterious new crew. A cold sweat dripped down Johan's neck. The guy had hit the absolute bullseye. Panicking to cover his tracks, Johan desperately threw all the credit onto Dr. Han, but Myung-ho's crazy eyes locked in. He was completely obsessed with his own twisted theory. He might not understand the actual science, but he knew Johan's squad held the golden ticket. And worse, they were actively burying the truth to gatekeep the panicking masses. The dude was insanely sharp, but incredibly unhinged. Caught completely off guard, Johan stepped back. He never expected an interrogation in a dead zone. Realizing his lies were crumbling, Johan pivoted, claiming they had a solid justification for sealing their lips. But Myung-ho had already connected the bloody dots. He pointed his finger straight at the captain's absolute authority. Taehyun was the supreme dictator of their camp. He forged the ironclad rules, and the motel survivors were basically forced to bow down, mindless sheep following orders. Myung-ho's face twisted with pure disgust. He was absolutely done playing the obedient little lapdog. Deciding to break his chains, he violently hoisted his automatic rifle. The cold steel barrel locked onto Johan from a deadly, untouchable distance. Johan froze in place. Rushing him meant eating a literal storm of lead. The quiet weirdo had completely lost his damn mind, and this was his twisted rebellion. Bang! A deafening gunshot ripped through the 8th floor, shattering the quiet in the captain's sector. Dread spiked in Taehyun's chest. Praying Johan was still breathing, the captain and the reporter sprinted desperately toward the echoing blast. They skidded to a halt. Myung-ho stood at the threshold, his rifle slung over his shoulder, gripping a massive steel shutter. A totally psychotic smirk stretched across his face. With one vicious yank, he slammed the heavy iron barrier downward. Crash! The deafening steel impact violently shook the walls. Adrenaline surging, the captain slammed his fists against the metal, screaming at the traitor. A sickening chuckle bled through the iron. Myung-ho coldly told them to rot in their new cage. Then came the absolute worst sound. Click. The heavy padlock was permanently sealed tight. Myung-ho's muffled voice taunted the captain, saying he should drop to his knees in pure gratitude. That getting locked away was a massive mercy compared to his true plans. The deranged psycho had already turned Johan into a bloody example of a madman's wrath. Collapsed onto the freezing concrete, the hero of our story was now bleeding out from a devastating gunshot wound to the stomach. Meanwhile, back at the home base, the midnight guard swap had arrived. Rain hammered down ruthlessly. The sentry groaned about the freak monsoon, tearing through the dry season. With this insane deluge flooding the streets, even the infected monsters were glued to the mud. Realizing the storm was unrelenting, he figured holding the main gates was way smarter than trudging through a swampy death trap. Getting ready to swap, the incoming watchman inspected his gear, only to freeze in pure shock. His weapon was completely dry, 0 bullets. Since they hadn't fought anything all week, this sent shivers down his spine. The first sentry panicked, realizing he'd been guarding the absolute front line with a useless metal toy. One stray zombie, and he'd be dead meat. He always did ammo checks, but that morning, Myung-ho had shoved the gun into his hands, swearing it was fully loaded. Was the quiet guy just incredibly sloppy? Completely oblivious to the sabotage back home, Taehyun relentlessly battered the hospital shutter, roaring the traitor's name into the darkness. Reporter Kim was shaking, his mind locked onto Johan's grim fate. On the other side, Myung-ho slowly leveled his rifle right at the captain's chest. Unlike Taehyun's sabotaged clips, Myung-ho's barrel was packed with lethal heat. The psycho held every single card in his bloody hand. Squeezing the trigger would be too easy. Smirking, he lowered the weapon. Why waste good ammo when starvation and pure despair would bury them for free? Trapped inside that desolate prison cell, he stood zero chance against a beast like Johan. One single gunshot echoed, changing everything. Listening to this absolute psycho flex about slaughtering their closest allies, it completely shattered reporter Kim's spirit. This delusional clown had zero clue about the catastrophic nightmare he just triggered. He literally just executed humanity's ultimate savior over pure, petty jealousy. The ultimate key to surviving this apocalyptic hellscape was gone forever. Watching the reporter collapse into absolute despair, it just made Myung-ho flash a twisted, sick grin. In his dark mind, this tragedy was a literal masterpiece. Why? Because this scumbag actually craved the chaos, wanting this ruined world to stay exactly as it was. The mask had finally slipped, revealing the absolute garbage human underneath. Both the captain and the reporter stared at this unhinged villain in pure, frozen shock. Myung-ho was practically buzzing with ego. He just wiped out the one overpowered roadblock standing between him and absolute control. With humanity's brightest star snuffed out, an age of pure terror was about to begin. Smug and satisfied, the traitor casually strolled toward the exit, heading down the cold concrete steps. He walked away, completely clueless to the horrifying truth behind him. Down on the blood-soaked floor, Johan's supposedly dead corpse violently twitched. Crimson spilled from his lips, violently forcing oxygen back into his lungs. As his heavy eyelids snapped open, a chilling, demonic aura blazed within his pupils. Meanwhile, echoing all the way to the upper levels, the deafening screech of steel, slamming against steel, ripped through the silence. Captain Taehyun was going absolutely feral. He relentlessly battered the heavy padlocked door, fighting like a cornered beast to break free. But reporter Kim knew brawn was not going to cut it here. He begged Taehyun to drop the futile rage before he completely shredded his own muscles. They needed to breathe, reset, and actually strategize an escape plan. But the captain was drowning in toxic guilt, heavily blaming himself for this catastrophic nightmare. How did he not see the venomous snake hiding right inside his own camp? In his mind, Johan's brutal murder was entirely his fault. Reporter Kim quickly shut that pity party down. He knew damn well the captain was not to blame, because absolutely nobody could have predicted this massive betrayal. That two-faced psychopath had played the perfect, harmless victim way too well. Passing out empty firearms right before a mission? That alone proved this was not an impulse kill, but a chillingly calculated trap. The scumbag even manipulated the squad into leaving the getaway vehicle's keys behind. He meticulously engineered the absolute perfect stage for a backstab. The terrifying reality of that monster, heading straight back to their defenseless base, made the captain physically sick. His entire found family was sitting ducks right now, but panicking would only get them killed faster, so maintaining cold logic was their absolute only weapon left. Step 1 of survival? Finding a legit way to bust out of this steel cage without triggering more chaos. Suddenly, it clicked. A massive wave of realization hit the reporter as his hand darted straight toward his heavy winter coat. He mentally slapped himself for being so incredibly slow on the uptake. How could he forget the ultimate trump card? He was secretly packing the exact same revolver Johan had snatched from those gas station thugs. Explaining how he secured a peace in a strictly anti-gun nation would have to wait. Priority number 1 was obliterating that heavy lock. Gripping the cold steel, Kim leveled the barrel dead center at the padlock, glancing at the captain for the green light to shoot. The guy was running purely on adrenaline and almost zero common sense. Thank goodness the captain instantly barked out a warning about a lethal bullet ricochet. But right as they stepped back to secure a safe angle, an imposing, massive shadow engulfed Kim Jito. Wait, Kang Johan was actually alive. He was heavily panting, drenched in crimson, his chest heaving with every ragged breath. The reporter locked eyes with his friend and completely froze in terror. This was absolutely not the soft-hearted Johan they trusted. The aura radiating off him felt incredibly dark, predatory, and lethal. Johan's fractured memories pieced themselves back together. He remembered staring at that snake and taking a bullet straight to the chest. As the reality of the betrayal set in, an apocalyptic level of pure, unadulterated fury violently erupted within him. his bare hands clamped around the solid iron padlock. With horrifying, monstrous strength, he literally crushed and ripped the metal apart like wet paper. Without a single word, he pivoted toward the exit, ignoring the reporter's desperate shouts. Johan's mind was totally locked onto one singular, blood-soaked goal: revenge. Now that the barricade was finally destroyed, the captain and the journalist had no choice but to trail behind an awakened, unstoppable demon. Meanwhile, back at Motel Moonlight, the absolute worst-case scenario had already exploded into reality. Every single guard posted on the perimeter had been brutally, savagely butchered. Deep inside the complex, the deranged killer was having the time of his life, joyously tearing his former sanctuary to absolute shreds. He heavily fed off the pure terror of the innocent residents as they desperately scrambled for cover. To Myung-ho, their pathetic whimpering was like sweet music. He knew these helpless sheep had zero escape routes left, but suddenly, stepping right into the path of destruction, was Dr. Han. She threw herself forward, creating a human shield for the survivors. Crouching down to match her furious glare, Myung-ho smugly announced a violent change in management. He was officially crowning himself the supreme ruler of this domain. No more taking orders from the captain. No more playing the submissive role. This was his twisted opportunity to forge an absolute tyrant's paradise. Dr. Han absorbed his totally unhinged god-complex speech, her eyes burning with nothing but pure, unfiltered revulsion. Connecting the horrifying dots behind his power trip, she dropped her voice to an icy whisper, demanding to know exactly what he did to Captain Tae-hyun. Just hearing another man's name drop from her lips instantly shattered this pathetic incel's fragile ego. A vicious slap snapped across her face, punishing her for daring to care about anyone else. She crumpled to the cold dirt, and Sujin instantly scrambled to her side, desperate to make sure she was still breathing. Myung-ho was fully crashing out, reaching peak pathetic energy. He screamed into the void, demanding to know why everyone obsessed over that absolute bastard, Tae-hyun. Captain this, captain that. They blindly threw their lives at a coward who literally gunned down his own squad and fled. The absolute psycho was losing his mind. Why did they all follow Jang Tae-hyun like sheep? What made that infuriating jerk so much better than him? Regret gnawed at his twisted brain. He should have put a bullet in Tae-hyun right then and there, exactly like he did to that freakish mutant who casually walked past the undead. He completely blew his one perfect shot, but the second he name-dropped her savior, a spark of pure fury reignited in Sujin's eyes. She glared at this pathetic incel, demanding to know what he did to Johan. A sick smirk crept up his face as he finally recognized the girl from the rookie squad. The maniac laughed in her face, gloating that she would never see her precious mutant freak again. But spoiler alert, he messed with the wrong main character. Without a bike or a car, Kang Johan was raw-dogging the apocalypse on foot, tracking the foul stench of betrayal. Pouring rain battered his broken body. Crimson blood steadily poured from his gut, a fatal wound that should have ended him hours ago. Yet he marched on like a vengeful demon. Pure, unadulterated rage blazed in his eyes. He was dead set on hunting the trash who dared to cross him. His vision blurred into a sea of deep crimson. He was trapped in a blood-soaked nightmare, dragging his feet forward on pure, terrifying autopilot. A chaotic storm of emotions clawed at his chest, but his mind felt chillingly blank, unbelievably hollow. Flashbacks hit him like a freight train, ripping Park Gina from the jaws of death at the convenience store. The warm smile of the gentle doctor, the innocent faces of the motel survivors. Then, the grim memory of the captain and the reporter, hopelessly trapped on the 8th floor. That absolute scum, Ham Yong-ho, actually had the nerve to shove him into death's open jaws, threatening the very people he swore to protect. Right now, Johan's physical body was a hijacked vessel, moving on its own while his consciousness faded. But worse than the agonizing pain, an earth-shattering hunger gnawed at his soul, a ravenous craving that was rapidly shredding his grip on reality. In his wake, a massive, horrifying battalion of the undead had rallied. Meanwhile, back at the motel, the psycho had taken the entire community hostage, waving his firearm around like a tyrant. Out of nowhere, Myung-ho suddenly spilled his guts, claiming he did not actually hate the captain from the start. He swore he tried to play nice in his own twisted way. But his fragile ego snapped. He felt suffocated, backed into a miserable corner of his own making. Eventually, every single breath Tae-hyun took made his blood boil. He was a generational hater for real. Hearing this absolute garbage, Dr. Han steadily pushed herself up, ready to completely shatter this psycho's delusions. She, of all people, witnessed firsthand how deeply Tae-hyun treasured and trusted this backstabbing snake. Being the only guys around the same age, the captain genuinely looked after Myung-ho. He treated him like a literal brother, especially when they had zero clue if the Ha family had even survived the apocalypse. Tragically, Tae-hyun had wasted his loyalty on an absolute waste of space. You would think this reality check might break his ego, but nope. The scumbag actually grinned. He admitted he already knew the captain cared, but that suffocating pity was exactly why he wanted to see Taehyun burn. He was absolutely sick to his stomach watching Taehyun play the majestic main character in his life. His ultimate trigger? Being treated like a helpless, pathetic infant. He absolutely despised how the entire camp practically worshipped the ground Taehyun walked on, wholeheartedly bowing down to their flawless captain. Dr. Han was utterly stunned, speechless. She had never encountered a mind so deeply twisted. Sujin, however, was boiling with absolute fury over this incredibly pathetic excuse. This complete failure of a man just sabotaged humanity's final ray of hope. Stripping away the tough villain act, Ham Young-ho was nothing but a fragile, insecure bug. A jealous toddler throwing a massive tantrum just to be called captain. Sujin stopped glaring with rage. Instead, her eyes dripped with pure, unfiltered disgust. A clown this pathetic was not even worth the anger. Being stared down like worthless, filthy scum hit every single one of his insecurities. It made him crash out harder than ever before. He violently yanked Sujin by her collar, screaming in her face. Was she seriously begging to sign her own death warrant right this second? He aggressively jammed the steel barrel straight into her gut, completely ready to stack another corpse onto his bloody tally. What is one more drop of blood in this endless nightmare? Yet, the twisted psycho dangled a sick deal in front of her. She could walk away breathing if she just groveled in the dirt like a pathetic insect. Hearing this ridiculous garbage, Sujin let out a cold, mocking scoff. She might look like a prim and proper lady, but absolute iron runs in her blood. She is the proud daughter of an army colonel, bowing to a filthy rat like Ham Young-ho? Never in a million years. Besides, she had already crossed the gates of death once. The paralyzing fear of the Reaper had long vanished from her mind. Sujin would happily take a bullet to the heart before she ever kneeled to a spineless coward, a total loser who was absolutely nothing without his gun. Realizing his pathetic intimidation tactics were completely useless, Myung-ho violently shoved the fearless warrior away. Fine then. He would gladly deliver that second death she was screaming about. It was the perfect excuse to eliminate extra mouths to feed anyway. Once he wiped these women out, he fully intended to execute the helpless kids, getting rid of the ultimate resource drainers. Only then, surrounded by corpses, could his twisted soul finally find a sick sense of peace before pulling the trigger, spraying bullets at the defenseless survivors. But suddenly, heavy dragging footsteps echoed through the blood-soaked hall. Step by agonizing step, Kang Yuan had literally crawled back from the grave, and he was here for absolute payback. Locking eyes with the total trash who left him for dead, Yuan's crimson-stained vision flared with pure, unfiltered rage. Myung-ho completely froze. His jaw hit the floor like he was staring at the Grim Reaper himself, which makes total sense since he literally blasted the guy earlier. Sujin gasped in pure disbelief at the impossible sight. She swore his heart had stopped beating. Skipping the dramatic monologues, Yi-hwan stalked forward like a boss monster, while the traitor's sweaty hands shook uncontrollably over the trigger. Myung-ho's brain was literally short-circuiting. He knew for a literal fact he had landed a fatal blow, yet his victim was standing tall and radiating pure killer intent. This was not a human anymore. This was an apex predator hunting its prey. Driven completely insane by blind panic, the maniac desperately aimed his assault rifle, screeching pure gibberish as his brain completely melted down under the pressure. But before he could squeeze out a single bullet, Dr. Han and Sujin totally clutched up, lunging forward to lock down both of his arms. The pathetic worm could not even break free from their grip, even with his pathetic life flashing before his eyes. The exact moment he realized Yi-hwan's towering shadow was completely engulfing him, absolute dread practically stopped his heart. Moving faster than the eye could track, the awakened survivor launched an absolutely devastating right hook that completely shattered the traitor's jaw, sending bloody teeth flying across the room. The girls released their hold at the perfect millisecond, watching the murderous coward get launched into the wall like a broken toy. They instantly kicked the assault rifle out of bounds. Ham Young-ho's little villain arc had just crashed and burned spectacularly. One god-tier punch was all it took to utterly cave in his already messed-up face. Sujin let out a massive sigh of relief, though the sheer, ungodly brutality of that strike sent shivers down her spine. Glancing up at her savior, she realized he was violently trembling, fighting a terrifying internal war against himself. Clinging to his slipping sanity, Yuan ordered Sujin to gather the crew and instantly evacuate the entire floor. Caught off guard by his chillingly dark tone, she quickly snapped back to reality and rushed to execute the command. Once the innocent bystanders vanished upstairs, the blood-stained hallway went completely dead silent. Only the mutating powerhouse and the crumpled garbage remained. An eerie, absolute stillness washed over Yuan's mind. His wildly pounding chest began to slow into a terrifyingly steady rhythm. Every rational human thought simply evaporated. the chaos of the apocalypse totally muted into background static. Deep within his psyche, a single primal urge bubbled up, echoing like a dark, broken record. Hunger, a mind-shattering, soul-consuming starvation that threatened to completely rip away his humanity. Meanwhile, if you are wondering about the squad captain and the brave reporter, things were looking totally grim back at the medical center. Running the mental math, they figured Yuan must have reached the safe zone by now. The trek back to base was just a 60-minute sprint, meaning their unstoppable rookie was already home. But for these two veterans, escaping was completely off the table. They were literally trapped like rats. Honestly, nobody could have predicted that the mutant horde would completely flood the perimeter at warp speed. With absolutely zero exit routes, their only play was hardcore stealth against the bloodthirsty monsters outside. In the suffocating darkness, Taehoon was spiraling in heavy guilt. How on earth did he fail to notice his own subordinate transforming into a complete psychopath? Sure, the dude was practically a total ghost socially. He kept his mouth shut, followed orders perfectly, and literally never sparked a single ounce of drama. The idea of him orchestrating a cold-blooded massacre was straight-up mind-bending. Trying to ease his burden, reporter Kim dropped some harsh reality facts, pointing out that when the world literally ends and society crumbles, humanity's absolute darkest inner demons always come out to play. You absolutely cannot blame the captain for missing the venomous viper hiding right in his own squad. But luckily for them, that exact viper just got his fangs absolutely smashed out and was currently choking on his own blood. It proved the reporter's point perfectly. The guys you would literally take a bullet for might be secretly harboring a total monster inside. Meanwhile, outside the neon glow of the motel, a literal ocean of infected freaks was crawling relentlessly toward the walls. That massive gunfire symphony from the traitor earlier totally acted like a ringing dinner bell for the horde. The heavy pouring thunderstorm perfectly masked their groaning approach. Back inside the bloody hallway, the bruised and battered coward totally flipped his script, dropping the whole tough guy act to sob uncontrollably. He literally fell to his knees, practically kissing Yuan's shoes as he fake confessed his absolute sins. He swore on his life he never wanted to hurt anyone. He tried playing the ultimate victim card, crying that the apocalypse trauma simply broke his fragile mind. Like anyone with half a brain would actually believe that absolute garbage. The traitor desperately blamed his murderous little rampage on the nightmare reality they were all trapped in, giving a whole sob story about how waking up every day wondering if you will be eaten alive or starved to death is enough to snap anyone's sanity in half. He just kept whining that an average dude like him was totally bound to crack under the overwhelming dread. But while spewing this pathetic Oscar-worthy apology, his rat-like eyes locked onto a heavy wooden bat resting nearby. His dark survival instincts kicked in instantly. Yuan, however, was completely spacing out, his soul practically fighting a literal demon in another dimension. Catching the powerhouse totally zoning out, the treacherous snake saw his golden ticket to totally flip the script. Snatching the makeshift weapon with desperate precision, he crept behind the mutating hero like a total coward in the night. Channeling absolutely every ounce of his remaining pathetic strength, he swung for the fences, smashing the thick wood perfectly against Yuan's skull with a sickeningly loud crack. Realizing his massive cheap shot actually connected perfectly, the maniac grinned and unleashed a totally brutal combo. After relentlessly bashing the dazed warrior's head in, the treacherous rat desperately lunged back toward his fallen assault rifle. Blood dripping from his skull, the absolute lunatic scrambled for the exit like a roach fleeing the light. But Johan was already back from the dead. Meanwhile, Myung-ho dragged himself to the edge of the motel grounds, fighting through the pouring rain. Honestly, bro's cardio is practically non-existent. He barely made it a few yards, and he was already gasping for air. Glancing back, his heart dropped. Johan was right on his tail, stalking forward with pure horror movie energy, dead eyes locked onto his prey. The confusion was gone. Our guy was officially locked in. Knowing he couldn't outrun a literal beast, Myung-ho spun around, raising his firearm with shaking hands. Bro immediately started yapping, screaming about how much he despised Johan's cheat code mutant powers. He threw a massive tantrum about the unfairness of the universe. Even in the literal apocalypse, he was still taking huge losses, forever stuck at the bottom of the food chain. The overpowered main characters thrive, while NPCs like him are destined to be absolute nobodies. But today, he decided to rewrite destiny with hot lead. He squeezed the trigger at the approaching mutant, sending thunderous gunshots echoing through the motel courtyard. The first hollow point forced Johan to stumble, but the absolute tank stayed on his feet. Thinking he actually cooked, the delusional psycho took a quick breather and decided to drop a villain monologue. He confessed that, since the old world was rigged against him anyway, he practically worships this zombie-infested hellscape. It is his absolute vibe. Hiding out in this trashy motel, he genuinely thought he would level up into a boss. Instead, everybody still treated him like total garbage. But the ultimate flex of the apocalypse? Zero expectations. In this wasteland, society's toxic judgment is wiped out. No one gives a damn about college degrees, six-figure salaries, or flexing luxury cars. He is finally free from the Matrix. He doesn't care if humanity is literally rotting away. To him, the old world was already packed with mindless zombies grinding away in a rigged corporate rat race. The dog-eat-dog reality just got a physical update. But while this wannabe Joker kept running his mouth, Johann had him completely on mute. His crimson-tinted vision only saw one thing: an absolute five-star feast. The primal instinct inside him was redlining. The starvation was so agonizingly intense, he was ready to shred raw flesh with his bare teeth. Myung-ho had zero clue that his edgy podcast rant was falling on deaf ears. Aiming down the sights again, the lunatic declared he had to erase the one dude who could cure the infection. He simply couldn't let some hero ruin his twisted paradise. But unbeknownst to this absolute clown, his loud gunshots had already pulled massive aggro. A literal army of the undead had breached the perimeter. The decaying horde blitzed through the rain, aggressively hungry for fresh meat. Truly a pathetic way to go. Myung-ho panicked and squeezed the trigger, but his aim was pure trash, and his reaction time was fatally slow. The first monster lunged, sinking its teeth straight into his chest. As he crashed hard into the mud, the rest of the horde instantly dogpiled him in a gruesome feeding frenzy. Yet, Johann kept marching forward, completely unbothered by the absolute bloodbath. Driven by pure feral instinct, his jaw unhinged to a nightmare-inducing angle, before he sank his teeth right into the fresh carnage. He was completely lost in the euphoric taste of human flesh, and Sujin witnessed every single second of it. Frozen at the upper floor window, she watched her supposed knight in shining armor dine with the monstrous horde. The sheer horror paralyzed Choi Sujin. Catching her deathly pale expression, Dr. Han So-yoon immediately asked what was going down outside. Sujin's brain short-circuited. Forcing herself to swallow the trauma, she slapped on a fake calm and assured the doctor that the nightmare was finally over. She gently shut the blinds, desperately pivoting Dr. Han's focus back to patching up the remaining survivors. The doc definitely sensed the weird vibes, but she let it slide. As the brutal night dragged on, the raging storm finally faded. The heavy clouds parted, making way for a blinding morning sun. But that cinematic sunrise wildly contrasted with the absolute slaughterfest decorating the motel grounds. The horde of biters, now completely satisfied with their midnight snack, went totally docile. Standing dead center in the mob was Kang Johann, snapping back to reality. He stared blankly at the sky, his entire outfit drenched in Han Myung-ho's shredded remains. Meanwhile, trapped in that cursed clinic, Captain Jang Tae-hun and journalist Kim Gi-do realized the rain had finally stopped. Powerless and stranded, all they could do was pray that the motel crew survived the night. The crushing guilt was absolutely eating the captain alive. He was so incredibly sick of being sidelined inside this concrete prison while his people suffered. He heavily blamed his own lack of vision for missing Myung-ho's snake-like betrayal. If he had just stayed on high alert, this massive tragedy could have been avoided. Now, he had to carry the brutal weight of that failure. Desperation clawed at him. He scanned the area for any escape route, despite their group lacking a single working ride or a blade to fight with. Stepping into that wasteland? Pure suicide. But Captain Tae-hyun fired back, insisting that sitting around waiting for death was exactly the same. If they were doomed anyway, they had to make a move. The captain completely threw his own survival out the window. A blazing duty to protect his squad fueled his every breath. But that deadly gamble vanished the second Yi Hwan rolled up to rescue them both. Tae-hyun nearly whipped out his empty rifle in pure shock. Standing there looking fresh, Yi Hwan had somehow secured a sweet ride to extract Kim Ji-do and the captain. Our guy casually brushed off his late arrival, but his journalist bro was practically having a heart attack over Hwan's condition. They literally watched a bullet tear into him the night before. Yet, Yi Hwan just played it cool, claiming the shooter somehow missed and he merely blacked out from the shock. He told them to seriously drop the stress. But a frantic Captain Tae-hyun immediately demanded updates on the motel survivors. And more importantly, the whereabouts of that psycho killer. Keeping the blood-soaked truth of last night locked away, Yi Hwan simply motioned for everyone to head back. Their drive cut smoothly through the ruins, dropping them right into a devastating farewell. The battered survivors stood in dead silence outside the motel, staring out over the unforgiving mountain peaks. They dug rough graves for the innocent souls crushed by one lunatic's twisted mind. Oh Kyung-soo drove a kindergarten bus. Those little kids were his entire universe, and Shin Hyung-sap, a humble delivery guy who spent his days taking care of bedridden seniors. Two absolute angels walking on earth. Yet that absolute scumbag Myung-ho targeted the purest hearts to slaughter. Drowning in an ocean of guilt, Captain Tae-hyun could not even force his eyes toward the crude dirt mounds. Their time together was brutally cut short, but they had shared the same nightmare when the world went to hell. That kind of bond is unbreakable. Their memory would burn bright for decades. They would be fiercely honored for the relentless warmth they poured into a freezing world. Once the dirt settled, a suffocating grief swallowed the entire motel. The sun dragged across a miserable sky. Deep inside the clinic, Dr. Han slid a thick stack of papers toward Yi Huan. Buried in those files was absolute proof. His blood was the ultimate cure for the virus. Moving forward, if they ever reached a legit science lab, these pages would do all the talking about his insane immunity. It gave his impossible existence solid scientific backing. But the doc gave him a chilling warning to keep his mouth shut. Broadcasting his golden blood would paint a massive target on his back. Honestly, Yi Huan already knew the drill. He had tasted human greed firsthand. Suddenly, the captain cut in, practically begging to know if Huan's memory of his solo return was truly wiped totally blank. Our main character just played dumb, swearing he only remembered walking through the darkness. Beyond that, a massive, fuzzy blind spot. He claimed the entire bloodbath felt like a trippy fever dream. Dr. Han scratched his head over the sudden amnesia. He guessed taking a bullet could definitely scramble a guy's brain out of pure trauma. But the dark reality? Myung-ho was ripped to shreds by the undead army Yi Huan secretly commanded. Every single trace of him vanished, literally chewed down to the bone. Catching the gruesome details, Miss Sujin shot Yi Huan an incredibly suspicious glare. A haunting question still choked the room. What exactly flipped Myung-ho's switch last night? The dude morphed into an absolute monster. His rotten core finally stepped into the light, but Kim Gi-do slammed reality down, stating Myung-ho was not some rare glitch. Back in his reporting days, he tracked countless humans running entirely on malice. Their souls were dripping with venom, completely blind to basic empathy. In this new apocalyptic hellscape, those hidden sociopaths are way more lethal than mindless zombies, because they smile right at you like ordinary survivors. That brutal truth made the captain instinctively tighten his grip on his weapon. He suddenly remembered Yi Huan's crew was pushing toward Yangyang, but the highway routes were straight-up death traps. Every asphalt artery was hopelessly jammed and completely gridlocked. Their only shot was conquering the brutal mountain terrain on foot. If they locked in that insane path, Taehyun delivered a chilling warning. Trust, absolutely nobody rocking a military uniform. Journalist Kim dropped his jaw. An actual soldier telling civilians to run. From the military, he honestly believed bumping into army squads meant guaranteed safety and backup. Sure, inside massive, fortified bases. But rogue, scattered platoons? Run for your life. Those camo outfits did not scream rescue. They screamed execution. Taehyun chillingly confessed he knew about rogue deserters who ditched their oaths when the world broke. There was a specific squad from a neighboring unit who crawled out of their own massacre. After a deeply messed up incident, those guys scattered into the wild. If Yi Huan's squad ever crossed paths with those heavily armed ghosts, it would be a total bloodbath. It sounded like paranoid fear-mongering, considering that horrific event went down weeks ago. Still, Taehyun prayed to God his gut feeling was entirely wrong. Still, a heavy knot of dread sat in his stomach. That cursed night, those absolute scumbags made a beeline straight for Yangyang. Forced to slaughter his own infected squad, Captain Taehyun sprinted into the darkness. He gripped his gear tight, terrified that if he glanced back, his sanity would shatter completely. Hold it together. That single, desperate mantra echoed in his skull as he pushed his exhausted body toward the tactical command center. He debated confessing his horrific sins, but his blood suddenly ran cold. Right in front of him, the neighboring platoon had a terrified civilian staring down the barrel of a gun. The rogue soldiers were laughing, treating the apocalypse like a twisted playground. Gritting his teeth, Taehyun stomped toward the madness. He barked at the third platoon to stand down. Their unofficial leader blinked in shock, clearly stunned to see the ragged captain of the second platoon still breathing. Driven by his unshakable moral compass, Taehyun demanded to know why they were terrorizing an innocent man in the middle of hell. The grunts exchanged nervous glances, totally speechless. But Taehyun's veins were still pumping with the dark adrenaline of executing his own men. He absolutely lost it, unleashing a furious wave of questions. Tired of the righteous lecture, a ruthless soldier named Jo Min-jun made his move. He pressed cold steel directly against the captain's temple. The message was crystal clear. Ranks were dead. The chain of command had crumbled into pure, violent chaos. Pure rage flared in Taehyun's eyes. Their entire company had just been wiped off the map, and these absolute degenerates were playing God with a civilian's life. It was complete and utter madness, totally stripped of any remaining humanity. But Min-jun just smirked. He threw the captain's trauma right back in his face, calling him out as the sole survivor who butchered his own squad. The brutal mockery hit Taehyun like a freight train. In this twisted reality, wasn't he just a cowardly mass murderer too? Min-jun's venomous words pierced his soul. his moral high ground shattered into a million pieces. In their twisted logic, Grand Theft Auto to escape this forested nightmare was basically a parking ticket compared to a commander bathing in his own comrade's blood. The hypocrisy hung heavy in the air. Right in the middle of their tense standoff, guttural growls echoed from the shadows. A massive horde of infected spilled from the tree line, and every single monster was draped in military camo. A horrifying detail caught Taehyun's eye. Their shoulder patches belonged to the Tactical Command Unit. The realization dropped his stomach to the floor. The battalion headquarters was already a graveyard. Seizing the captain's split-second distraction, Minjun viciously slammed his rifle butt straight into Taehyun's face. The captain crumpled to the dirt, vision blurring. Done playing games. The corporal barked at his lackeys. Time to move. The spineless followers scrambled into the stolen vehicle, desperate to save their own skin. But the youngest recruit froze in his tracks. His conscience wavered, staring at the helpless civilian they were about to abandon. Leaving him behind meant a gruesome death. Minjun let out a dark, twisted chuckle and casually strolled toward the trembling rookie. Skipping the pep talk entirely, Minjun casually raised his weapon and blew the civilian's brains out. Still choking on dirt and blood, Captain Taehyun watched the execution with wide, horrified eyes. The bloody spectacle was a ruthless warning. Defy the corporal, and you catch a bullet. With an innocent man dead at his feet, Minjun's sickeningly cheerful smile crept back. He offered the rookie one final invitation to get in the damn car. Staring at the freshly painted pavement, the terrified kid did not dare hesitate again. As they piled in, one grunt nervously questioned if ditching a living captain was really the plan. Minjun flashed a devilish grin. Keeping Taehyun breathing was not an act of mercy, it was pure strategy. The so-called noble hero would serve as the perfect all-you-can-eat buffet, buying them precious time to escape. Tires screeched as the 3rd Platoon cowards sped off into the night. Coughing up dust, Taehyun forced his battered body upright. But the nightmare was already breathing down his neck. The snarling horde of undead soldiers was mere feet away. Ice spiked through his veins as he hugged his rifle. History was violently repeating itself. He was about to slaughter his brothers-in-arms all over again. Swallowing his absolute despair, survival instincts took the wheel, and his gun roared to life. That was the bloody truth of his past. He could not guarantee those 3rd Platoon snakes made it to Yangyang, but all signs pointed straight to that doomed city. Ever since hell froze over, the major highways had become blocked-up death traps. Making serious miles in a stolen four-wheeler would be nearly impossible. Following their original twisted escape route was their only logical play. Yihwan nodded, absorbing the grim warning. But fear would not anchor him here. The burning drive to rescue his family pushed him to move faster. Before the clock ran out completely, fast forward to the present, the captain sat alone on the motel's outer wall, swallowed by the silent night watch. Staring into the starry abyss, he was suddenly pulled back to reality by the gentle arrival of Dr. Han. Today had been an absolute meat grinder, and she softly urged him to finally shut his eyes. But Taehyun just shook his head. Sleep was a luxury his traumatized brain refused to grant. At least the rest of their group was finally finding some peace. The kids still jumped at shadows, but the suffocating panic had somewhat faded away. Reading the profound sorrow etched into his features, Dr. Han instantly saw through his tough facade. The guilt was eating him alive. She warmly wrapped her hands around his, begging him to stop carrying a psychopath's sins on his shoulders. Humans are masters at wearing masks, she whispered. You never truly know the darkness lurking underneath. Instead of drowning in that suffocating trauma, she urged him to hold on to the genuine warmth people leave behind. Her tender wisdom washed over his scarred soul like a healing balm. Let us be completely real here. Our guy totally scored the ultimate apocalypse waifu. Observing this quiet, intimate moment from the shadows, Yihwan sank into a deep, heavy silence. Because the brutal truth of this new world was, the memories of last night refused to fade. Even now, the metallic tang of Myungho's blood lingered on his tongue like a cursed brand. Dr. Han's chilling words echoed in his mind about the twisted faces humanity hides in the shadows. It made him wonder, just how much longer could he keep his own inner monster chained up? When dawn finally broke, their ride was fully loaded with essential survival gear and enough hydration to keep them pushing forward. Yuan's crew was locked in and ready to roll. Captain Taehyun practically begged them to take some heavy firepower for the treacherous road ahead, but Yuan respectfully turned down the offer. His logic was stone-cold simple. They were heading to Yangyang on a rescue mission, not starting a war. Those guns belonged right here, protecting the innocent souls who actually needed them. Defeated by that unbreakable resolve, the captain handed over a marked map detailing the safest route to Yangyang. It was not a perfect navigation system, but in this apocalyptic wasteland, it was an absolute lifeline. Looking at the trio, Taehyun felt a heavy weight of guilt settling in his chest. This squad had literally saved their makeshift sanctuary, and he felt totally helpless knowing he could not repay that massive debt. In the end, all he could offer was a deeply respectful handshake, a silent prayer to the heavens, and his absolute best wishes for their survival. Yuan bowed his head, absorbing the genuine gratitude. Not missing a beat, Dr. Han stepped up, gifting the crew a fully stocked medical kit that could literally mean the difference between life and death. She was the absolute greatest of all time for that one. Taking one final, lingering look at the reinforced motel, Yuan caught sight of a little kid flashing them the most radiant, hopeful smile. That pure, innocent expression immediately dragged the image of his little sister into his mind. Like pouring gasoline on a raging fire, his burning drive to reach their destination absolutely skyrocketed. Flashing a warm smile back, he threw up a quick wave before turning to face the captain, the doctor, and the entire battered community that had gathered to see them off. With absolute sincerity, Kang Yuan bowed to this fragile pocket of humanity, thanking them for providing a safe haven when the world outside had gone completely mad. Just like that, the chaotic motel arc reached its epic conclusion. The page was turning, and an entirely new, unpredictable chapter was officially beginning. As the engines roared to life, Dr. Han softly turned to the captain, questioning if he was truly at peace with burying his roots in this rundown shelter. Had he chosen to ride out with Yuan's squad, he could have fought his way back to military command and finally washed the blood off his hands. But his gaze softened as he looked right into Han Soyun's eyes. He vowed he was not stepping a single foot away from her, not when he had finally found his true home, right here in the apocalypse. While those two survivors sparked up some heartwarming romance in the rearview mirror, Yuan's unstoppable trio was already tearing up the asphalt, making massive leaps on their journey. Yuan spearheaded the formation on his absolute beast of a motorcycle, while the backup vehicle trailed closely behind, perfectly tracing the lifeline the captain had sketched out for them. As the sky bled into absolute darkness, they claimed an empty, shattered house for the night. Fueling up on some much-needed rations, they managed to catch some solid sleep, seamlessly cycling through guard rotations like hardened pros. The literal second the morning light broke over the horizon, their engines were screaming as they hit the unforgiving road once again. The ride was going way too smoothly, right until destiny slammed a massive roadblock in their faces. Looming ahead was a pitch-black, suffocating tunnel just screaming with absolute danger. This was the final terrifying hurdle. If they could just pierce through this shadow-filled abyss, the promised land of Yangyang would finally be theirs. Captain Taehun's map had blessed them with a shockingly peaceful trip so far. But looking at this terrifying, monster movie-level tunnel, they quickly realized it was the only way forward. 0 detours meant 0 choices. Trusting his crazy gut instincts, Yuan signaled the advance, boldly diving into the darkness first, while the car rode his tail. Swallowing their fear and gripping their steering wheels until their knuckles turned white, the crew plunged straight into the spine-chilling, unknown depths. But lurking just out of sight, a sinister presence was already tracking their every move, perfectly concealed inside one of the rotting trucks, abandoned near the entrance. For the first few agonizing minutes, the tunnel ride was dead silent. Every single revolution of Yuan's tires dragged him one step closer to reuniting with his family. Suddenly, his eyes widened in pure shock, and he slammed on the brakes so hard the tires shrieked. Looming in the shadows ahead, a massive, impenetrable wall of 2 city buses completely choked off the path. Stepping out from the metal barricade with a cocky smirk and a lit cigarette hanging from his lips, a man in a battered military uniform practically oozed arrogant confidence. Bingo. It was Corporal Zhou Minjun. He was the absolute menace from the 2nd Platoon, the exact psychopath Captain Taehun had warned them to avoid at all costs. A wicked gleam flashed in his eyes as he sized up his new prey. He was absolutely sick of looting worthless stragglers in this hellish concrete grave, and Yuan's crew looked like a walking goldmine. He genuinely believed the heavens had delivered him a shiny new blessing. One look at those perfectly angled buses told Yuan everything he needed to know. This twisted bastard had engineered the ultimate choke point trap. Keeping his aura totally locked down, Yuan played the diplomat card first. His voice echoed through the cold tunnel as he calmly requested a peaceful passage for his crew. Corporal Zhou just stared back, looking at our boy like he had completely lost his mind. Dripping with pure disrespect, he challenged Yuan to try and push through, if he even had the guts. And that was when the real nightmare snapped shut. Out of nowhere, the roar of a heavy engine violently echoed from behind them as a massive truck barreled into view. The rogue driver violently stomped the brakes, sending the colossal rig into a perfect, ear-piercing drift that totally sealed off their only escape route back to the surface. Sitting behind the wheel with a smug grin was the exact same foot soldier who had been watching them like a hawk back at the entrance. They had been played from the absolute start. He looked ridiculously proud of his little ambush. Watching Yuan's squad stand frozen in the middle of this kill box, The arrogant corporal just assumed these sheltered kids had survived the apocalypse entirely on blind luck. Spitting out his cigarette, he decided to spell out the brutal reality for them. Their free trial of survival was officially over, and they were now his personal, pathetic prisoners. Just to crush any lingering sparks of hope, the rest of his corrupted platoon leaned out of the bus windows. The terrifying clack of multiple assault rifles locking and loading echoed through the tunnel. It was an absolutely flawless, airtight trap designed to crush all resistance. Staring down the dark barrels of military-grade firepower, even a total rookie would realize it was an instant game over. With 0 plays left on the board, Yuan's crew had no choice but to throw their hands up. The corrupt soldiers swiftly dragged them deep into a rotting, abandoned warehouse nearby. That rejected gun from Captain Tae-hun was suddenly looking like the biggest missed opportunity of the century. Now, securely bound with heavy ropes in a pitch-black, suffocating room, they were treated worse than trash, completely stripped of their power to fight back. Right before slamming the heavy metal door shut, one of the twisted grunts locked eyes with Miss Sujin, flashing a deeply unsettling grin that promised an absolute nightmare to come, that she would get special treatment for now. With a pretty face like hers, ruining it immediately would be a total waste. But tomorrow, they promised to show her absolute hell. The second that heavy metal door slammed shut, Kim Gi-do totally lost it, violently cursing out those corrupt military scumbags. He spat venom, swearing that without their fancy firearms, those pathetic cowards would get absolutely wrecked by our boy Yuan in a fair fight. The patches on their uniforms matched perfectly. The 13th Division, Taehyun's exact unit. Our crew's absolute worst nightmare just became a brutal reality. Luckily, it seemed like the guards were done playing their sick games for tonight. This gave our trio a tiny window to cook up a desperate escape plan. But here is the massive roadblock. Their car and motorcycle were totally gone. Making a run for it on foot? That is a straight-up death sentence without gear. Meanwhile, sheer terror gripped Miss Sujin's heart. What if these psycho soldiers already knew about Yuan's impossible condition? Walking in, she had spotted a fully functional radio. Those thugs could have easily caught PD Sun's broadcast. Regardless of the truth, sealing their lips was their only option. If those maniacs discovered Yuan's zombie immunity, they would brutally turn him into a human lab rat. But Kim Ji-do's heated whispers echoed way too loud, piercing the pitch-black darkness of their stinking cell. They had recklessly spilled their ultimate secret without checking the shadows. Suddenly, a raspy voice from the corner pierced the silence, asking if the kid truly walked among the infected completely unharmed. A cold sweat drenched Kim Gi-do as he instantly slammed his mouth shut. The mysterious shadow stepped forward, introducing himself as Kim Young-hoon. Just like our heroes, he was dragged into this hellhole by those rogue military goons. Roughly 5 days ago, these uniform-wearing scumbags had literally mutated into rogue human hunters. Yet, they kept this specific prisoner breathing for one vital reason. Mr. Kim Young-hoon was a certified doctor. To those sadistic guards, he was nothing but a walking, talking first aid kit, chained up in their dungeon. Whenever someone caught a bullet or took a nasty hit, they would violently drag Dr. Kim out to work his medical magic, then toss him right back into his freezing cage. Kim Gi-do had covered brutal war zones before, but the stench of death in this cell was on another level. Circling back to the massive bomb they just dropped, Dr. Kim pressed harder. Was someone here truly immune? Could a human actually repel the infected? The crew froze like statues, absolutely refusing to spill another drop of intel. Sensing their sky-high paranoia, the captive doctor raised his hands. He swore on his life that their secret was safe in the dark. He just needed to connect the dots. Then, Dr. Kim dropped an absolute nuke on them. He confessed to being part of the very research team that triggered this apocalyptic nightmare. If this kid possessed the ultimate antibody, his twisted project was directly responsible. Meanwhile, outside those rusty iron bars, the absolute trash-tier soldiers were busy gloating over their stolen loot. They expected a few stale noodles, but they had basically robbed a goldmine. This massive mountain of premium rations would keep them completely stuffed for over a week. But amidst the drunken cheers, one trembling rookie stared at his boots, sick to his stomach over their crimes. The tyrant corporal locked eyes on the shaking boy. He marched over, sneering and asking if his bleeding heart was acting up again. If so, the twisted commander had the perfect cure to harden a weakling. He offered the terrified rookie the very first turn, with the beautiful girl they just tossed in the dungeon. Jo Min-jun smiled like a devil, treating this vile assault like a massive promotion. In his messed up mind, one taste of absolute power would finally shatter the kid's pathetic moral compass. The rest of the squad howled in agreement, practically shoving the rookie toward the door. As for the girl's 2 useless bodyguards, they were getting tossed into the slaughterhouse. It was finally time to feed the terrifying monstrosity chained up in the isolation ward. Their very own pet zombie woman was starving for fresh meat. Cutting back to the freezing cell, our trio's minds were completely blown. Dr. Kim had just looked them dead in the eye and confessed. He helped engineer the virus that ended the world, the very virus that somehow gave Yuan his god-tier immunity. Panicking, the doctor frantically waved his hands, swearing he bailed on that shadow project. Ages ago, he had completely severed ties before the lead scientist went full-blown psychopath. That was all the bait Kim Guido needed. The veteran journalist's eyes lit up, relentlessly grilling the doctor to expose every dirty secret of this Black Ops laboratory. Taking a shaky breath, Dr. Kim summarized it perfectly. It was a descent into pure madness, orchestrated by a literal monster. The mastermind was Dr. Shin, a once-in-a-generation medical genius whose mind was sharper than a surgical scalpel. Everyone in the field worshipped the ground he walked on. Dr. Kim felt like he won the lottery, joining his lab, until the nightmare unraveled. They were not trying to cure the flu. Their actual endgame was triggering human evolution, engineering an apex predator completely immune to sickness, pushing physical stats past the absolute maximum limit. To put it bluntly, they were trying to hack human biology and birth a literal god. Hearing those insane words echo off the dungeon walls, it sounded like a deranged cult manifesto. But Kim Young-hoon fiercely defended the science behind it. The math was flawless, the chemistry was real, though he had to admit, he did not blame our heroes for thinking it was absolute lunacy. Honestly, that dark, obsessive energy was exactly why. Researchers started fleeing the facility like rats off a sinking ship. Dr. Shin's mind had completely snapped, and the forbidden human trials had already begun. They treated living, breathing humans like disposable test subjects, pumping ungodly engineered viruses into patients hovering right at death's door, all to see if they could rip a soul back from the afterlife. The sheer immorality was absolutely sickening. If a pathogen that volatile ever slipped out, the fallout would be nothing short of apocalyptic, and that is exactly the nightmare we are living in. Now, it is highly likely that the ultimate, god-tier weapon this twisted project tried to forge is sitting right here, Kang Yo-han. Meanwhile, outside the cell, Corporal Jo Min-jun is tearing into the medical supply drop our crew just scored. Tucked inside the loot is a heavy-duty, temperature-controlled cooler. It is an absolute jackpot. But popping the lid reveals something chilling. Rows of mysterious blood vials. Back inside the grim holding cell, the crew's minds are spinning, struggling to process this massive lore drop. Dr. Kim cannot confirm it 100%, but the main trigger for this living hellscape traces back to a catastrophic breach at his former lab. The nightmare unfolding right now perfectly mirrors the doomsday warnings dropped by rogue scientists, who begged the manic Dr. Shin to stop playing God. But if that dark history is true, how on earth did Johan get dragged into this mess? Locking eyes with him, Dr. Kim drops a heavy question. Has he ever stepped foot inside the Joan Hospital in Incheon? That single name, a relic from the absolute dawn of the outbreak, sends ice straight through Johan's veins. He was clocking in for a regular shift there, right before society entirely collapsed. On the surface, the building passed as an ordinary medical center, but behind closed doors, it served as ground zero for their sinister experiments. If Johan breathed the air in those cursed halls, the airborne pathogen absolutely triggered a biological mutation within his cells. Staring down the very man who helped engineer his suffering, Johan's vision goes red, practically spitting venom as he asks if the doctor is just here to reclaim a runaway lab rat. Even his ride-or-die, Guy Do, freezes in terror at the suffocating, murderous aura radiating off Johan, the sheer weight of millions of slaughtered innocents, sacrificed for some deranged science project, twists his gut into absolute knots. Entire families, brutally shredded into nothing, futures pulverized to dust, leaving nothing but ashes behind, and the unlucky survivors, warped into flesh-hungry beasts prowling the streets. How do you keep a straight face while staring at the architect of hell itself? Johan's blistering fury goes supernova, channeling into pure, monstrous strength that violently shatters his heavy iron restraints. You do not just sit quietly, while a madman who used humans like chess pieces dares to reach out and ask for a team-up. Shamed to his core, Dr. Kim drops his head, fully owning his sins. No pathetic excuses. He carries the blood of this apocalyptic plague directly on his hands. But his desperate need to verify Johan's immunity stems from a desperate desire to save the remaining survivors, still fighting tooth and nail out there. He needs to decode the miracle of Johan's survival, the golden ticket hiding inside his DNA. Because right now, Kang Johan might literally be the only shining beacon of hope left in this rotting world. But all Guido hears is a toxic pitch asking his best friend to hop right back onto the dissection table for the greater good. Dr. Kim frantically waves off the tension, swearing he only needs antibody samples to research, synthesize, and mass-produce a miracle cure. If they can just manipulate these psycho guards, They can bust out of this concrete hell and actually save humanity. The cell plunges into a heavy, suffocating silence. Piercing the quiet, Johann drops a horrifying what if. What if his mutant blood actually supercharges the apocalypse? He is terrified of accidentally infecting others, turning normal folks into freaks just like him. Before the tension can snap, the heavy iron door aggressively swings open. The rookie guard steps in, weapon locked and loaded. His eyes dart straight to the shattered restraints resting at Johann's feet. If the veteran guards caught wind of this insane flex, it would be an instant bloodbath. But the rookie immediately lowers his stance, desperately begging them to drop their killing intent. He is not looking for a fight. His deranged superiors have been forcing him to cross some seriously twisted lines, but his conscience just cannot take it anymore. The jaw-dropping truth? He snuck in to recruit them. He is staging a massive jailbreak, and he plans to ride out with them. Guido instantly calls Cap, refusing to trust a guy wearing the enemy's uniform. The rookie scrambles to defend himself, swearing he was only acting under extreme duress, terrified of ending up as a corpse if he stepped out of line. Beneath the uniform, he is just as trapped as they are, just without the iron cuffs. Miss Sujin keeps her eyes narrowed like a hawk, but Dr. Kim steps up to bat for the trembling kid. He has been watching the boy for 5 grueling days and swears the rookie is totally clean. Zero abuse, zero sadism. At the end of the day, every single soul in this room just wants to ditch this haunted fortress, for good. Yet Guido's survival instincts are screaming, completely unwilling to bet his life on a guard's word. This reeks of a psychotic ambush, but the clock is violently ticking, and their hands are tied. Because the very second the sun creeps over the horizon tomorrow, the fresh meat hauled in today is scheduled for a brutal execution. This is not a shelter, it is a full-blown slaughterhouse. Heart-dropping, Dr. Kim turns to Hangul, the rookie, and asks if this horrific execution includes Miss Sujin. With a pained grimace, the kid drops the bomb. Come daybreak, the guys are being served up as live bait to the infected horde, chained up out back, fed directly to the jaws of Dr. Kim's own zombified wife. This rogue, bloodthirsty platoon has been running this sadistic death game for way too long. Just recently, they dragged a helpless civilian through pure psychological torture before casually deciding his time was up. Corporal Jo Min-jun did not even try to hide his twisted motives, laughing that he was orchestrating this nightmare purely for entertainment. Trapped in the dead silence of these isolated mountains, the psycho is literally treating human lives like his own personal action movie to cure his boredom. A twisted new toy had just dropped into his lap, and the corrupt soldier simply could not resist indulging in some sick entertainment. Since the suit-wearing businessman lacked the doctor's medical skills, he was nothing but dead weight, perfect bait for the undead. That was the breaking point for Hangul. The rookie finally snapped, calling out the sheer cruelty of this blood sport. Corporal Joe's fragile ego took a massive hit. How dare a lowly grunt question his twisted new hobby? But Hangul stood his ground. Scavenging from the weak to stay alive was one thing, but treating murder like a casual game, that crossed a massive line. Do that, and they were no better than the brain-dead freaks. Roaming the wasteland outside, the corporal just spit on the ground, mocking the rookie's bleeding heart. Stepping up like a toxic mentor, he decided it was time to school the squad's youngest member. His dark philosophy? To survive this hellscape of monsters, you have to become an absolute demon yourself. Out crazy the infected, and fear officially leaves the chat. Pinning the struggling rookie to the floor, Jo Min-jun barked the order. His goons chucked the unlucky businessman straight into the death pit. The crew followed instantly. Down below, the chained horror lunged at its fresh prey. The guy shrieked, thrashing wildly, desperately clawing for an escape that would never come. Hearing Hangul recount the sheer depravity of these absolute psychos left the prisoners completely paralyzed with fear. These dudes in uniform were straight-up menaces, way worse than anyone imagined. Hangul was utterly disgusted. He absolutely refused to be a puppet for these lunatics any longer. His hands were already stained with too much forced blood. Dr. Kim backed up every single terrifying word. As far as the doc knew, these scumbags had his infected wife chained up like a guard dog. They literally used her as a human trash can for their victims. Jo Min-jun was treating this military base like his own personal torture dungeon. Breaking the heavy silence, Yi Huan asked Hangul for a game plan. The brutal truth? Massive mountains boxed them in on all sides. Running on foot was a death sentence. They desperately needed wheels. Lucky for them, his demonic bosses were absolute slobs. They always dumped the car keys in the break room, making it an easy steal. The master plan? Strike tomorrow morning during feeding time. Hangul would ambush his superiors in one reckless, all-or-nothing blitz. Taking on 3 heavily armed soldiers, solo sounded like pure suicide, but the rookie had a hyper-focused target. He only needed to drop one guy. Cut off the head of the snake, Corporal Jo Min-jun. Once the alpha falls, the lackeys will scatter. Mind blown, Yi Huan asked why Hangul was risking it all. The dude could easily ghost them and survive solo. Zero strings attached. But Hanjol's answer hit deep. He just wanted to be on the right side of history for once. Miss Sujin pitched a stealthy midnight escape while the guards were knocked out. The rookie had already run those calculations, but cranking a loud engine in the dead of night would instantly trigger the whole camp. Way too risky. Mid-brainstorm, the absolute devil himself strutted into the room. The corporal clicked his tongue, clearly annoyed that the rookie had not laid a finger on the girl yet. Kicking the door wide open, he casually ordered the 3 fresh captives to tag along into the unknown. Naturally, the squad froze. Nobody in their right mind wants to follow a literal psychopath without asking questions. That is when the corporal's eyes locked onto the slashed restraints dangling from one of the prisoners. Instead of throwing a massive rage fit, he surprisingly brushed it off. He just assumed Hanjol had sliced the ropes to speed things up. In fact, Jo Min-jun told the rookie to unbind the rest of them. It would make dragging their hostage bodies around a whole lot smoother. Leading them into the massive main warehouse, the corporal's vibe completely flipped. He actually offered the crew some legit beds to crash on, acting ridiculously hospitable. Miss Sujin could not hold back anymore, demanding to know what kind of sick game he was playing. Flashing a totally fake smile, the corporal claimed he was not the villain here. He was just keeping his guard up around newcomers earlier. Before dropping the real tea, Min-jun ordered the rookie to exit the stage. Hanjol tried to hover and eavesdrop, but the corporal's menacing tone left zero room for argument. To keep his cover from blowing, the rookie had to swallow his pride and walk away. With the audience gone, the corporal completely dropped his strict military persona, kicking back like they were old pals. But Kim Gi-do and the rest of the crew saw right through the toxic facade. The journalist flat out told the devil to cut the crap. With the curtain down, he needed to spit out his actual agenda. The corporal actually smirked, loving how remarkably quick the journalist was on the draw. No more games. Corporal Jo Min-jun knew all about the zombie immunity cheat code. Meanwhile, miles away back at the hotel base, the infected mother that Kang Yi-hwan had saved was making an insane recovery. She was actually stomaching human food again, all thanks to Dr. Han's relentless medical grind. But the humble physician instantly deflected the massive praise, giving all the glory to Yi-hwan and his absolute miracle blood. The fully cured mother felt a heavy guilt for not giving her savior a proper goodbye. All she could do now was pray he survived the wasteland. Right as the checkup wrapped up, her little girl burst into the room, waving a brand new drawing. A warm wave of pride washed over the doctor. The once terrifying infected mother, she was fully human again, just a mom. But the moment her clinic finally emptied, Captain Taehan stepped through the door to check on our favorite healer. One look at her face told him everything. A heavy shadow of anxiety was eating her alive today. Her mind was spiraling over Johan's squad and their perilous trek toward Yangyang. A terrifying thought had planted its roots in her brain. What if that classified medical file she handed them became a death sentence? If the wrong survivors got their hands on it, utter chaos would break loose. The captain offered a grounding smile. Even if hell froze over, he knew Johan was an absolute beast who could protect his crew. To him, Dr. Han had already achieved the impossible, and he firmly believed that letter was a vital shield. But tragically, her darkest nightmare was already unfolding. Deep in the enemy camp, the twisted Corporal Jo Min-jun was tearing through stolen backpacks and struck gold. At first glance, the heavy medical jargon completely flew over his thick skull. He almost tossed the paperwork into the trash, until 2 specific words locked his eyes to the page. His greedy gaze devoured the classified reports, revealing a jaw-dropping secret about his 3 captives. One of them possessed an absolute cheat code against the undead. And it gets crazier. Their veins were literally pumping the ultimate miracle cure, a divine serum capable of reversing the apocalypse itself. We are talking about humanity's messiah, right here in the flesh. Suddenly, locking a literal gold mine inside a filthy, rotting storage unit seemed like a massive fumble. No wonder this psycho instantly flipped his script and played the nice guy. His pitch? Deceptively smooth. If he was housing the literal savior of mankind, he insisted on rolling out the red carpet. All he wanted was a VIP ticket to the winning team, because whoever delivered the ultimate cure to the desperate masses would be worshipped as a living deity. Unlimited power, endless luxury, absolute fame. And this greedy snake wanted a massive slice of that pie. But his fake smile couldn't mask the venom dripping from his words. The ultimatum hung heavily in the air. Fall in line, or become zombie food. Unfazed, Kang Johan pierced the tension with a single, ice-cold question. Why did this devil banish his own guard before dropping this massive bombshell? Jo Min-jun merely smirked, totally unashamed of his blatant treachery. The brutal truth was staring them right in the face. Why share the throne with useless pawns? In his twisted mind, eliminating extra baggage meant a much fatter paycheck at the end of the world. Before the rat could spew more garbage, Johan ruthlessly cut him off. By kicking out his own men, this absolute clown had just exposed his master plan. This whole five-star hospitality act was a total scam. The very second he figured out which captive held the golden blood, the other two would be slaughtered without hesitation. The corporal just let out a chilling sneer. He had completely shown his hand. To this monster, human lives were nothing but disposable trash. Teaming up with a backstabbing psycho like him? Absolutely out of the question. But shockingly, Jo Min-jun didn't throw a tantrum. He casually leaned back, confident that he held all the winning cards. He smugly announced they would resume negotiations in the morning, leaving his newly promoted VIP guests to sweat in the silence of the night. That demon might have the patience to play sick mind games, but our main character was running on a ticking clock. With his loved ones still stranded in the hellscape outside, breaking out of this fortress was his only option. Once the heavy metal door slammed shut, the squad stared at the meager cup noodles left behind. The irony was suffocating. Their survival odds had just plummeted drastically, compared to when they were just regular hostages. The very lifeline Dr. Han had crafted to save them had essentially become a ticking time bomb. Backed into a corner, their only glimmer of hope rested on the nervous rookie guard. It was an insanely risky gamble, and they had to pray the kid's moral compass was still intact. Kim Gi-do immediately threw up his guard. In a world this broken, blind trust usually gets you killed, but beggars can't be choosers. They desperately needed an exploit to break the system. And right on cue, a hesitant knock echoed through the cold steel. Private Seo Hyung-yul whispered from the shadows, announcing his solo night shift had just begun, giving them a tiny window to scheme through the crack. But the presence of rotating guards sent a chilling message. That paranoid corporal was monitoring their every breath. The rookie desperately wanted to speak eye to eye, but the heavy padlocks stood firm, and the boss hogged the only set of keys. Trembling slightly, Hyung-yul poured out a desperate apology for the nightmare they were trapped in. He practically swore on his life that he wasn't playing them. Reading the kid's genuine fear, Johan lowered his hostility a fraction, probing for any leaked intel. The rookie dropped a massive bombshell. The tyrannical corporal was abandoning the warehouse at dawn. The entire base was already scrambling, loading weapons and hoarding rations. Rumor had it, Joe was violently eager to march straight into Seoul. Kim Gi-do's eyes narrowed instantly. He connected the dots in a heartbeat. That greedy bastard was scheming to auction off the immune blood to the desperate military top brass in the capital, selling out humanity's last hope to the highest bidder. The rookie's voice cracked with raw panic as he exposed the corporal's true, bloodthirsty nature, a venomous predator who uses people as stepping stones and slaughters them when they lose value. He begged Johan's crew to reject whatever poison deal the devil had offered them. But honestly, Kang Johan was already playing chess while that fool played checkers. The enemy desperately craved their miracle blood, meaning our boy held absolute dominance over the chessboard. As the first light of dawn broke, the greedy commander marched in to claim his prize, only to be slammed with a brick wall of ironclad demands. He instantly realized he had pampered the wrong prey. One drop of fake mercy, and suddenly his captives were acting like the kings of the castle. He bared his fangs, spewing deadly threats, but Johan stood like an immovable mountain. With eyes as cold as the grave, our main character stared down the tyrant and asked if he even grasped the reality of his situation. The bald idiot thought reading a simple scrap of paper gave him all the answers, but he had absolutely no clue. The real, life-or-death instructions for that mysterious blood vial weren't written down anywhere. Yuan locked eyes with the demon. "Think before you wave that gun around," he warned, his voice dead serious. For a split second, Jo Min-jun actually hesitated, weighing his dangerous options. Sweating bullets, Kim Gi-do watched the tense exchange. Using the cure's secret instructions as leverage, that was a massive gamble that could easily blow up right in their faces. Let's be real, Yuan was bluffing his absolute mind out. But in this deadly game of survival poker, as long as the psychotic corporal took the bait, they still had a fighting chance. And hook, line, and sinker, the bald demon took the bait. His twisted mind finally realized that making one wrong move with the cure could ruin his entire operation. Dropping his guard slightly, he demanded to hear Yuan's specific terms. Condition number 1, absolute immunity. The corporal's squad had to guarantee the survival of Yuan's entire trio. A sickening, slimy grin crept across Jo Min-jun's face as he agreed. Moving on to condition 2, if they were going to relocate and seek out military backup, Yuan would be the one calling the shots on their destination. The corporal immediately scoffed, arguing that making a beeline for the capital, Seoul, was the only logical move. But Yuan shut that down instantly. Seoul was gone, wiped entirely clean off the map of humanity. The once glorious city had mutated into a massive slaughterhouse of blood and absolute carnage. The military didn't stand a chance, permanently abandoning the ruins ages ago. Stepping foot in Seoul right now was basically begging for a brutal death screen. Only a complete fool would choose to play this apocalypse on nightmare mode. They needed a totally different sanctuary. Because while these rogue military thugs had been hiding out like cowards in the mountains, Yuan's crew had been surviving on the harsh front line, gathering pure, unfiltered intel. The cold logic hit home, forcing the stubborn corporal to finally back down. Like it or not, their fates were now violently tied together. Then came the final demand. Condition number 3. Yuan wanted to test a single vial of the miraculous blood on the rabid monster chained up inside that rotting shed. The corporal raised an eyebrow, mocking the punk for playing savior to a rotting corpse. Yuan stayed ice cold, keeping his mouth shut. Regardless of his hidden agenda, this was a ridiculously cheap price to pay. Plus, this was the absolute perfect golden ticket. A risk-free live demonstration to see if this so-called miracle cure actually possessed godlike healing. Zhou Minjun smirked, fully admitting he was already racking his brain for a way to test the goods anyway. Blinded by his own greed, the corrupted soldier stamped his approval on every single rule. Bingo. Yuan had successfully snatched the steering wheel right out of the enemy's hands, but trusting a snake not to bite is a total fool's game. Thank heavens they had the rookie soldier positioned in the shadows, acting as their ultimate insurance policy. Wasting zero time, the Twisted Alliance marched straight to the quarantine zone. Inside, Dr. Kim's infected wife thrashed against her restraints, unleashing a blood-curdling, demonic snarl the second she caught the scent of fresh meat. Stepping up to the plate, Yuan bravely volunteered to play doctor. The armed grunts formed a tight perimeter around the filthy shed, totally clueless about the insane experiment about to go down. The corporal barked a ruthless order, telling his meatheads to zip it and keep their eyes glued to the scene, because they were about to witness pure magic, a monumental moment that would violently rewrite the entire history of mankind. Radiating absolute zero fear, Kang Yuan took slow, calculated steps toward the violently thrashing monster. He was mere inches from the ultimate danger zone when the corporal suddenly yelled, "Cut! Hold your horses," the demon sneered. "The VIP guest hasn't arrived for the show yet." Right on cue, Dr. Kim Young-hoon was violently dragged out of his metal cage, forced to witness the terrifying spectacle. The sadistic corporal was basically eating popcorn, getting a sick, twisted thrill from watching a broken man stare at his mutated wife. Zhou Minjun chuckled darkly, bragging that he had generously directed this heartbreaking family reunion. He even had the sheer audacity to demand a thank you. A silent, fiery rage exploded inside Yuan's chest, but he expertly masked his killing intent. He shot a razor-sharp glance at the rookie, receiving a micro-nod that screamed, "Green light, let's do this." Clenching the fragile glass vial until his knuckles turned white, Yuan closed the final gap between him and the raging undead. The heavily armed guards, and even their hidden ally, felt their jaws hit the floor. This crazy civilian was willingly stepping into the jaws of death with absolutely zero weapons. Panic flared in Hangeol's eyes. A straight-up suicide mission like this was definitely not written in their grand escape script, but Yuan didn't flinch. Standing inches from a mouth dripping with dark, rotting blood, he reached out and gently steadied the monstrous woman. Defying all logic, his arm wasn't instantly shredded to the bone. The clueless audience stood absolutely paralyzed in raw shock. Looking into those hollow, soulless eyes, Yuan felt the crushing weight of the woman's endless agony. Silently swearing to end her hellish nightmare, he tilted her head back and delicately poured the shimmering blood past her rotting lips, making damn sure she swallowed every single drop of salvation. Dr. Kim dropped to his knees in desperate prayer, while the corporal leaned in, hungry for his twisted scientific proof. The reaction was instantaneous. Like flipping a master switch, the monstrous, demonic rage entirely evaporated from her system. A heartbeat later, the lethal tension left her decaying muscles. She collapsed onto the cold concrete, completely blind to the heavily armed humans surrounding her. Tearing through the imposing guards, Dr. Kim threw himself toward his blood-drenched soulmate. "He won!" he screamed, his voice cracking with pure, unadulterated desperation. Time literally froze as the doctor held his breath, searching for a miracle. Then, her fingers twitched. Her pale lips parted slightly, pushing out a raspy, impossibly human whisper, asking for water. Hearing that single, coherent word from a certified monster hit the grieving husband like a 10-ton truck. Tears streaming down his face, he whipped around to face the completely mind-blown soldiers. He furiously begged for a canteen to save his deeply dehydrated wife. The grunts were practically glued to the floor, completely short-circuiting. Even the arrogant Zhou Minjun stood perfectly still like a frozen statue. Witnessing a zombie revert to human form was a reality-shattering anomaly. Finally snapping out of his deep trance, the stunned corporal barked at his two lackeys to snap to it and bring the desperate doctor exactly what he needed. "Go fetch some water." The low-level grunts muttered their complaints under their breath, but they still dragged their feet to follow the boss's orders. But the second they turned their backs, a twisted, sinister grin crept across Minjun's face. Yihuan was the absolute only one to catch that flash of pure, unadulterated evil, completely taking over the corporal's eyes. Without a shred of hesitation, the absolute demon raised his automatic rifle and rained total hellfire on his own men. He absolutely shredded them to pieces. The deafening roar of gunfire echoed through the room, forcing everyone else to instinctively hit the deck in pure panic. The rookie's legs entirely gave out, sending him crashing to the floor. His trigger finger violently trembled from the sheer, paralyzing shock. Cutting through the silence, the corporal mockingly asked if he was a little spooked by that messy little execution. Joe Minjun casually brushed it off, swearing up and down to his youngest squadmate that he would never meet such a brutally tragic end. Well, obviously, there is a catch. He survives only if he keeps playing the role of a good, obedient, spineless little dog. Hearing Minjun casually joke about wiping out his crew was bad enough, but witnessing him slaughter them without even blinking, that was pure, unfiltered nightmare fuel. Kang Yihuan was absolutely not about to let that slide. He immediately stepped up, getting right in the scumbag's face for being such a cold-blooded psychopath. Playing the victim card as usual, Minjun coldly argued he was just thinning the herd. After all, dead weight means less mouths sucking up their precious rations. They were gearing up for a massive, high-stakes road trip to track down that cure. Hoarding every single drop of supplies was literally a matter of life and death. With a totally straight face, he then swore to the group that his promise still stood. He fully intended to keep the main trio breathing. Yihuan was half a second away from throwing absolute hands right there. But suddenly, the rookie finally unlocked his inner courage, aggressively shooting up and pressing the cold, hard muzzle of his gun, dead center against the back of the demon's skull. Private Seo Hyung-yul's eyes screamed absolute murder, looking totally ready to squeeze that trigger and end it all. He fiercely spit out that he would honestly rather become an all-you-can-eat zombie buffet than take one more order from this walking devil. But instead of begging for mercy, the corporal literally chuckled, treating a loaded gun to the head like a playful little game. He aggressively played the seniority card first, trying to mind game the rookie into backing down. When that failed, he smoothly transitioned back to his toxic manipulation, promising to forever shield his precious, innocent subordinate from this hellish world. His twisted logic? If he is going to tag along with Yihuan's crew, they desperately need a foundation of trust. That is exactly why he refuses to infiltrate their squad solo. He needs an absolute loyalist to cover his blind spots in this apocalypse. And congratulations, he handpicked the rookie to be his personal meat shield. He seriously had the audacity to ask Hyung-yul if their time in the trenches had not built a beautiful, unbreakable bond. Spoiler alert, it absolutely did not. From day one, Hyung-yul knew exactly how the corporal operated. He only kept disposable pawns breathing as long as he could squeeze every last ounce of usefulness out of them. A guy like Joe Minjun does not deserve a single ounce of respect. He is an unbelievably selfish leech who aggressively uses, abuses, and snuffs out lives like blowing out a candle. He is a completely unhinged, psychopathic monster whose soul is rotting faster than the actual undead. Sensing he was losing his grip on the situation, the corporal crossed the ultimate line. He mockingly brought up the rookie's deceased parents, violently threatening to ship him off for a permanent family reunion. That incredibly toxic rage bait worked flawlessly. Hyung-yul fiercely snapped, viciously smashing the heavy stock of his rifle right into the corporal's jaw. He relentlessly stomped down on the unconscious monster, making him pay in blood for daring to disrespect his family's name. The rookie was totally locked in and would have absolutely unalived him right there. But Yihuan quickly jumped into the chaos. The main character firmly preached that they did not need to sink to the level of this psychotic trash. Their top priority had to be saving the doctor's fading wife. And as for the totally knocked out corporal, they literally just dumped his heavy body inside the dusty warehouse. No ropes, no zip ties, and definitely no double tap to the brain to ensure he stayed down. Ah yes, an absolute masterclass in survival logic just to keep the plot spicy. They genuinely just left the most dangerously unhinged villain completely unchecked. Like clockwork, the second they turned their backs to leave, the absolute menace twitched and started regaining consciousness. Well, on the bright side, the squad smartly looted every single weapon and aggressively packed all the firepower into their getaway ride. Meanwhile, turning the focus back to Mrs. Kim, her intense battle with dehydration was finally starting to ease up. With her fiercely devoted husband keeping a watchful eye over her, she was officially out of the danger zone for now. The squad's roster just leveled up, and thank the heavens, they finally secured a whole fleet of rides. Gear packed, engines ready. They were locked and loaded for a clean getaway. But our guy Yihuan, he's drowning in guilt over the blood of those absolute scumbags. Enter Miss Sujin, stepping up as the sole voice of reason. She practically shakes him, trying to shatter his savior complex. He can't carry the ghosts of every casualty, falling in this apocalyptic wasteland. Guido gets where his bro is coming from, But let's be real. In this world, a bleeding heart is just a massive liability, waiting to snap. And guess what? That liability just doubled with their newest, pure-hearted recruit. Pulling him aside into the shadows, Guido wraps an arm around rookie Seo Hanyol. He tries to ease the kid's trauma over his fallen squad, even though those guys were certified human garbage. He just wants to ditch this cursed warehouse and never look back. Popping the big question, Guido officially welcomes the rookie into their survival crew, and the kid's eyes light up with gratitude. But right when the wholesome vibes peak, the universe pulls a classic dirty trick. Bang! Hot lead rips through the rookie's shoulder. He crumbles to the concrete, the deafening gunshot echoing like a death knell through the silent room. Rookie mistake. They stripped the assault rifles but completely forgot to pat down the psycho corporal. This maniac had a heavy steel revolver hidden the entire time. His handgun aim is trash, so he only clipped the traitor he desperately wanted dead. A missed headshot that cost him the element of surprise. Yuan's eyes widen as they lock onto the weapon. That's the missing piece from their own stash. The corporal totally swiped it during their capture. Talk about a massive oversight by the squad, and Jo Min-jun could have just played dead. Let the heroes roll out and live to fight another day. But his fingers brushed against that stolen crimson vial, so he screamed, "Screw it," and embraced the madness. Yep, the devil chugged Yuan's awakened blood. He craved that sweet, absolute immunity. Plan A was a bust. He could have just laid low in the shadows, waiting for these soft-hearted fools to finally bounce and claim his dark ascension in peace. But the hunger, it clawed at his insides. His dead eyes suddenly flared, with a feral, predatory glint, a monstrous greed overflowing from his core. Yuan's instincts screamed. He could literally sense his own mutated cells invading the corporal's veins. A horrifying evolution was kicking off right before their eyes. Now, Kang Yuan has to pay the ultimate price for his classic protagonist mercy, forcing him to body block this newly minted monster so the crew can bolt. He screams at them to floor the gas and vanish off the grid before this nightmare catches up. Guido drags the bleeding rookie toward the exit, but the loyal sidekick refuses to ditch his best friend in a deathmatch. Miss Sujin, however, reads the room perfectly. She knows exactly why Yuan is screaming at them to run for their lives and never look back. The image of him tearing into human flesh like a rabid zombie is burned into her brain. She is fully team retreat, blindly trusting Yuan's combat instincts. Mission Objective 1. Drag Hanyol to Dr. Kim before he bleeds out. But the devil wasn't done playing. Min-jun levels the heavy iron right at their defenseless spines. In a flash of lightning, Yuan closes the gap. A devastating right hook sends the revolver spinning into the shadows. Knowing the monster was mutating, the kid gloves are officially off. The corporal smirks, his voice dripping with demonic starvation. Plot twist. Yuan is starving for a beatdown too. Outside, the doc is holding the extraction point. Gunfire echoes, the second he spots the trio. Stumbling toward the rides with a wounded rookie, his trauma instincts kick in. He barks for the trauma bag, and Guido tears through the trunk like a madman. His mind is spinning, totally clueless about what suicide mission his bro just launched against the devil himself. Back in the ring, the corporal shrugs off the jaw-breaking punch like an absolute tank. The disrespect is unreal. He literally sparks up a cigarette, oozing pure boss energy mid-battle. Slowly but surely, the dark magic of the blood vial is rewiring his entire nervous system. Squeezing a trigger? Nah, that's way too fast, way too merciful for this monster now. He wants to feel bones snap. Taking one drag, he flicks the glowing ember into the air, watching it spin perfectly, straight into a pool of industrial oil. Talk about cinematic timing. Now he cracks his knuckles, practically foaming at the mouth to rip the hero to shreds. Pure, unadulterated carnage is on the menu. But while the villain yaps his evil monologue, Yuan is already charging his next devastating blow. Min-jun mirrors the stance perfectly. Fists fly, slicing the air by mere inches as both powerhouses whiff their heavy hits. But the mutant counters. A brutal front kick connects with Yuan's gut, sending him skidding across the concrete. The dust settles, eyes lock. The tension is thick enough to cut with a blade. Right on cue, the cigarette ignites the oil puddle, engulfing the battleground in a blazing ring of fire. Matching the fiery aesthetic, the psycho shreds off his camo jacket, exposing his pulsing veins. Suddenly, a twisted revelation hits him. They are the only two untouchables in a world of the undead. They are practically gods among mere mortals. If the surviving factions knew, they would build temples in their honor. A glorious dual monarchy. But wait, a dark smirk creeps across his face. A messiah complex doesn't work with a co-star. There can only be one absolute ruler. The megalomania supercharges his aura, locking onto his rival's throat. His fists become absolute battering rams. Every blocked strike forces Yuan to crush the concrete beneath his boots, transforming this survival story into a straight-up battle manhwa. Our main character snapped back with a devastating strike, launching that psycho straight into the blazing inferno. But a little fire wasn't nearly enough to melt this relentless devil. The battle instantly devolved into an absolute bloodbath. They were trading lethal blows back and forth, turning punches, headbutts, and shattered bones into a pure symphony of destruction. The moment Yi Huan found his opening, he locked in. He unleashed an explosive barrage that gave his enemy zero room to breathe. He pinned the deranged corporal to the ground and rained down absolute hell. It was pure, unadulterated savagery, like an underground mixed martial arts match, with no rules and no mercy. While these two monsters clashed, the warehouse around them was collapsing into an ocean of flames. The raging inferno was so massive, it painted the night sky a terrifying crimson. Dr. Kim watched the spectacle in sheer terror. He knew this death trap was packed to the brim with volatile waste oil and highly explosive chemicals. In mere minutes, that entire structure would be completely erased from existence. Watching his friend fight a suicide battle, Kim Ji-do simply couldn't swallow his own helplessness anymore. Clenching his jaw, the journalist snatched up a discarded rifle and charged toward the burning hellscape. But before he could even cross the threshold, Miss Sujin blocked his path, completely shutting down his sudden hero complex. She put her foot down with absolute authority and forced the trembling journalist to respect Yi Huan's final wish and stay out of the crossfire. When Yi Huan told them to run far away, he wasn't just dropping a cool action movie line. He was desperately trying to protect his allies from his own awakened, predatory instincts. Back in the flames, the corporal had completely discarded his sanity. Whatever human logic he once possessed was utterly burned away. Now, he was just a feral beast, obsessed with butchering the only apex predator standing between him and absolute dominance in this apocalyptic wasteland. The fight had shifted into a completely one-sided massacre, with the corporal dictating the clash. But our main character wasn't about to fold that easily. Yi Huan suddenly exploded with god-tier strength, launching a massive strike straight out of Dragon Ball Z. Yet, the sick freak actually smiled, absorbing the agony like it was the greatest thrill of his life. As he mercilessly countered, the corporal shamelessly thanked his opponent. He praised Yi Huan for gifting him the infected blood that triggered this glorious awakening. Zhou Minjun was practically high on adrenaline. He laughed like a complete maniac while the collapsing warehouse showered them in fiery debris. Sure, striking down the absolute source of his powers was technically ultimate treason, but this psycho had already slaughtered his own unit, so morality was officially off the table. What was one more betrayal to a monster? He hoisted Yi Huan up by the throat, though his raging hunger was making his raw power insanely unstable. Staring into Yi Huan's battered face, the corporal whispered that death wouldn't come that easily. He wasn't ready to end this twisted game. Surprisingly, his monstrous instincts refused to devour his own infected bloodline. He had zero appetite for a fellow apex predator, but his eyes darted toward the exit. He casually mentioned the fresh buffet of human survivors waiting outside, completely reigniting the blazing fury inside Yi Huan. Adrenaline spiked through our hero's veins. He clamped onto the villain's skull with a crushing grip and smashed his knee upward, delivering a catastrophic blow that practically scrambled the freak's brains. Instead of dropping, the absolute madman just cackled louder. He was completely addicted to the rush of testing his newly awakened, jaw-dropping stats against a worthy opponent, and he refused to let the curtains close on this masterpiece. He wanted nothing more than to tear each other limb from limb until their bodies completely gave out. Yi Huan let the psycho do all the talking. His only response was pure, unfiltered violence, throwing everything his body could muster into every single strike. The monstrous clash dragged on so relentlessly that Dr. Kim managed to completely stabilize the injured rookie outside. Time felt like an absolute illusion. The young survivor was heavily bandaged but breathing steady. Miraculously, the bullet had pierced cleanly through, completely bypassing his vital organs. But the real game-changer was the elite medical supplies they had scavenged. Trying to perform field surgery without that top-tier gear would have been a guaranteed death sentence. The doctor's hands trembled as he realized this kit was assembled by a total master. You seriously have to crown Miss Sujin as the absolute most valuable player for pulling this off. Sure, her top-secret intel practically dragged the whole squad into this hellish nightmare, but right now, everyone was just praying they wouldn't need to empty that premium medical bag to save Yi Huan's life. That is, if he even survives. Meanwhile, the crushing weight of uselessness was eating Kim Gi-do alive. His best friend was literally wrestling a demon in a sea of fire, and he was just standing there. Refusing to be a coward, he gritted his teeth and pushed forward again, only for Miss Sujin to instantly shut him down a second time. The argument dragged them right up to the roaring mouth of the fiery warehouse. But in the middle of their screaming match, a totally out-of-place sound pierced through the chaos. It was a faint, upbeat melody echoing from the abandoned command center, the exact same spot where they were nearly executed just hours ago. Guido's blood ran cold as he realized it was a cell phone ringing. He crept through the shadowy corridors, the digital tune growing louder and more haunting with every single step. The sound led him straight to a battered couch inside the enemy's destroyed lounge room. A lone device was lighting up the heavy darkness. His stomach completely dropped. It was Yihuan's missing phone, but the absolute second his trembling fingers brushed against the screen, the ringing abruptly died, flashing a dropped call notification. When he stared at the glowing caller ID to see who was reaching out, his eyes practically bulged out of his skull in pure, unadulterated shock. But while the journalist was having a total mental breakdown over a ghost caller, back in the absolute inferno, the psycho corporal had finally locked our hero in an inescapable death grip. His uniform was completely shredded, revealing a monstrous, battle-scarred physique. Standing over the broken body of his only true rival, Zhou Minjun grinned like the Grim Reaper himself. He boldly declared his absolute supremacy over the food chain. The student had officially surpassed the master, evolving into an entirely different breed of nightmare. And frankly, he was starting to get bored of this game, so he decided it was time to pull the plug. As a final, twisted show of gratitude to his blood brother, the monster promised to end his life completely painlessly. Just milliseconds before a fatal strike could completely obliterate Johan's skull, a desperate voice ripped through the battlefield as Kim Jito screamed his best bro's name. Sprinting straight back into the blazing inferno of the warehouse, Guido dropped an absolute bombshell, yelling over the roaring flames that Johan's sister, Li Che, was actually still breathing. Those exact words hit Johan like a massive jolt of electricity, instantly triggering a wild second awakening. Because when you are the main character, insane plot armor will always make you totally overpowered, regardless of your horribly trash decision-making skills.